know I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, so let me stay right by your side. We could leave it all behind. We could let go of our past and drive away. Just let me know I'll pack my bags by the end of the day. Oh, you know I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, so let me stay right by your side. We could leave it all behind. Yeah. Time flies when we out together. Damn, I really wish that that could last forever, but I guess we'll make it another we can never forget. Regardless, when you're gone, still hear my memories. Heard your last meal's wet, I could never be. So Williams could never match your energy, and I could tell everybody really jealousy. You look so good, I had to take a picture mentally. And it's the way that you smile. I'm sure that you notice I've been taking your style. And I heard it's been a minute since you last went out, so if you ever wanna leave or disappear without a sound. And it's the way that you smile. I'm sure that you notice I've been taking your style. And I heard it's been a minute since you last went out, so let me know I could go and show you around. Let go of our past and drive away. Just let me know I'll pack my bags by the end of the day. Oh, you know I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, so let me stay right by your side. We could leave it all behind. We could let go of our past and drive away. Just let me know I'll pack my bags by the end of the day. Oh, you know I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, so let me stay right by your side. We could leave it all behind. We could let go of our past and drive away. Just let me know I'll pack my bags by the end of the day. Oh, you know I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, so let me stay right by your side. We could leave it all behind. Don't say a word, you only make it worse now. Said you've been hurt, girl, I know it is the worst, but I give you all my affection. I give you all my attention. It's no concern, I don't need nothing in return, babe, because you're one more than any word that I could say. I hope you know you're my obsession. Ooh, girl, I got you, ain't no question, baby. Ain't no pressure, call me whenever. It's only pleasure, we're together. Cause you're my everything, you're my treasure. Ever since I met you, I've changed for the better. Oh, it's hard for me to let my feelings show, but if you're cold, I could save you from the snow. Don't you worry, girl, I'm used to being cold. Don't say a word, you only make it worse now. Said you've been hurt, girl, I know it is the worst, but I give you all of my affection, and I give you all of my attention. It's no concern, I don't need nothing in return, babe, because you're one more than any word that I could say. I hope you know you're my obsession. Ooh, girl, I got you, ain't no question, baby.
Do you like that? Push me further than I pull right back. Let me know if I need a step back. I'll be
By your side, girl, when it all goes bad.
when it all goes bad. You know, you stay on my mind, you make it easy.
Testing. Hello. 1, 2, 3.
no concern, I don't need nothing in return, babe. Because you want more than any word that I could say. I hope you know you're my obsession. Ooh, girl, I got you ain't
Excuse
no
me.
question, baby. Yeah, let's take it back to the days when not a thing would matter, not a care within the world, wasn't really thinking about it, but my eyes are feeling heavy like the weight that's on my chest, cause lately I've been feeling empty, but you should know that best. There's a forward in my chest, but my mind full. Next time I wanna get attached, I'll be mindful. Instead of walking on a tightrope with blindfold, expecting not to fall into this everlasting cycle. And I swear this is deja vu, cause I know I wrote at least 100 songs just about you. I know I probably shouldn't want you, but you helped me take my mind off all the things that I've been through. Stop reminiscing about the times that we had. Stop reminiscing about the times we shared. Every time I hear your voice, it gives me
Butterflies try to hide the fact that I get anxious when I look into your eyes.
and I tell myself these lies that I hope you never hear. The lies that I was writing when I was missing you, my dear. Now I'm lying wide awake and wondering why I feel this way. This empty heart gets colder almost every single day. I've been staring at these four white walls, like do I mean a thing to you at all? Oh no. So take away my ability to feel, because I'd rather know my senses are feeling something that ain't real. But every night my heart is sinking. Maybe I'm just overthinking, I'm not so sure. Maybe I'm just wasting all my time, cause every time we cease communication, I feel so confined. And every night I think of you, I wonder if you feel the same way that I do. Baby, won't you hold me close and kiss me slowly? You know that you're my one and only. Without you around, this house doesn't feel like home. Baby, won't you hold me close and kiss me slowly? You know that I've been feeling lonely, so don't ever let me go. Before I knew that I was missing you again. Got away, but I wanna spend some time with you instead. Know that I could lay here forever and talk about whatever that you want. Cause I've been staying up alone, I'm staring at my phone each night. Each night I wanna see your pretty face. Look, you hate it when you say goodbye. that you're my one and only. Without you around, this house doesn't feel like home, no. Baby, won't you hold me close and kiss me slowly? You know that I've been feeling lonely, so don't ever let me go. Baby, won't you hold me close and kiss me slowly? You know that you're my one and only. Without you around, this house doesn't feel like home. Baby, won't you hold me close and kiss me slowly? You know that I've been feeling lonely, so don't ever let me go.
Summer sun, where did we begin? I feel so low, holding on to things I can't control. How do you keep in the rain? Let me know, oh, it seems so complicated. Summer sun, where did we begin? I feel so low, holding on to things I can't control. How do you keep in the rain? Let me know, oh, it seems so complicated.
My bad if I talk too much, all this noise in my head, because of you I've been on the fence. Do I run this way too soon to say I'm in? It begins, this life, it starts with you, yeah. I've been wasting my time on wishing out to everyone it wasn't for you that I would fall. Cause I can't control what I've been feeling. Got more on my plate.
Yeah, I can't make any changes anymore. Oh wait, never mind, I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, okay, I can.
Would it be we under the street lights? Well, if you ask me, I wouldn't think twice. I know it ain't easy to be so easy going, and hard not to be hard-headed. Above all, when it's all said and done, I won't fall in the rain cause you my son.
Summer sun, where did we begin? I feel so low, holding on to things again.
It might be too late.
How do you keep in the rain? Let me know.
Yeah, it's fine.
It seems so complicated.
I'll keep it closed.
Summer sun, where
Although realistically, I should have.
feel so low, holding on to things I can't control. How do you
I should have modeled it differently.
let me know, oh, it seems so complicated.
My bad if I talk too much, all this noise in my head,
I might still be able to.
because of you I've been on the fence. Do I run this way too soon to say I'm in? It begins, this life, it starts with you, yeah.
Okay, I can still manage.
When I close my eyes, I picture us laying underneath the clouds without anyone around. You come to mind when I picture love, and how your voice is my favorite song, and you
Yeah, sure.
I'm feeling down, yeah. And I hope that it's the same for you. No, I promise that I follow through. For anything that you might need, put your worries aside and just rely on me. You make life worth living, and every night that I'm awake, I'm missing you. I'm missing you. I don't know what to do, but I hope I see you soon. I need you, baby, it's true. I don't know what to do, but I hope I see you soon. I need you, baby, it's true.
take my hand, let's fly. I got you in my mind, and I don't wanna let go of you yet. I need you here. I don't know how I'll make it through without you near. Oh, when the clouds clear, we let the sun in. You're the sweet thing that I'm loving. I'm switching back and forth between your love, your smile, your eyes. I just can't get enough of. When the sun goes down in the evening, in my head, girl, I know that I'll be thinking that we can start over again. I don't know what to do. I hope I see you soon.
Close my eyes, I picture us laying underneath the grass without anyone around. You come to mind, I picture love. Now your voice is my favorite song. You and never feeling down. You bring me up when I'm down. You make me smile when I frown. I know myself without you around. No. Keep me in check when I'm lost. The sound of your voice is so soft, and I know myself when you are gone, and I don't need no one but you. No one but you, baby.
I don't think that's how that works.
I can't love anyone but you. Anyone but
So
there's no one like you. You go above and beyond when you feel like something is wrong. I know it's hard when we try to be strong, but none of that matters when you're in my arms, Sunday morning, we're out before the sunrise, by the water losing sleep. We're painting pictures with colors I ain't seen before. I heard you laughing next to me. You caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention. I kinda saw you look in my direction. Oh, and baby, did I mention it? When you're down, I'll make you feel alright. I won't let you fall out of sight, 'cause you caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention. My kind of love, my kind of love, my kind of love, my kind of love, my kind of love. They say the darkest hour is just before the daybreak, but you light up so perfectly. So put your head on my shoulder and come a little closer, won't you? There's no place I'd rather be. When you caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention. I kinda saw you look in my direction. Oh, and baby, did I mention it? When you're down, I'll make you feel alright. I won't let you fall out of sight, 'cause you caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention, yeah. And I saw you standing there in the crowd, and I had to see what was on your mind, and I was thinking, oh damn, you got me down on my knees, y'all. And you were looking my way, didn't know what to say till I saw you coming over. You caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention. I kinda saw you look in my direction. Oh, and baby, did I mention it? When you're down, I'll make you feel alright. I won't let you fall out of sight, 'cause you caught my attention, babe, I know it was your intention.
Honestly, I'd say that's not bad for a tie, you know? That's alright. That's alright.
Laying back while I'm thinking of you on a Sunday afternoon. I wonder what you've been up to. Did you take a nap? 'Cause I might too. Maybe in a dream I'll find a clue. Fly above the clouds and ocean blues. Say what's up to the birds in the sky. Ask them if they seen you passing by. Because you,
I mean, not bad.
floating around my mind, oh, around my mind, oh. But if you are busy around these times, oh, I don't mind, no. Baby, I'll wait, doesn't really matter how long it takes. But I think too much and now I'm feeling this vacancy without you here. It ain't the same without you, dear. But I just wanna spend time with you. You the star in my sky, it's true, yeah. Now I don't know what to do, because you been floating around my mind, oh, around my mind, oh. But if you busy around these times, oh, I don't mind, no. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll give you time, just ease your mind, girl.
up in my head, and if we think we're moving too fast, we can slow it down. Yeah, I'm down for the count, like I'm down for you. The honest truth is I could use some company from you. I do like the mood you bring, the vibes, the light inside you's everything. The way you hold yourself is heavenly. Yeah, I know we're rocking steady, but every time I keep my heart up in my pocket, I must see, cause I found that I bounce back when I'm thinking about you. You need to know that you're my only truth, girl.
Because you've been floating around my mind, around my mind. But if you're busy around these times, oh, I don't mind, no.
Is your voice a poison or remedy to my ears? Can't stop, don't stop now. Make me feel like I'm losing my sanity. Can't stop, never stop. Let me make you worth the while. I can be your sweet escape, your sweet runaway. Don't let me go too soon, cause I am your sweet sugar getaway. Don't stop. You ask me if I love you, well I know you know it too. If I do love you, I take it simple and clear. You want it, just say it do. Yes I know, you do. My love and my life and my love, I know it, you know it too. If I do love you, my love and my life and my love, you want it, just say it do. Cause I know you do. Is your voice a poison or remedy to my ears? Can't stop, don't stop now. Make me feel like I'm losing my sanity. Can't stop, never stop. Let me make you worth the while. I can be your sweet escape, your sweet runaway. Don't let me go too soon, cause I am your sweet sugar getaway.
Those boots are crazy, bro.
With the toe caps at the front, add modifier multi, and we'll subdivide that a few times. But notice when I subdivide with just the ordinary subdivision, now we have our fine detail, we can unwrap our objects and start baking the detail onto texture maps that will give the illusion of detail on our low poly mesh. Unwrapping enables us to place a 2D flat texture onto 3D objects by mapping those pixel areas or areas of the image to different parts of the 3D mesh. Much like a label around a can of food, when you unwrap that label, it becomes a flat 2D image. So let's get started with the unwrapping. Whatever I select in here will appear in here.
Get away.
try. Coasting on now, baby, it's just me, myself, and I. Cause I'm on the move, every step is by design. It's only up from here till the moment I die.
I've been on the move, I never saw myself ever coming so far. Taking small steps, I was trying to find my groove. Yeah, I know that I was off to a really slow start, but now I'm running, never looking back. I'm going towards where the sun is. Even if it blinds me, I'll find peace inside. Keep my eyes on the prize till I'm holding it above me, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what the future holds. All I know is mama told me I should always shoot for gold, yeah. And every time I'm worried, I'll start losing hope. I'll take one step at a time and find my way back to the road, yeah. And I've been on this journey now for way too long to turn around. The sun is out, so I'll be on the move.
I'm on the move, can't stop me if you try. Coasting on now, baby, it's just me, myself, and I. Cause I'm on the move, every step is by design. It's only up from here till the moment I die.
I'm still chasing the happily ever after. That's at the end of my story. I'm anxious to turn the chapter. My yellow brick road is painted with gold. I'm gonna have it all, but trust I ain't trading my soul. And if I'm being honest, I was at the bottom, took a lot of steps, had a little trouble with my walking. Now I'm Wally West, it's obvious that nothing's gonna slow me down. Little introvert, but everybody know me now. It's like, it's getting kinda crazy how everything's changing. I hope I never lose myself. Moving so fast, I'm trying to maintain it, hoping I can prove myself. It's been an uphill battle, yeah. On the road less traveled, I know I can make it if I try.
And I've been on this journey now for way too long to turn around. The sun is out, so I'll be on the move.
I'm on the move, can't stop me if you try. Coasting on now, baby, it's just me, myself, and I. Cause I'm on the move, every
In this
step
lecture,
is
we'll be
by
going back to the
design.
unwrap of our org and completing that, and making sure we pack the islands so that we have the optimum texture space. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time. We need to unwrap all our objects so we can texture them correctly. I'll select the org and start with that, and go across to the UV editing workspace. Texture them correctly. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time. We need to unwrap all our objects so we can texture them correctly. I'll select the org and start with that, and go across to the UV editing workspace. Now it's worth pointing out that I did have a slight issue and I had to re-unwrap my object. For some reason, my Blender version where I unwrapped the orc didn't save properly, so I had to go in and do a little bit of re-unwrapping. So if there are any slight differences, that will be the reason. Only having to unwrap half the model because the unwrap is mirrored on the other side. So we do that first before applying the mirror to save us work later on. In this lecture, we'll be unwrapping the mesh before we apply the mirror modifier. This is just a helpful workflow because whilst we've got the mirror modifier applied, we're able to work on just half the mesh and therefore complete the shape in half the time. So now we've got the multi-resolution modifier, we've got it to a position where it's similar to the original body, we have to apply the modifiers. But before we do this, it's a really good idea to unwrap our model at this point, because we can use the mirror, only having to unwrap half the model because the unwrap is mirrored on the other side. So we do that first before applying the mirror to save us work later on. So for this, I'll go across to the UV editing workspace. That puts us in edit mode, as you can see here. And it gives us the UV editing workspace on the left-hand side. As you can see, just there, the UV editor. Currently, if I select my model, you can see that the faces of the model are all over the place. And what we're trying to do is flatten out our 3D model and convert it into a 2D area. Much like a label on a can of food wraps around the cylinder, but it's actually a flat piece of paper. We're doing the same thing
to tell me what I'm supposed to do.
With our model. And it's actually often the case that that's quite a good way to unwrap a model, is to break it down into its kind of cylindrical parts and treat everything a bit like it's a label going across a can of food, as I described. So for example, the legs just here, if I hold left click on this loop going around the middle here and shift alt left click here to make sure that it goes past the poles just there. So it's going all around my model. I can go to the edge menu, so that's Control E, and there is an option to mark seams. And you can see if I deselect all with Alt A, it's got a nice red color. So there is a seam, and this will break this section and this section up into two. So if I select all and press U to unwrap, and unwrap, we'll have two islands, the top one and the bottom one. But it's still not quite right, because we've got, what you can probably make out is the head here in this squished up format just there, and this section here, if I select on this and choose the link selection mode just here, let's select that again, in fact, you can see that's the entire arm in just this tiny area here. So we need to unwrap the arm separately. Also, you'll notice that the leg is a circle instead of a flat rectangle, which we're hoping for. So we need to split this up as well. I'll stick with the leg for now. So I'll just turn off the link selection. And that basically means if anything I've got selected in here is highlighted in here, and it's the default to have that turned on. So let's go back to our model and select my model. You can see that the In this lecture, we'll be unwrapping the mesh before we apply the mirror modifier. This is just a helpful workflow, because once we've got the mirror modifier applied, we're able to work on just half the mesh and therefore complete the shape in half the time. So now we've got the multi-resolution modifier, we've got it to a position where it's similar to the original body, we have to apply the modifiers. But before we do this, it's a really good idea to unwrap our model at this point, because we can use the mirror only having to unwrap half the model, because the unwrap is mirrored on the other side. So we do that first before applying the mirror to save us work later on. So for this, I'll go across to the UV editing workspace. That puts us in edit mode, as you can see here. And it gives us the UV editing workspace on the left-hand side. As you can see, just there, the UV editor. Currently, if I select my model, you can see here. And it gives us the UV editing workspace on the left-hand side. As you can see, just there, the UV editor. Currently, if I select my model, you can see that the faces of the model are all over the place. And what we're trying to do is flatten out our 3D model and convert it into a 2D area. Much like a label on a can of food wraps around the cylinder, but is actually a flat piece of paper. We're doing the same thing with our model. And it's actually often a case that that's quite a good way to unwrap a model, is to break it down into its kind of cylindrical parts and treat everything a bit like it's a label going across a can of food, as I described. So for example, the legs just here, if I hold left click on this loop going around the middle here and shift alt left click here to make sure that it goes past the poles just there. So it's going all around my model. I can go to the edge menu, so that's Control E, and there is an option to mark seams. And you can see if I deselect all with Alt A, it's got a nice red color. So there is a seam, and this will break this section and this section up into two. So if I select all and press U to unwrap, and unwrap, we'll have two islands, the top one and the bottom one. But it's still not quite right, because we'll have two. So if I select all and press U to unwrap, and unwrap, we'll have two islands, the top one and the bottom one. But it's still not quite right, because we've got, what you can probably make out is the
head here in this squished up format just there, and this section here, if I select on this and choose the link selection mode just here, let's select that again in fact, you can see that's the entire arm in just this tiny area here. So we need to unwrap the arm separately. Also, you'll notice that the leg is a circle instead of a flat rectangle, which we're hoping for. So we need to split this up as well. I'll stick with the leg for now. There, that is the head here, one. But it's still not quite right because we've got, what you can probably make out is the head here in this squished up format just there. And this section here, if I select on this and choose the link selection mode just here, let's select that again in fact, you can see that's the entire arm in just this tiny area here. So we need to unwrap the arm separately. Also, you'll notice that the leg is a circle instead of a flat.
If you dug my grave, I would jump right in. Don't you know your words live beneath my skin? Love is like the ocean, baby, sink or swim. How deep is this going, baby? Waiting in the distance, losing track of time. I thought I was yours, you said you were mine. Can't pick up the pieces.
Rectangle, which we're hoping for, so we need to split this up as well. I'll stick with the leg for now, so I'll just turn off the link selection, and that basically means anything I've got selected in here is highlighted in here, and it's the default to have that turned off. So let's go back to our model. I'll do a seam down the side, in fact on the inside would make more sense, so probably from here down to the end. So select that, hold down Control and click on the end there. You can press Control E to go to the edge menu and mark seams, or you can right click and mark seams, whichever you find easiest. It'll be good to have this section at the bottom here cut up, so I'll select all the way around there, right click, mark seams. And now we should be able to, if I select all and press U to unwrap again, and once again unwrap, we should see, yes indeed, we've got two sections now. We've got this leg section here, which if I go to the link selection and choose this area here, press L, you can see that's the whole leg area there. And if I deselect all with Alt A and press L over this section, you can see that's the small area here. It's worth pointing out actually that we don't particularly need this area, but I do like my shapes to be manifold. It can make sculpting a little bit easier. But for that reason, this unwrap here can be really tiny on our UV map because we don't need it to take up any pixel space. So now's a good idea to catch up with me and unwrap the leg. So the leg's unwrapped okay. We'll do the same with the arm, so probably this area here. Let's just have a look around the back, maybe a little bit further in, just there would make more sense. And then right click, mark seams. If we go down to the bottom of the wrist around about here, that would make sense. Again, right click, mark seams, and then we need a line between the two. Now, quite often people like to hide the seams, so they'll probably have them around the back. It does depend a lot on how you're going to see your character. Perhaps you'll see them more from the back because it's a third person, or you want them in lots of cut scenes, so you'll need them around the front. Perhaps underneath the arm would make the most sense from here to here. And again, right click, mark seams. You don't need to keep unwrapping each time, but I'll just show you. If I select all once again with A, U to unwrap and unwrap, we should be able to see this arm section here. So again, with link selection turned on, I'll press Alt A to deselect all, and then L over this area. It's selecting the whole thing at the moment, but if I come down to the bottom here, which is select link and choose seams, we should just get just that area, which is great because we've got this arm piece here, which is unwrapped nice and cleanly. Again, a bit like a label. But this bit here is the hand, and that's all squashed in like that circle again with the fingers just here taking up only a small amount of space. So we need to figure that out. So again, catch up with me and unwrap the arm. So looking at the hand, it's probably easiest just to cut it in half. So have a cut all the way around the fingers, all the way around the middle of the hand, and finish at this seam here. You may want to challenge yourself to have a go at that if you've had some experience with marking seams already. Otherwise, you can just follow along with me. So I'll go from about here, and holding down control is the key here, so we can easily go round. It doesn't matter if it's a perfectly straight line, but we're just trying to cut our hand in half as best as possible. So again, I'm holding down control, just going all the way around. I'm just thinking, is that the best one there? There might be a little bit of squashing in there, possibly best to have that middle vertex there as our option. So I'll undo that one and I'll jump across the middle there, I think, and go around. Don't think it'll make too much difference, just trying to be optimal. And this one I'll come down to here. If you ever accidentally select one, you can control box select to get rid of that. And we'll come around to all the way over here, cross down the thumb, and going all the way round, back up here to the end there. And we always need to try and close these seams off so they are touching, and that looks like a good way to go around the hand. So once again, right click, mark seams, and we can test that by selecting all, U to unwrap, and then selecting this hand part to see we've got two hand meshes there. Now you might notice that it's a little bit squashed at the end there, so these end bits get squashed in a tiny bit. I think that's probably okay. We can see if there's any stretching, as it's known, or squashing in fact, by going across to the overlays, UV stretch, and we can tick that. Anything that's close to green, these ones are getting a little bit close to green, but I think we're okay. Anything that's close to green you have to be a little bit concerned about, but generally speaking we've got a nice blue unwrap here. If I go across this way, you can see it's getting a little bit worse in this area here. If I select that, that is the ears just there, which are not unwrapped very well, so we're having problems there. Generally it's not as bad as I would expect, so the ears are the only big problem here, but we're looking okay at the moment. Let's take a closer look at the head. I think we'll want to separate it from the body, so I can Alt left click there. Perhaps the one above it might be more suitable, so this one just in here. Let's make sure I've got that. I'll press period key to zoom into that area, and no, I need to get the back vertices here as well. Let's double check I've got those by going into wireframe mode. Yep, that's all. Oh no, there's a bit at the front there. So let's just make sure we've got those as well, and then right click, mark seams, and out of X-ray mode. And now the head is a separate object, and we'll probably want to cut it in half. Make sure we've got those as well. Zoom into that area. Let's take respect. So the ears are the only big problem I'm concerned about, but generally speaking we've got a nice blue unwrap here. If I go across this way, you can see it's getting a little bit worse in this area here. I select that. That is the ears just there, which are not unwrapped very well, so we're having problems there. Generally it's not as bad as I would expect, so the ears are the only big problem here, but we're looking okay at the moment. Let's take a closer look at the head. I think we'll want to separate it from the body, so I can Alt left click there. Perhaps the one above it might be more suitable, so this one just in here. Let's make sure I've got that. I'll press period key to zoom into that area, and no, I need to get the back vertices here as well. Let's double check I've got those by going into wireframe mode. Yep, that's all. Oh no, there's a bit at the front there. So let's just make sure we've got those as well, and then right click, mark seams, and out of X-ray mode. And now the head is a separate object, and we'll probably want to cut it in half. Certainly want to separate the ears, so I can come around here with the ears and put a seam in there. Make sure I get that bottom edge just there. Again, let's go to wireframe to make sure that's fully circling my ear. And again, mark seams. That's wireframe. We can probably cut the ear in half now. So from here, let's go right to the very end. Here, back up here, and down here, right in here, and I suppose just in there. Control E, mark seams, or right click mark seams. That looks okay. And for the head, we'll come up from here, round to the middle. Right click mark seams, and make sure that there's a connection in here. So just there, I think would be quite good. In fact, maybe I can come from here to here. Control E, mark seams. It's hard to see those seams, so I'm just checking that they're there. And that's good. So we've cut the head in half. Let's see what this all looks like. So select all, U to unwrap, and unwrap. It's getting much closer. This is our body at the moment. And remember, you can come to the beginning here, make sure this UV sync selection is on, and just select areas to understand exactly where they are. We could in fact cut the whole mesh in half like this. Currently, because we've got a mirror on, we are only unwrapping half the mesh, so we'll wait till we apply the mirror before we cut it in half like that if we so choose. But it's probably easier with the body to come down from the sides here and cut the body into two sections like this, and up the top, back around here, back up here, and down here, right in here, and I suppose just in there. Control E, mark seams, or right click mark seams. That looks okay. And for the head, we'll come up from here, round to the middle. Right click mark seams, and make sure that there's a connection. Connection in here, click mark C, from here round to the middle, seams all right, and I suppose just in there. Control E, mark seams, or right click mark seams. That looks okay. And for the head, we'll come up from here round to the middle, right click mark seams, and make sure that there's a connection in here. So just there, I think would be quite good. In fact, maybe I can come from here to here. Control E, mark seams. It's hard to see those seams, so I'm just checking that they're there. And that's good. So we've cut the head in half. Let's see what this all looks like. So select all, U to unwrap, and unwrap. It's getting much closer. This is our body at the moment. Remember, you can come to the beginning here, make sure this UV sync selection is on, and just select areas to understand exactly where they are. We could in fact cut the whole mesh in half like this. Currently, because we've got a mirror on, we are only unwrapping half the mesh, so we'll wait till we apply the mirror before we cut it in half like that if we so choose. But it's probably easier with the body to come down from the sides here and cut the body into two sections like this, and up the top here as well, into the neck. And then you can see what that looks like if I unwrap again. We've got two sections of body, although you can see I've got a long one here, and then there's a small bit here into this area here. So somewhere I've probably missed a seam. That's a good indication that you've missed a seam. There should be just there, this section here. Let's try and find where that is by pressing the period key to zoom in on that object. Of course, it's joined together. So we've got this big area here, and it joins all the way around to the back there. So we want a seam in the middle there. So Control E, mark seams. You can actually select on here and mark seams as well, but I like to know where it is on my body. So let's select all, hue to unwrap, and you can see now they've been split into two. So take a moment to catch up with me and unwrap those areas. It's not looking too bad, and generally everything's unwrapped nicely apart from the face, which will need a little bit of work because we've got a mirror modifier. So what we're actually seeing, if I go to the mirror modifier, turn it off, this is what we're actually unwrapping at the moment. So this unwrap of the face looks alright, but once we apply the mirror, it's not going to look quite as good. But for the moment, this is a relatively good unwrap. At least to start us off, we've got the main areas unwrapped. Once we've applied the mirror, we can work further on this. The main thing here is that we've saved ourselves a bit of work by doing this. Whilst we've got that mirror modifier, we haven't applied it, we only have to work on half the model. So it's at this point we can now continue. I'll bring back our mirror modifier, go back out of edit mode, and now what we need to do is actually apply the mirror and the shrink wrap modifier, so we're ready to do that refined sculpt on the multi-resolution modifier. Now when you apply the modifiers, and I'll just go back to layout mode so you can see it more easily, you always try and apply from the top downwards. Obviously we don't want to apply our multi-res, and that always defaults to the top, but we do want to apply as best we can in that order, so the mirror first, then the shrink wrap. If I apply the shrink wrap first, so I'll apply the shrink wrap there, and you'll see applied modifier was not first, results may be unexpected, but you can see that the mirror modifier has kind of lost its clipping. So I'll undo that, and let's apply the mirror first, so apply the mirror, and you can just hover over these and press Ctrl A, but you can see applying the mirror first and then the shrink wrap, we haven't got any of those anomalies. That will be the reason why. It shouldn't matter too much because we still have to adapt our unwrap because we've applied the mirror. Now when we go into the UV editing workspace, it puts us into edit mode, and you can see that our original, so without the multi-resolution modifier enabled, is slightly overlapping things like our boots here. So we may want to do a little bit of adjusting. However, one thing I would say is that this is a very low poly version. If I select all, I'll just turn on the statistics so we can see how many faces that is. You can see that we've got under 4,000 faces, so this would be very low poly. Personally, I would like this to be a little bit more detailed than that, so I would probably have my base level at somewhere like level 1 here, so there is a subdivision on it. If I go into object mode now, you can see what that looks like, because we've still got flat shading, and I think that's the right amount of detail that we want for our character, and that is just under 15,000 faces. So although not considered low poly, it's relatively low poly for AAA. Game standards or high quality standards, should we say. If you did want to have this version as the low poly, then we would probably need to edit the boots slightly and some of the other objects that are poking through. It may be as well, if you wanted to have level of details in your game, where you have this as one of the levels of detail, for when you're zoomed out a long way, then you might need to do a little bit of tidy up before exporting. But for now, I'm happy to have one level of detail as our base level, as it were. So let's go into edit mode and start thinking about the UVs. Now currently I have sync selection turned on the top left here. That means whatever I select in here will appear in here. And I selected this area because it does look a little bit squashed in and it looks like it needs a bit of tidy up. And you can just see that by the amount of black. We could turn on UV stretching as well, but anywhere that has the vertices close together, we probably need to take a little bit of a look at. In particular, in this case, the face needs a bit of work. So that's why UV sync selection is helpful. But for editing the UVs, it can be a little bit awkward, because when I select this, you can see the other areas where the seams are selected as well. So it's not only selecting the vertices here, but also where those vertices are joined to. When I turn that off and select all in our viewport and start selecting areas, you can see it's only selecting those vertices. So generally, when you're editing, you turn UV sync selection off, but when you're looking for which areas are which, it's sometimes helpful to turn it on so you can see what you've got selected. So for now, I'll turn it off, but we can turn it on if we need to. I need to go into this face area here. If I select all, that's this area here. and just make sure that's unwrapped from the body completely, and we'll need to unwrap it so it's not so close together like it is here. So I'll deselect all, I'll go into that area and just check the seams. We should have seams going all the way around the neck, but there must be an area that's missing because it's joined together here. It's relatively hard to see actually where that would be. I'll press Alt-Z to go into X-ray mode, and it's just here at the front. It's quite an interesting unwrap. I think I've made a mistake there. So this line here to this line here is actually inside of the neck. So I'll Control E, mark seams. Then we can right click there, and I'm going to clear the seams of this one from here to here where I've made a mistake. So right click, clear seams. And now when I press A and then U to unwrap, we should see the head as a separate object. Click A and then U to unwrap, click clear seams. And now when I press A and then U to unwrap, we should see the head as a separate object, which we do just here. Let's zoom into that and see what it looks like. So we still see this area here at the front with the eyes, nose and mouth, and it's still quite small. So we need to adapt that slightly and give it more room on our UV map because the face is quite an important area. I'll press Alt-Z to go back out of X-ray mode and have a think about how we can split that up. Now a nice easy way is to just go down the middle of the head like so. And in fact, it can help to go down the middle of the body like so as well, and cut all these shapes in half. It is a very simplistic way of cutting up the shape. A lot of people prefer to leave the front because then when you unwrap it, it kind of unfolds the face flat, and you can take this into something like Photoshop and paint on this area. We're not going to do that, so we don't have to worry too much about that. We can cut the face in half like so. I don't think I'm going to go all the way around the body though, so I'm going to select from here and go round, all the way around the body though. So I'm going to select from here and go round the middle of the face. I'm going to select from here. Yeah, and go round the middle of the face, like so, just by holding down Control and going to the end here, and then right click, mark it like so, just by holding down Control. And going to the end here, and then right click, mark seams. Selecting all, and U to unwrap. And unwrap. And now when I select this area, you can see the unwrap there and how that's cut it in half. Turn sync selection on, that'll be easier to see. So we've got these two halves of our face like so. I'm just going to select this vertex here and zoom in on that, and I think I've missed a seam in that area, so I've just got to check it's gone all the way into the middle. There we go, I've missed a seam, and that's why it's joined together, and that's how you can tell you've missed a seam. If they're stuck together like this, there should be a gap in the eyelids. So again, right click, mark seams. I'm leaving all these mistakes in because they're likely mistakes that you will make as well. Select all, U to unwrap, and then unwrap. And now let's look for our face again. I've turned on sync selection again, so we've got part there and part there, and you can find it by selecting the whole face, and there's the two sections, one there and the other section is over here. Okay, so we've unwrapped the body, and just as a quick reminder, if I select all, U to unwrap, unwrap. If we go to the unwrap settings, you need an island margin of 0.01 as a safe island margin, and you've got a little bit of distance. islands, which will help us not to see any seams, because when we bake the textures, it will just go slightly over the edge of the margin. So having a little bit of space like this is important, and the optimal
DJ knew, and I was in the studio before the pre-saves too. My Uber driver turned a dial up and I heard it, the perfect. I said, hold up, yeah, I know that dude. Remember, never sleeping, forever we were fighting like this isn't my first rodeo, man. And getting hyphy on the weekend like high percentage of OVO fans. I resented the music you would show to your band and not me. From watching you recording your verses and doing many takes and ending up with different versions. I thought my love was more than words in a page, but you rearranged me and swapped me for a different
island margin is 0.01. Okay, so now's a good time to catch up with me, marking the seams on your org, unwrapping it and making sure the island margin is 0.01. Okay, so we could leave it like this, but generally speaking, the head is quite an important focus. So quite often, with an unwrap like this, we want to select the head islands, which we can only do with sync selection turned off, and go to the island mode, select the head and then scale them up slightly, so they're slightly bigger. Focus. We could leave it like this, but generally speaking, the head is quite an important focus. So quite often, with an unwrap like this, we want to select the head islands, which we can only do with sync selection turned off, and go to the island mode, select the head and then scale them up slightly, so they're slightly bigger in our unwrap. Then we can select all, UV, pack. Islands in our unwrap. Then we can select all, UV, pack islands, turn off the scale, select all, UV, pack islands, then we can select all, UV, pack islands, turn off the scale and pack. That packs our UVs together and finds a space for them without affecting this scale. It's done an okay job, but there is a glitch there that these have overlapped the edge and we don't want that. So you have to check for that and make sure that that doesn't happen. Let's try that again. UV, pack islands. It did move things around a little bit, but hasn't changed the shape. I can just scale this one down very slightly to fit it in. It's a little bit frustrating because we have an area here and here which isn't being utilized. So perhaps there's other areas which we could minimize and then try and repack to make the most of this space. I did mention before that there is an area at the bottom. So if I go to face mode, down the bottom here, just go to local view so you can see that. We don't really need these faces at all. I can actually select them and delete them.
Oh, really?
Faces at the bottom here as well. Make sure I haven't got anything else and delete those faces. So again, select all, use to unwrap and unwrap. Check my margin, that's fine. Select my two face islands. I'll change across to individual origins and scale them up. So they relatively big, select all and again pack islands. Make sure scale's turned off and relatively big, face islands. I'll change cross to individual origins and scale them up. So they're relatively big, select all and again pack islands. Make sure scale's turned. Fine, select my two face islands. I'll change cross to individual origin. Scale them up. So they're relatively big, select all. And again, pack islands. Make sure scale's turned off and pack. It's a little bit better with less space taken up, but again it's failed slightly pushing these over the edge. I think we can just scale these down a touch and move them into position, which is a little bit of a shame really. Looks like I can get away with that in there. Maybe rotate this around. I think that is in the best spot, and that's just in there. So we've got a little bit of space in between the islands, that's important, and we're not touching the edge. Let's go around the other edges, make sure that everything's okay. And I think we're doing all right now. So that's our unwrap for the orc's body. So we should be able to successfully texture it. So as always, make sure you've caught up with me and that you've saved your work.
Ready for next time. Dome.
In this lecture,
Alright, we're gonna save this as file, save as, new unwrap underscore body.
we'll be unwrapping the armor and we'll be placing all those unwrapped objects onto one UV map. Okay, so here's what we got up to last time. Now come out of local view so we can select our other objects, such as the armor and clothing. I'm going to put the orc back into object mode, and for the moment I'll press H to hide so we can see the other objects that we need to unwrap. We've still got the teeth and the eyes as well as extra objects, not just the armor, so just be aware of them. We need to unwrap those as well. What I want you to do is go through each of the objects and check their unwrap. So the plate armor, that's been unwrapped okay, but we've got other objects such as the straps. We're going to edit mode, that's the unwrap for that at the moment. The belt here, that's the unwrap. So we need a bit of work on the other objects. As a challenge to you, I want you to unwrap each of your objects, except for now for the belts. I'll talk about those in just a moment. So pause the video and have a go at unwrapping each of those objects. So we'll start with the top and go downwards. I'll start with our horn here. I'll go into edit mode, isolate the object, and we'll just want to cut that in half. So into edge mode, select the edge going across.
Do you do this often? Getting into problems. Don't know what you want from me. Playing with my heartstrings. Penny for your thoughts, miss. Tell me how you feel. Pull me in, feel my touch. Give me everything at once. What if we fell in love? What if you and I were us? What if you and I were us? What if you and I
Hello everyone, today we are going to learn basic Blender tutorials how to optimize mesh. To optimize mesh in Blender, we can use a decimal modifier. You can go to modifier and then add for decimal. Next, click on unsubdivide. Now you can set for the details, but first you need to select the object. And like I will see, the press count is about 31,000 press, and you can reduce by pressing this into once to be reduced half, and press again, and press again. So we reduce into 3,000 from 31,000. You can apply. Then you can see in edit mode, it will automatically reduce the press in 3D mesh object. Okay, that's it for basic Blender tutorials.
I hope I fall asleep tonight. Memories of you up in my mind. We might not make it out this time. I really hate to say goodbye. I hate to say goodbye. I make my bed, that's where I lie. You ring my number, hit my line. You made my summer feel alive.
And join, we can select the object and go to edit mode, and then make sure that we select all the geometry. I press A, and then we can go to merge, and we can go to separate, or we can use shortcut P to use separate. I press P and then show the separate menu, and then in this case I will use those paths. See, so the objects are separate. We can go back to object mode, so we can select the 4 objects. Actually, the 2 eyes are separated by those paths. If you want
there, and that looks a good place to mark the seam. Yeah, go into edit mode, isolate the object, and we'll just want to cut that in half. So into edge mode, select the edge going across around there, and that looks a good place to mark the seams. So right click, mark seams. You could separate out the end here. Sometimes that can be useful because if this is a completely different material to this one, so this is metal and this is horn, it can be really helpful for selection and isolating UVs. So a good option is to mark the seams here, and then we can actually delete these here. So right click, clear seams, and then select all, to unwrap and unwrap, and that's our unwrap there. Notice the bottom section here has a little bit of a skewed unwrap, which is unusual, and it ought to be a bit flatter. You can change this to conformal, which can sometimes do a better job, but often it changes other aspects and can be a little bit awkward. So angle-based generally just does a slightly nicer job, but there's not a lot in it. Now at the moment that's not a great unwrap, and we'll want to position these to take up more pixels. However, we're going to put all the armor pieces and clothing onto one map, which I'll talk about later, so we don't have to worry about the positions. So that's the horn unwrapped. So I'll go back into object mode, back out of local view. These should be linked duplicates, so that should have exactly the same unwrap as the original. Now that could possibly cause slight issues because these will have exactly the same texturing as each other. I'm going to leave it like that so I can show you exactly what that looks like and how that will affect us later on, and we should be able to cope with it okay. Next is the piece of armor, which we've already unwrapped, so we can select all there and we can see the unwrap. It's fairly clean there. You might possibly want this one with a hole in the middle cut in half because this is kind of dead space, and that's the outside edge here, so we can go from here to this one here and here to this one here, and again right click, mark seams, select all, use to unwrap and unwrap, and then we don't get that hole, and we can reposition these a bit later on. So that's the plate armor unwrapped. Go to the teeth here. We haven't really done much with these in terms of sculpting them maybe. I've got a subdivision surface modifier on, so if I go into edit mode, they're very, very simplistic. We should be okay with that simplicity. Again, it's a good opportunity to show you how simplistic you can go with these models and where perhaps you don't need to add a multi-resolution modifier and do some sculpting. So we'll leave that nice and simple for the time being, but we will need to unwrap it, so I'll go all the way around the outside. I'll go into local view so we can see it more easily. So we just cut it in half like that. Right click, mark seams, select all, view to unwrap and unwrap. We've got these two sides there. It's mirrored onto the other side, so it's going to be exactly the same from the texture this side to this side. And again, we'll leave it like that, that should be fine. So back out of local view, got things like the belt. Into edit mode, we should be able to cut this in half, cut around the outside like so. I'll right click, mark seams, just quickly see what that looks like. So A and then U to unwrap. And we've got something that looks like this. Looks okay at the moment, but what I'm going to do with this one is just double check with the UV stretch under the overlays. You can see there's a little bit of stretching around the very edge there and on the inside edges here. What we can do here is with the corners, which are those stretch points, go in from there, Control E, mark seams. I'm just going to show you what that looks like, so I select all U and wrap. Can you see how this corner now has less stretch? So you can kind of cut a seam into the corners where you've got a bit of stretch, and that can help. So I'll go through each of the corners, just a bit of seam marking there, and unwrap again. And you can see we've lost a lot of that stretch. We've got a little bit in the middle here. I think we should be okay. That's that middle section around here. We could possibly cut this object out. I think we're just about okay there though, so I'm going to leave that as is. The loincloth, we should be able to just cut this in half. That's both ways, so we'll have to go around the outside of this because it has got an inside and an outside. So I'm just selecting all the way around, holding down Alt and Shift to try and select that outside edge, but it hits a pole every now and again, so it stops. But I think I've got everything now. So let's right click, mark seams and try and unwrap. So select all, U to unwrap. And it's almost there. It doesn't actually look too bad, but I've forgotten to do the top. So I'm just going to go into local view. I need to unwrap the top as well, going around here. So mark seams, select all, U to unwrap and unwrap. And that's a little bit better, I think. This is one of those occasions where you could select the inside shape and then scale that down. because you don't want it to take up as many UVs as the outside. So if I go to select island, so I'll deselect all, press L to select by the seam. So this bit, for example, and this bit here, we could have scaled up slightly compared to the inside ones, which aren't going to be seen as much. But again, we're not going to sort those bits out just yet. We're going to unwrap them all together in a moment. So again, back into object mode, out of local view, and then I'll quickly unwrap the other areas. Again, there's a little bit of stretch on the corners here, and that's each of these corners. And I can unwrap again, and you can see that's taken away that stretch by kind of unfolding them a bit like a cardboard box. I'll work on the boots next. I'll go into local view. The sole of the boots actually is something that we can reduce down because we won't see it, so I'll be able to scale them in the UV editor later on, and I'll cut the shape in half. Minimal stretch. And again, I'd probably reduce the size of these because they're not as crucial. Actually, I think I'll select the inside edges here. Again, probably just need these corners to be unwrapped as well, so we can get rid of some of that stretch. Might need these ones in here, possibly as well. I'm just going to see how that looks. Taking away a bit of that stretch. Okay, so that's almost all except for the straps. The straps are slightly different because I've still got the solidify modifier on. And that means that when I go to unwrap, we've only got a plane to unwrap, so that's the whole plane. So if I select all and press U to unwrap, and unwrap, it should unwrap in a long strip like so. That does mean that when we texture, we'll just be texturing this bit and then it will stretch across to the other side. So we'll see a little bit of stretching in here. But because it's so small, we can probably get away with it, especially for these two straps on the boots. So I'll select this, need to unwrap. That's a circle, so we'll need to cut that off somewhere. I'll go to isolation view. We can probably get rid of these faces in fact, so I'll delete those faces. Just double check that that's cutting through okay, and then again unwrap, and they'll go in a long line like so. That's fine. So lastly then is things like the belt and this shoulder strap. Again, we will see a tiny bit of stretching across the joint here. And again, I think that will just about be okay. So into edit mode and select all, view to unwrap, unwrap, it should go in a nice long line like so. Same with our belt down here, although that goes into the middle, doesn't it? So we need to just delete some of these faces, that's fine. Now this will be interesting because it's still got a mirror on, so we would see repetition of the material going across here. Again, that's something that we can do, so it'll be really useful to show you that process and what it looks like, and possibly how we can deal with that if we need to. So I'll select all those, U to unwrap and unwrap. And we're just about there. The last thing then is the eyes. They're actually a tiny bit awkward. Let's zoom in on those. Because the main focus is on the front here. So if I go into edit mode, it's kind of helpful to cut it in half, perhaps somewhere around here, or perhaps one further forward. Because if the eyeball looks down, we still won't see the very back there. So marking a seam at this point is useful. But we also need, if I select all and unwrap now, you can see there's a bit of stretching on the outside as it becomes lighter blue in here and darker on the outside here. A lot of the time people will come from here to here in the four corners to get rid of that stretch. We don't particularly need to do that, and I think this unwrap will work relatively well. So I believe we have everything unwrapped, and hopefully you got an okay with that. Now we want to put these all onto one UV map. So now I can select all these pieces at the same time, go into edit mode, make sure I've got everything selected with A, and once again unwrap. Now what that does, it unwraps everything onto one map, which is really useful. Although you can see there's a problem because some are really big and some are really small. And we haven't got that much difference between the armor pieces for that to happen. Now when you see this, because some of these items have the wrong scale attached, and I can see straight away what that is. It's the eyes. If I go into edit mode, you can see they're unwrapped there, and the teeth, which have this huge unwrap. So if I press N on my keyboard, go to item, into object mode, just move that across so you can see them. The scale is set, so it's 0.018. So it thinks its actual size at 1 is really, really big, and the same for the eyes. So as always, I need to select them, Control A, and apply the scale. Now when I select everything, go into edit mode, select all, unwrap, you can see it's evened them out in a much better way. The next thing to think about is how we can size. So as always, I need to select them, Control A, and apply the scale. Now when I select everything, go into edit mode, select all, view, unwrap, you can see it's evened them out in a much better way. The next thing to think about is how we can scale our objects to optimize them. And I was saying about the loincloth, the backs of the loincloth, we don't need as much detail. So if I deselect all with Alt A and press L over those, I can then select them in here, and with individual origins turned on, we can scale those both down. They don't need to be as big. The same with the top here. In fact, let's press Alt A first and then L. Just select that, and I can press L in here to select those and scale that down. Some of the backs of the armor pieces, so Alt A, L to select those, and scale this down slightly. And possibly in here, the back of this armor piece, I can select that and scale it down. The soles of the shoes probably don't need as much detail. In fact, have I unwrapped the very sole? I don't think I have. But the good thing about that is that it is a solidified object with a solidify modifier on it. So it is just unwrapping this plane. So if I select that, it is unwrapped quite nicely like so. We might actually see the sole of the shoe when the character's running and so forth, so we can keep that a sensible size. We'll just quickly double check, going into object mode, that the scale is set correctly. It's very slightly out, it won't make much difference. I'll press Ctrl A now and scale it, but that won't make too much difference to our UV unwrap. So once again, I select all, into edit mode, select all there, and now I want to select all and pack my islands once again. So pack islands. Make sure my margin's right, turn off the scale and pack. And for some reason it's squished them all into the corner. Helpful thing is my 3D cursor is down the bottom here. If it's not, press Shift S, cursor to origin, that brings it down here, and I can use the 3D cursor, or the 2D cursor I should call it, and scale these up until they hit the corner there. I'm just going to give them a bit of a margin away from the edge, so I'm just going to press G to grab, bring them out from the edge, and we've got all our armor pieces tucked into this space here. There's a slightly useful thing here as well. We've got a little bit of space to play with, just in case one of these unwraps, like the belt for example, I wanted to apply the solidify modifier, I could fit the extra faces for the unwrap down the corner here perhaps. So giving yourself a little bit of room can be helpful if you want to make any edits later. Okay, so that is unwrapping all of the armor. So make sure you've caught up with me and that you've unwrapped everything together and you've saved your work ready for next time.
Okay, it feels like every summer's getting hotter, so personally I like putting sugar in some water in a pot until it heats up and makes syrup I can mix with some fresh lemon juice, then I stir and take a sip like life gave me lemons.
In this lecture we'll be baking out the normal map, which is the bumpiness texture. Okay, so here's where we're going to...
Now it's time to cool off. Temperature was getting raised, I was getting too hot. I said I'm on the move, now I wanna move on. Luck is on my side with you, nothing I can do wrong. Nothing like a new dawn. Got tired of the same old gray cold days where I had to wear a raincoat. Stay so drained all the time, just wanted clear sky, sunshine, feel it nearby. Had to wait for such a long time, unwind, time to relax, finna meditate. Summertime, I'ma lean back, sipping lemonade. Let's see, been a minute since I caught a break. Now I'm stress free, so I'm finna kick it every day. I've got this warmth inside my soul. I hope I never.
So you know how to seam, but you don't know where to seam. Not a problem. A lot of this comes down to personal preference, but if you're ever unsure, there's two philosophies that will get you 95% of the way most of the time. The first is to just copy professional fashion. Look at a shirt that is similar to the one that you're making. Notice how they place the seams in real life. A lot of the time, Those are pretty safe bets on where you can place the seams in 3D. Method 2. Turn everything into a cylinder. If you're working on the body, notice how if we remove the hands and feet, the arms and legs basically become tubes, which means we can seam them the same way we would do a cylinder. See, nothing complicated, just put the seams where they are in real life, and if all else fails, treat it like a cylinder. Once
I've been liberated, letting go of worries, let them dissipate. Yeah, lately I've been feeding off the sunshine, thinking about life, yeah, I love mine. You can catch me chilling, catching vibes up on cloud 9. Finally I'm outside, yeah, it's about time. So can you feel the heat, cause I'm starting to? This is like a dream and it's coming true. Hands on the wheel, what you wanna do? Well, where you wanna go? Do you wanna ride? Got no time to slow
I'm gonna
down.
go ahead and select edges for the loop.
Get my feet up, I need that. Hope you can keep up, don't keep me waiting. Breeze and the sunshine just feels so amazing, yeah. I've got this warmth inside my soul. I hope I never let it go. I'm feeling better every day. Now all I need is lemonade. And I feel summer in my bones.
Okay, welcome back to One TV, I'm Weir, and today we'll look at some interesting texturing of human clothing. That's going to include marking the seams, looking at some texture paint, and then looking at how we can add an image texture to the shape. And what I'm going to do is we're going to firstly look at a few different things to do with what the shape is and how we can get it set up to mark the seams, because you're going to have some confusing shapes when you get around to creating some more advanced clothing. So I'm supposing you have your own clothing, but if you did want this clothing, there's a link in the description to a tutorial series that will let you create it. And but we're looking at texturing, so I kind of suppose you have your own clothing, and it's probably not a coat or anything like this. It's probably, you know, you could have some armor or something, and it gets a little bit more advanced than that. So what I'm going to do is mention some general stuff about how we can mark the seams properly and unwrap that, and hopefully it will lead to you being able to unwrap whatever kind of clothing that you have in front of you.
I know it's hard to see the light inside the little thing, but something's telling me to take a leap, take a step, live your life the way you know. Don't forget to take a breath, trust that everything is gonna work the way it's supposed to. Look up to the sky and wait, just how it's supposed to.
So,
Special in our lives and take, even if I'm miles away from where we think we ought to be, I know it's ever brighter days. It's a lot of ass, I just wanna do it my way. Where my people at, I take that passion and apply things. I don't want that extra stereotype thing. I ain't gonna bet a single lesson with they offering. Fuck up on my screen, you better not to ask. I just wanna be mean, you better not to ask. And I'd rather just lean, yeah, and you can outcast. Rather be lean, paint a perfect picture, perfect bitch. I get to working, I'm just trying to live and learn and kick it, burn and shift the earth. And if my dog get trouble, tell the copper that I did the dirt, and I just plead this fit is working. You can kiss the curtain, bitch. I kiss it early. It's just word, this death, and it's rain on the third earth first. I'ma spit it, how I live it. It's my word. She a bad birdie, I'm a worm. Could you scoop me up? I ain't never owned a whip, but I can give and go a bit. Anxiety is so a bitch. I done tried a lot of things. I done tried not watching numbers and not buying Starbucks, but my life is all fucked. I called it love, that's just what. What's the word? What's up? Must have slurred it some. What's the curse I put in my tongue? Of course I wouldn't got done. You're forcing it like I would. I'm warming up as I would. I'm bored with it as I should be. Never quite as good as I should be. My demeanor looking 5'3", and I'm 5'11", and I'm running down to fit the rhyme, whatever. I'm fucking high as ever, on this sort of kind of clever. Find a level to reach and then jump from. It don't hurt as bad when it's just one star. I heard y'all smack, who you get bumps from. I hit y'all back when I hit my floor. It's a lot of ass, I just wanna do it my way. Where my people at, I take that passion and apply things. I don't want that catchy stereotype thing. I ain't gonna bet a single lesson with they offering. Fuck up on my screen, is that a lot to ask? I just wanna be mean, is that a lot to ask? And I'd rather just leave, rather be lean.
Just to be in this state again. All that I want, all that I need, all that I think about, all that I see, all that I feel, all that I dream about. No.
just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around here. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house here. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA, said I just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA now. She just wanna go, I just wanna come with. All across the world, from Japan to Paris now. I just wanna play, she just got own twin. So stuck in my ways, I just don't know what to say now. Running and jumping again, slipping across the states, and I think that this day I haven't been a kid. Loving the life that I live, slipping down a green room, not the hallway. I can see through, I done needed you always. We could just play house, you could be my spouse, maybe. We could just go out, practice mouth to mouth, crazy, yeah. I just wanna live like I'm reckless and young, yeah. Tell it by my name, I'm too quick to fall in love. Lucky just for us, let it stay, it gets stronger. Went from just a babe to the breath in my lungs. Made me think that I could fly if I jump. Baby really taking number one, yeah. Sorta kinda got me wrapped up in a touch. I'm in luck, cause she seems to understand what I once said. I just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around here. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house here. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA, said I just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA now. All they ever do is talk, I'd rather make them talk like the kids in the hallways, yeah. Seeing my rank going up, making my cast and I'm reeling it all. I'm seeing the hoop and I'm ready to ball, yeah. Seeing the way that I walk, I got a tall mountain to climbing outside of the hill when I want, yeah. I'm from the stars and I never could fall, and I know one day I'll go up, yeah. But until then, I just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around here. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house here. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA, said I just wanna play, wanna build myself a playground. You know what they say, that it ain't really safe around. Day to day, I've been feeling like I play house. Hop up on a plane to the Bay to LA now.
Look at me, just look at my eyes. Can't you see? I want to know why. Your mind is rewinding, too tangled up in space. So why don't you slow down, strip all your thoughts with me? So why don't we just sway and moving in my way? If you don't wanna stay, at least we can just sway. So why don't we just if you don't wanna stay, at least we can just
Brother, what?
Just scratching the surface
That doesn't reflect.
what's on the other side. Only a twisting sky. We're leaving, not knowing which way that we are going. Keep fighting to catch up to the things we were never chasing. How many times can we keep going round and round? Push with our arms out wide, it crashes down. But at a glimpse, only for a second, I saw it could be a comet passing over me, a comet passing over me. Can you show me what I've been missing? No time to stop now. We're falling down. I'd like to believe in this whole reality. It's not like ours, but still close to me. We're still looking up to keep feeling small. The stars whispering to answer my call. But at a glimpse, only for a second, I saw it could be a comet passing over me, a comet passing over me. Can you show me what I've been missing? Time to stop now. We're falling down. So tell me this is all a dream, that I'm sleepwalking every star that I can see, slowly stopping, and I can't hold back all these tears. So will you be there holding me when the sky is falling? Everything that I knew slowly slipping out of you, and if it's all that we have, stay with me and hold my hand. And I don't know which way is up. I'm only left with damage done. So tell me this is all a dream, that I'm sleepwalking every star that I can see, slowly stopping, and I can't hold back all these tears. So will you be there holding me when the sky is falling? When the sky is falling.
Some days I think I need a little reset, just a bit of time and I'll find you. What if you're gone when I get back? Think my anxiety's asking for a friend. Well, some days I wake up feeling better. It's like there's something really different about the weather. And I'll take your hand and swim. Take your hand.
'Cause I've been thinking lately, I ain't got no time to sleep in. Daydreams, everything that I could ask for. That's all. Put myself up off the asphalt. Back up on my 2 feet. 'Cause I've been thinking lately, I ain't got no time to sleep in. Daydreams, everything that I could ask for. That's all. Put myself up off the asphalt. Back up on my 2 feet.
I'm falling down deeper if I can't get up. Deep these little reasons I've been giving up. Something's feeling out of my control. Days been giving in, I'm getting old. Working hard to try to find a home. Pick the pieces up and get my own. But why do I gotta bleed to see the pieces come to life? And about the picture, but I see it with my eyes. Gotta leave these demons, put my feet up in the light. Gotta find the time, I'll put this past
'Cause
my
I've been thinking lately, I ain't got no time to sleep in. Daydreams, everything that I could ask for. That's all. Put myself up off the asphalt. Back up on my 2 feet. 'Cause I've been thinking lately, I ain't got no time to sleep in. Daydreams, everything that I could ask for. That's all. Put myself up off the asphalt. Back up on my 2 feet.
This scepter has my name in it. And sometimes I think my castle is crumbling down towards under. Now I think my crown is gone. And I like to see my kingdom flourish in this field of daffodils. Someday Father knows I'm coming home. Yeah, they tell me I'm the one that really in the game shit. I guess they half right, the proof is in my name. Whoa, I ain't throw it, but these rocks breaking windows in this glass house and this brass mouth. There's nothing I'm a snitch on myself, yeah, I'm a tattletale in this battle. Well, I ain't started, man, he did, yeah. And this king ain't afraid to save face with my comedy and tragedy in the same place. They're flying in our love. Whoa. Sometimes I wonder why I wanted to fly so high. I wonder why it's something about this stuff. Sometimes I wonder why we all wanted to fly so high. Yo, man, ain't a thing changed but the crown on my top. So picture me, wait, it ain't a throne but a rock. You hearing me say that I'm mopping up shots, standing on top of the world.
So I had to let it drop.
Just to back into the top. Every day I'm so closer to the blessing of the scrap. And every color of the world is addressing what I got. And the spirit is a blessing, and this blessing is enough, yo. Oh my Father, this sunshine. You know I wonder why heaven calls to the wretched, but I learn. I know they say that gates and maybe I'd agree if I were born this way. I know that sometimes I don't have a lot to say, but this scepter has my name in it. Oh, there's something about these doves. They're flying in our love.
So you know how to sing, but you don't know where to sing. Not a problem. A lot of this comes down to personal.
We all wanted to fly so high. I wonder why.
Excuse me. Is this how that works? Probably not, right? Probably not. How should I go about unwrapping this?
Okay, mommy, what you be doing tonight? See, I just wanted to know if you're going alright. Please don't let that juice spill on the leather, it's pricey. Either way, girl, you're still wifey. At 5'5", thick thighs, that big old ass, and them light brown eyes. You dance good, bounce right, sing to me to the pale moonlight. It's early in the morning, and I still got you moaning. Wake up because you ain't done this before. Looking at it now like I don't know. She said she can do it right. She said she can do it right. Girl, I wanna do you right. She said she can do it. She can do it. Okay, baby, take it slow, but maybe so much in my memory. I still miss you. Could we spend another summer together? Spend another weekend wherever. Wanted to take you to Kehlani and bounce to the back and party with alcohol in this cup. Hope it's youth on my top. G-Shock in this watch caption. It's Insta like it's old fashioned. It's old school, it ain't brand new. It's a long time, but it's still you. And there's some girls, they ain't gone, there's still a few. And there's some girls, they're still fine, but they ain't you. So let's hit Western Europe, it ain't far. Plus it's near your mom's. I can drop you home after we done fucking in my car. Okay, baby, take it slow, but maybe sexing like you crazy. Ain't no other lady you say can do all the things we've been through, up and out and into. Ain't no other. She said she can do it right. She said she can do it right. Girl, I wanna do you right. She said she can do it. She can do it.
think I figured it out. Although I feel like it probably should be on the other side, right? I don't know.
go, baby, let's go. Light speed, out of life that I sacrifice. If I step on your shoes, I'm sorry. I get nervous when I get this high. You just go slide like you live on ice, and I love this life for you. I'm on my
We don't need another drink. Let's go to the after party. What you wanna know about me? Come around, or do you wanna slow it down? Can you feel it all around? Feel it, bodies touch the ground.
Can you feel the spot? We been here before, want this hard to go waste. I love hearing you talk, I ain't even doubt this here wasn't the way. Said I've been thinking, what's something saying this? Yo, all I'm shaking, I'm feeling deeper somewhere that sound like dreaming.
My price, a new spot is busy. Neon lights with cold glasses of whiskey. It's 2 a.m. and no plans. She got a drink in her hands, a centerpiece. Can I offer a dance? Cause all I need is a second, a chance to find out who are we for a moment and hear this find out. Wanna sing to the rhythm, hard on my feet. I love it when you lean and you stop when you catching the beat.
We don't need another drink. Let's go to the after party. What you wanna know about me? Come around, or do you wanna slow it down? Can you feel it all around? Feel it, bodies touch the ground. We don't need another drink. Let's go to the after party. What you wanna know about me? Come around, or do
mistakes over and over again. But everything goes up and down. No matter how high you get off the ground. But I won't worry about that now. No, I won't worry about that now. Cause everything goes up and down. Hey, don't worry about every cloud. Oh, everything goes up and down. I hope that you come back around.
I said, baby, where you at? Never mind, scratch that. Hang up on the phone, then I hit you right back. I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone. Well, maybe I'm selfish, I don't really care though. Baby, spare me with your lies. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know where you've been or who you with. Maybe ignorance is bliss. I'm feeling sick, a little anxious. It goes away the second we kiss. Do you miss me when you're with him? Are we homies when the lights dim? I don't know. I don't know. Always crazy, thinking about you, baby. What you doing lately? I wonder if you hate me. I'm going crazy, thinking about you, baby. What I'm doing lately, I don't think you can save me. I said, baby, where you at? Never mind, scratch that. Hang up on the phone and I hit you right back. I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone. Maybe I'm selfish, I don't really care though. Baby, spare me with your lies. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know. And I cannot sleep, stuck inside a dream. It never goes away. It never goes away. Maybe it's me, staring at the scene. Oh baby, won't you stay? Oh baby, won't you stay with me? I don't know what to do these days without you by my side. Won't you stay for the night? I have too much pride to let you go. I said, baby, where you at? Never mind, scratch that. Hang up on the phone, then I hit you right back. I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone. Maybe I'm selfish, I don't really care though. Baby, spare me with your lies. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know. Going crazy, thinking about you, baby. What you doing lately? I wonder if you hate me. I'm going crazy, thinking about you, baby. What I'm doing lately, I don't think you can save me.
I can't find what I'm looking for when I've searched high and low.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems I found out what I'm looking for after all this time. And you'll see I'm happy, but I can't stop wanting to keep looking for a little more. I've admitted I'm upstream without a paddle. I'm in a battle. I find a way to find a way to find a way out till I see why. My head is in it. I can't wait another minute. I can't decide to keep it tight still, but I know what I need to do.
I think we want to keep this together, right? Oh crap, I gotta season my steak really quick.
don't know nobody's leaving, and I pray that I'll still be here when you say that you don't know how much you mean to me. And you know my life's for you, and you're trusting yours to me. I can see the flowers growing, no matter where we're going. So far from your gaze I've stayed, holding to my own secret. Thought I could just stand and gaze from patience and virtue, but every time you call me when you're lonely, but you know you don't own me. Wanna be my one and only tonight, and I don't know why you do that. Hurt me, put me through that, got me running back to you every time. And I can't keep my hands to myself, and I don't feel this way about anyone else.
You are my weakness, weakness.
I just lose control, hate to be alone. How can I say no? You're my weakness, weakness. Baby, you should know. Tell me how to let you go. I think about you when I'm lonely. I don't want to, but I'm so weak. Wanna hold you so closely tonight, and I don't know why I do that when I'm so low, wanting you back. Gotta calm down and take my time, and I can't keep my hands to myself, and I don't feel this way about anyone else. You're my weakness, weakness. I just lose control, hate to be alone. How can I say no? You're my weakness, weakness. Baby, you should know. Tell me how to let you go. You're my weakness, weakness. I just lose control, hate to be alone. How can I say no? You're my weakness, weakness. Baby, you should know. Tell me how to let you go.
What the heck?
You're my weakness, weakness. Baby, you should know.
How did I just completely miss all of this? This is pretty cool. I really do want to be crashing into your shore, wrapping all around you, sinking to the ground floor, ocean deep, wanna be.
Here at your door, 12 a.m. and sleeping on your porch until
Begin and looking into your eyes endlessly, falling into your lap desperately, sitting at your feet, soaking in all your energy, sip you through my front teeth. Ooh, my hands like hot tea, knowing I'm safe 'cause you want me. Ooh, sitting in a garden at your feet, you on me, holding on and on. You're crying at the corner of my heart. I Can't afford to lose you any longer. Ooh, holding you like hot tea. You and me only, holding on and on.
I wanna be ruined by love, drowning in rivers of peace, taking the pieces we cut, longing for everything. Take it all in, life-size bites. I'ma be outside up all night in the stars, pale moonrise, longing for everything.
Endlessly, desperately, looking at all your energy of I wanna be. Hold you in my hands like hot tea. Knowing I'm safe 'cause you are me. Sitting in the garden at your feet, you and me only. Holding on and on. And at the corner of my heart, I can't afford to lose you any longer. You're like hot tea. You and me only. Holding on and on. Hold you in my hands like hot tea. Knowing I'm safe 'cause you want me. Making in the garden at your feet, you and me only. Holding on and on, on and on. On and on. You and me only. Holding on and on.
I remember all the days I wished I fit in. Look back and wish I listened. Now it's taxing to be different. I remember all the pain I thought I lived in. And on the cool, it's kinda trash how they glorify the ignorant. I've been working on my habit of rapping about how I'm rapping. Trying to change my bracket, trying to change my understanding. Watch my mouth before they watch me in that wooden onesie. In a jacket that I got in way too early to be comfy. I'm trying to change my rhythm. Learning how I lift it so I can carry me different. I'm trying to rewrite my system like I just might pay attention and hold them tight before those arms decide to let me go. Go figure out with traffic all these habits to a metronome. So don't pick up all the late calls. Just wait, let them in, cause I hate y'all. A goes richer but the same ones. Tells the time and I'm trying just to take charge. Yeah, don't know how to wait it out, but it's all good in the end if I'm still my mama's favorite child. Wanna be famous now, but it's tragic, so I'll wrap up all these habits till I have it. No more speaking matter-of-factly. That's what people had them teachers for. Life's whooping my ass, I guess I'll read the score. I know my friends have my back, I guess I might have to pass. They'll throw the oop and I'll be gliding like a UFO. Why you ain't shoot that for? Word, if we win I guess I should do that more. Know when I'm in and haters will wish it was them that scored. Cause I'll be winning MVP before they realize they the people who I stayed there for. The city don't care no more. So don't hit me back, I'll hit you first. Something new that I'm doing while I'm changing up the music, yeah. You ain't do it, why you ain't say those words? Otherwise, when the crowd getting loud, going stupid, yeah. And I love it, swear, I need it. They got it, I want it all. I know the future's coming, so if
you really wanna, you could break these habits, yeah. Something running through my skin, all these rivers up in my veins, like it's magic, yeah. I can grow a couple inches in the next couple years. This stuff happens, yeah. Here's the president of you and I. Kick these habits now. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
when I'm high, you change your mind. I'm up all night, you got my blessing. Can't decide what's wrong or right. Hold on tight is all I'm asking. Time ain't easy on us, we will never know where we'll end up. I will follow where you go. Didn't want you stay, but you fell right in. Feeling like it's you who's been chosen. Only you can feed up your memories. Read it in the lines of the broken. Chasing your shadow, but I will never know where.
What is this? These are the same buttons, I just duplicated them for the trench coat, so I don't understand why it's not the same. That's concerning. Oh, I'm so tired. I wish we could mean the words we say. Passion makes us pretend it's easy. Blinded by a dream of what could be. Hard to see what's right in front of me. 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 Parties with angels and demons. I never sleep on the weekends. You see my weakness, I don't even care. 'Cause right now I just wanna feel okay. Up on the roof just to breathe. Don't waste your worry on me, okay? I'll just get lost in the trees. I wish we could mean the words we say. It makes us pretend it's easy. Blinded by a dream of what could be. Hard to say what's right in front of me. What's right in front of me? Right in front of me. What's right in front of me? Color signs and everything. Just take some time to take it in. I'm always hiding my feelings. Self-destruct on the weekend. I got myself in the deep end. So tired I can't fall asleep. Yeah, I wish we could meet. He say.
Did you wanna leave this masquerade? Baby, let's just end this night charade. Did you wanna leave this masquerade?
What the fudge?
Baby, let's not leave this love to waste. Gotta say I'm insecure, like I've never been before. The way you move so magical. As you walk me through the door, come loose and no control, like you swim a waterfall. I know, we gotta let this go. I know, but
just take it slow. No need to start all over. I'm so tired. But it's okay. Everything is fine.
Mind spinning, no, I'm giving in. Heart skipping, be my medicine. Time's ticking, better put me in.
Okay, watch this. Boom. Easy. Okay.
Let's just leave this fantasy. Lose yourself inside of me. I know, we gotta let this go. I know, but hey, just take it slow. No need to start all over. Your heart is peaceful. Did you wanna leave this masquerade? Baby, let's just end this night charade. Did you wanna leave this masquerade? Baby, let's not leave this love to waste. Did you wanna leave this masquerade? Baby, let's just end this night charade. Did you wanna leave this masquerade? Baby, let's not leave this love to waste. The world from where I tread, just beyond the break of dawn, follow to the end of hope. So I hide my heart inside.
That was kind of faster.
The ice that plays alone. Where am I now? I've never been. Won't be home ever again. I let the fire drown me again, just before I close my eyes.
How the fudge?
World from where I tread, just beyond the break of dawn, follow to the end of hope. So I hide my heart inside a little fire. I walk the ice that plays alone. Where am I now? I've never been. Won't be home ever again.
We will, we will.
World I walk upon, world I'd never dreamt to see, takes away the tears I shed. For I look my heart away. Those who sought me I renounce. All unfriends me with disgrace. Where I will go I never be. Tear me up I still survive. I let the bird wake me alive. From the ashes I arrive. World I walk upon, world I'd never dreamt to see, takes away the tears I shed. For I look my heart away. Those who sought me I renounce. All unfriends me with disgrace.
Honestly, I don't know what to do with this one. Probably something like that.
You be like bubble tea, you're like a summer breeze under trees. When I'm around you, all of my troubles leave. I'm at ease, I don't know how to tell you just what you mean to me. Why you mean to me, playing with my heart, you bees, honey. Sweeter than a dessert, yeah, take a bite and my teeth hurt. Your features, you a keeper, taking lives, you the reaper. You're taking control, I wanna make you my own. You're always on my mind, with you I'm safe and at home. Like, it's like I'm filled up with coffee, you keep me up late, yeah. You just a little bit cocky, that's in the best way, yeah. There ain't no mimic or copy, you like an upgrade, girl. Why you be killing me softly, giving me chest pain?
I don't know just how I'm supposed to be showing you the way you make me feel inside. You're so close and you're distant and out of focus, thinking maybe I should close my eyes.
Okay, waiting for the right time, but I hesitate and let the clock tick. You keep radiating as your light shines, I can't help it, I'll be getting drawn in. On my mouth wings, I'm exhausted, trying to fight against the way I feel now. Maybe time for me to put my hands up, maybe I don't need to keep my heels down. I've been running from my heart, but you've been up to something from the start. Yeah, I know your arrows with a bow and arrow from the way you tearing me apart. Pow, 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 3 words that I never thought you would've shot at me. So I drink them in like some bubble tea, I think I'm in LOV.
Hey, you so bubbly, you so lovely, wow. Got me tripping, stumbling, just come over, I need your company now. Found you oh so luckily, warm heart but you ice cold. Gorgeous with my eyes closed, hope I'm on the right road. Don't know, dice roll but we on the move. Can't lose if I'm lost with you, let's go. Got a lot to do, yes, no, maybe I'm your dude. Said so to myself back when I met you, when it's probably true. Stay around, we could paint the town to a falling down and exhausted fumes.
It's like I'm filled up with coffee, you keep me up late, yeah. You just a little bit cocky, that's in the best way, yeah. There ain't no mimic or copy, you like an upgrade, girl. Why you be killing me softly, giving me chest pain?
I don't know just how I'm supposed to be showing you the way you make me feel inside. You're so close and you're distant and out of focus, thinking maybe I should close my eyes. Baby girl, you're my bubble tea, so I keep you safe, this a bubble wrap. I know that I'm trouble, but I clean my act
How?
like a bubble bath. Enough of that, give me all your love, I promise you that I could double that. Come with me and you ain't coming back. Never said I was a humble man, but I can treat you right. Just turn my sour sweet tonight. Don't burst my bubble, let me float up in the clouds and see the sky. You shine so bright, don't need the light. I like to write about the way you wake me up and make me feel so happy, happy every day. Like, I don't know just how I'm supposed to be showing you the way you make me feel inside. You're so close and you're distant and out of focus, thinking maybe I should close my eyes.
Imagine how good you could feel right now if I was a stranger instead of your baby. We're scary good at letting each other down. If I could change you, you might thank me later. Yeah, we both know what we both need to do, but we just don't want to. Say the words, no one wants to say the words. We're holding on to nothing, but nobody here is talking. Say the words, either way it's gonna hurt. We're stabbing at the problem, but somebody's gotta start.
I imagine that this would look similar to
Imagine we woke up in different worlds.
looks something similar to this. Maybe not though.
I ain't scared of feeling loneliness. I'm scared of watching my life pass while I make something bad last. Yeah, we both know what we both need to do, but we just don't want to. Say the words, no one wants to say the words. We're holding on to nothing, was running late, getting too high on a digital wave, yeah. On the interstate, guess you thought I'm over it. It goes two ways, harp in my space, then force yourself in. How do I say that I don't really need it? I'm caught up in LA, cut ties and fade away. I'm not the same as yesterday. I feel it course in your veins. Why you pull me up 1,000 miles? I'm only human, babe. Why misplace the faith that hurts my heart? I'm so tired of faking it. Stay out late, I'm needing it. I'm so tired of faking it. Can we not fake it, babe? Wanna be yours, take. I was running late, getting too high on a digital wave, on the interstate. I feel it course in your veins. Why you pulling me up 1,000 miles? I'm not the human, babe. Why misplace your faith that hurts my heart? I'm so tired of faking it. Stay out late, I'm needing it. I don't wanna feel it in the morning. I don't want your faith in me, I'm stolen. Can we not fake it, babe? Wanna be yours to take. Wanna be yours to take.
Before moving on to the texturing, we need to UV unwrap our model. First go to edit mode. In the edge select mode, hold Alt and click on the edges on the side to fully select that row of edges. Then select the remaining if it's not already selected. Do the same thing to the other side while holding Shift. Press U and mark C. Then select the middle edges from the front to the back. Press U again and mark C. We need to do the same thing to the inside. We now separated all the necessary parts, so press A to select all, then press U and unwrap to unwrap all the UVs. Now you should have something similar to this. If it's not looking like this, that means you haven't separated.
Whoa. Why do I keep doing that?
did all the parts correctly, we now have two ways to approach texturing. We can manually add genes texture and start painting every single detail on the genes. But faster way would be to use existing images. We can find the laid down genes image and use it for texturing. I use this image right here, where you can download it for free in the link in the description. Switch to shader editor, Shift A and add image texture, then open up the genes image we just downloaded. Switch to UV editor again. Select the genes image texture so you can see it. In the right viewport, disable show overlays so you can see the texture in the edit mode. Now select all of the UVs and bring them to the outside. Move the mouse to the top of one of them and press L to select that one piece. Move and rotate it if it's necessary to match with the genes. If some parts of it is tighter than the rest, like mine, you can select the bottom edges. Genes image we just downloaded.
Scared to show you what I feel inside. Everything that
Switch to user, Shift A and add image texture, then open up in the link in the description. Switch to shader. I use this image right here. You can every the genes and texture in the edit mode. Now select all of the UVs and bring them to the outside. Move the mouse to the top of one of them and press L to select that one piece. Move and rotate it if it's
It should be one piece, but mine is connected for some reason.
them out. Find the laid down. Press U and unwrap to unmask U, and if it's not already selected, do the same thing to the other side while holding shift. Press U and mark C, then select the metal edges from the front to the back. Press U again and mark C. We need to do the same thing to the inside. We now separated all the necessary parts.
Oh, well, I guess that's because we don't need this down here to be marked. So we clear the seam there, clear the seam here, and I guess we clear this seam too. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So press A to select all, then press U and unwrap. Now we need to do the seam, then select the metal edges from the front to the back. Press U again and mark C. We need to do the same thing to the inside.
So I did the inside, the outside, and the middle.
We now separated all the necessary parts. So press A to select all, then press U and unwrap. We now separated all the necessary to the inside. The stitches or some texturing, we need to UV apply to fully select that row of edges, then select the remaining if it's not already selected. Do the same thing to the other side while holding shift. Press U and mark C, then select the metal edges from the front to the back. Press U again and mark C. We need to do the same thing to the inside. We now separated all the necessary parts. So press A to select all, then press U and unwrap to unwrap all the UVs. Now you should have something similar to this. If it's not looking like this,
to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm dumb. No wonder. Because we're just selecting the island, so it doesn't matter.
Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with
Nope, that makes sense.
Take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
It's time to start cooking.
Just go step by step, just enough to progress. Holding on, falling down and hurt again, coming to another end. The same mistakes I made before, as if it was right in front of me. I can finally see a fragment of who I'm supposed to be.
Pull up with your friends, baby, hoppin', hoppin'. Tesla or the Benz, I got options, options. Speakers knocking, hidden, her like Rocky, Rocky. Pop some Perry on, cause I'm poppin', poppin'. Da da da, icing on my wrist, my god, oh my god. VV sensor on my heart, oh my god. When I hop in, it's push to start, oh my god. Said it must be nice, day and night, to have somebody right by your side. I can't deny, can get you out my mind. I need you by my side. Da da da. Turn me up. We don't want no drama, please don't fuck it up. We've been going hard until the sun go up. Still got hella drinks, but we ran out of fucks. Da 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 Here we go. Oh my god. Shorty wanna flick with the squad. Couple double D's and some Saint Laurent. Oh my god. Welcome to the winner's circle, baby. I know that you wanna come through. Whenever you with me, we'll go anywhere you want to. Resuscitate my vibe, baby. I know that you want to. My energy for granted, and baby girl, that'll haunt you. Said it must be nice, day and night, to have somebody right by your side. I can't deny, can get you out my mind. I need you by my side. Da 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 da. Turn me up. We don't want no drama, please don't fuck it up. We've been going hard until the sun go up. Still got hella drinks, but we ran out of fucks. Da 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 da
I'm saying, I'm getting tired. Not a stuck day, I am not fine. Words. Anyways, cooking steak today, and I'm cooking rice, so rice is gonna take 20 minutes and the steamed vegetables are gonna take the same, so I'm gonna wait until those cook and then I'm gonna cook the steak. I don't want to cook the steak and then wait for the rice to get done, so I'd rather have the rice cooked and then keep it on the warm setting and then eat it all together. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. I got the shirt. Do I unwrap this or what? Probably not. I don't think I need to unwrap this. Now it's just the boots. Let me see what the dude did for these.
This video is a part of the series where we make every single part of the character from the body all the way to the clothes. Now we are at the shoes. So in this video I'm gonna show you how to model these boots all in Blender. Then in the next video we're gonna texture it and give it a material. But the next video, so be sure to subscribe so you won't miss it. And also check out my Gumroad and Patreon page to download the 3D files and full real-time process video of making this and lots of other characters from the channel. See you on all the In the last video we modeled the boots itself. If you haven't watched that, it's on the top right corner. In this one, we're gonna add the stitches and texture it all inside Blender, using a layer by layer system that I'm gonna show you later in the video. But before we start, if you wanna download the 3D files and real-time process video of making these boots and lots of other characters from the channel, you can check out my Gumroad and Patreon page. Check out the link in the description. Let's do it. First of all, before doing anything else, make sure you completely UV unwrap your boots. For this video, we're gonna use this free add-on, which I linked below. This is gonna make our job much easier. Also, I have a dedicated video about this add-on if you're interested. After you installed it, let's hold Z and go to Material Preview. Press N to bring up the right menu and select Ravage add-on. Click on Reset Material, then click on this icon to create a new layer. Name the material something like boots. Then change the name of the first layer to anything you want. I wanna make leather boots, so I name it Main Leather. Open up the Channels tab. Go to the folder of the texture you just downloaded. Now enable any map you see in the folder from the Channels tab and disable anything that isn't in the folder. After that, in the Material Library, click on PBR Setup. Go to the folder, select all of the texture maps and import them in. Then switch to other meshes of the shoe, assign the same leather material to this one too, because we have a unified UV tile for all of the meshes. Notice the tip of the shoe is weird due to texture being too big. To fix that, we can enable proportional editing. Select a few vertices and move them away from each other to have more details in the front. You can also use other tools like Grab Tool to stretch the UVs. Mess around with it until it looks decent. It looks too clean. We gotta make it look more worn out and used. One way to do it is to add more grunge and scratches. Create a new layer from here. Name it Rusted. We're gonna use this layer for the grunge. Now find the rusted version of the material you're using. Mine is leather, so I need to find the rusted leather material. I choose
Got to last time. I press N to get rid of the side panel, things like the belt, and if the eye tail attached. Well, I'm just going to see how that looks. Let's right click mark seams and try and unwrap. So select all, you to unwrap. And it's almost there. It doesn't actually look too bad, but to take up as compared to the areas. Again, there's a little bit of stretch on the corners here. So that's each of these corners. And I can unwrap again, and you can see that's taken away that stretch by...
Oh crap, I'm gonna have to like decimate this.
the space of thoughts. Are we? Do you plan to get off this haze? Run away with me. Tell me where do you want to go? Oh, tell me where. Anywhere, any place but you. Just say what you want. So wonder why connected feelings lingering to us. All this love is killing them back in me individual. After faded in this cloud, stop. Wonder why all of these feelings just delusional. If I do have some feelings that I still don't believe in, will you plan to get off this page? After all this chase, say what you see, what you think, what you really need, what you had in mind. Anywhere, any place but you. Just say what you want. So wonder why connected feelings lingering to us. All this love is killing them back in me individual. After faded in this cloud, stop. Wonder why all of these feelings just delusional.
Well, if you're in it with me, just take a second. If you're ready, then I'm ready, baby. Tell me when you're ready to go. If you're ready, then I'm ready, baby. Tell me when you're ready to go. Oh, if you're ready, then I'm ready, babe. Alright, you ready? Never been one for the Saturday rush. Too far too soon to be worried about rest. I'ma wake up in the morning running from my lessons and taking them notes like I need that class. Oh no, please save me, please save me. Putting all this on my plate was a mistake, and I've been saving all my money, but my pocket's coughing hungry. Chasing all this paper, putting hurt up on my stomach. Yo, said I've been slowing down, moving all these states. They don't know me in my hometown. Gotta get to working, cause I don't know what I know now. And I wanna get famous, but it's clear I don't know how. And it's making me pout. Seeing numbers every day got me riddled with doubt. But there's 7 days in the week, so I'll keep pushing till I'm proud. Looking groggy in the mirror, singing loud with my head held out like, well, if you're in it with me, just take a second. If you're ready, then I'm ready, baby. Tell me when you're lost, I might just have to try again. Fighting with my demons like I'm shadowboxing lions dens. I think I'm too lazy, everybody agrees. But who am I to force myself to work if I disagree? I just gotta show my face once. I know they missing me. No, I'll take the hands that they offer eventually. Singing like, well, if you're in it with me, just take a second. If you're ready, then I'm ready, baby. Tell me when you're ready to go. It's clear to me, and I admit it, I'm not ready, baby. Anyway, just tell me when you're ready to go.
Kind of unfolding them a bit like a cardboard box. I work on the boots next, I'll go into local view. The sole of the boots actually is something that we can reduce down because we won't see it, so I'll be able to scale them in the movie editor later on, and I'll cut the shape in half.
Off the wall, stuck in isolation, nobody left to call. I'm sitting here patient for something in my life that'll maybe make a difference. Will this be my difference? Will I leave the basement?
You got me riding down 85 when it's 5 a.m. The kind of morning that could last all night till it starts again. I never wanna
It's
be
still a lot.
I dirty my soul just to hold you, but you never really see it as your truth. I hope the stars align to make it clear for you. When I lost my mind, rain pouring, stay going off until I got no time. What's on my mind? When I lost my mind, rain pouring, stay going off until I got no time. What's on my mind?
Tripping for the past few months, I don't get that high past you up, but I did that. Broke soul, I done scratched my chucks. A lit mess don't last for much. I don't think about it, so I just let it go. In the back of my mind all the time. When the sunlight hit it, I'ma tell her to fall.
No, she wants something more specific than that. No, she want more specific than that. No lie, no lie. But what she gonna do when she get it? No, 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 no. She wants something more specific than that. Now she want more specific than that. No lie, no lie. But what she gonna do when she get it?
When I lost my mind, rain pouring, stay going off until I got no time. What's on my mind? When I lost my mind, rain pouring, stay going off until I got no time. What's on my mind? Just you and I.
Falling in and out of love, like how the leaves do in autumn. And I know it's hard for you to trust, but maybe we've been a bit caught up. I found myself trying to be cool, but for you I'm a fool. So baby, won't you let your guard down? You're falling in and out of love, like how the leaves do in autumn. And I know it's hard for you to trust, but maybe we've been a bit caught up. I found myself trying to be cool, but for you I'm a fool. So baby, won't you let your guard down? I know what it's like to feel lonely and misunderstood. Let me make it right, girl, you know that I would. Because I ain't like the rest, I'll treat you better than he ever could. Said I ain't playing no games, nah, I ain't playing no games with you. Anything you wanna do, I got you. You know it's true. Yeah. Know that you stay on my mind and take all the space inside my heart, baby. There's no one in the world for me but you. I know it's true. There's no one in the world for me but you. I know it's true. You're falling in and out of love, like how the leaves do in autumn. And I know it's hard for you to trust, but maybe we've been a bit caught up. I felt myself trying to be cool, but for you I'm a fool. So baby, won't you let your guard down? You're falling in and out of love, like how the leaves do in autumn. And I know it's hard for you to trust, but maybe we've been a bit caught up. I felt myself trying to be cool, but for you I'm a fool. So baby, won't you let your guard down? There's no one in the world for me but you. I know it's true. There's no one in the world for me but you. I know it's true.
Ah, crap, I forgot. I gotta hook. BRB.
Yeah, that picket fence and that door don't make it valid. Your happiness should evolve just like a pallet. I'm just saying, if that's all I'm working for, I'd rather be at home. Don't wanna work no more, I'm searching for. Yeah, something of higher substance, maybe even some love shit. Something that if you saw, you would have no choice but to covet. I don't mean nothing flashy, just something real, just ask me. Cause if you did, my answer would be high school with no acne. I know it's elementary, pent up anger from beginnings. I know I'm simple, grabbing happiness, erasing pimples. But if you think that's true, then happiness just ain't for you. We draw the smallest winnings from the largest losses, stick and move. It's not about the VVS who got the baddest whip. It's not about the Gucci slides who got the baddest bitch. I'm just saying, if you want it, then you dive ahead. Coming from the thoughts of a man that's always
All
in his
in my
head.
head, all in my head, yeah. I'd rather be stuck in my bed, watching clouds roll overhead, yeah. I'd rather be chilling instead, and I feel like I'm flying, looking down at the sky. All in my head, yeah. All in my head, yeah.
I tend to be a little anxious, a little nervous. I tend to splurge on guilty pleasures when I don't deserve it. But I assume I hit the bell as much as any person. Ring it all day if you left me to my own excursions.
Cause all I wanna do is do good, yeah. Be the reason why you feel even better. I'm a less so if I may say it another time. All in my head, yeah. Rather be stuck in my bed, watching the clouds roll overhead, yeah. Rather be chilling instead. I feel like I'm flying, looking down at the sky. All in my head, yeah. All in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head. All in and all in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head. All in and all in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head. All in and all in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head. All in and all in my head. All in my head, yeah. Rather be stuck in my bed, watching the clouds roll overhead, yeah. Rather be chilling instead. I feel like I'm flying, looking down at the sky. All in my head, yeah. All in my head, yeah.
I've been all in my thoughts, you're right. Can lie to your face and I'm fine. Pretending it's okay while I'm losing my head. Still trying to find that reason why. It's such a shame we all day. But you know how to see through me. You know me well, more than I know myself. And I guess I need to step over. I'll explain you my problems. Baby, come closer, closer now. Yes, I'm not got no logic. My emotions keep rolling. No, I can't keep on falling down. I lost my mind, but I'm fine by your side. Let me ride you tonight. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way. My way, 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 my way. You're my addiction, baby, just want you to love me. You can call me wifey, you know everything about me. Moody is my name, but you love me anyway. Cause you know I'm worth it, baby, I can take it all the way. Yes, I lost my mind, but I'm fine by your side. Let me ride you tonight, tonight, tonight. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. Give me all your games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. Give me all your games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way. My way, 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 my way. I said it's my way, my way, my way. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need you by my side. Yeah, yeah. Let me do you right, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know how I do it right, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need you by my side, by my side.
as it seems. I can trip my mind to a new location. Heartbreak, made a mistake. We can fix this good as new. She speaks, it makes me weak. Every word drips out, no explanation. Lips shake, she made a mistake. Now I don't know what to do. Loving you was easy till you got yourself thinking out loud. Now you got me with my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds. With my head in the clouds. Raindrops and mountaintops couldn't stop us sinking in bad decisions. God sent, he came and went. Now we're out here on our own. Your skin, the perfect sin for a star-crossed lover with double vision. Lips shake, she made a mistake, but she won't leave me alone. Loving you was easy till you got yourself thinking out loud. Now you got me with my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds. With my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds. With my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds. Say what you wanna say. Do what you wanna do. If I come off as kinda rude, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to be late. Hey, whoa. Put yourself in my shoes. I never thought anyone even get my blues. Man, I had no clue. Didn't think my soul would fit when I had no shoes. And in the world since you, I'm hoping and praying that you would still approve. I've been up and down and I done seen worlds move, but I didn't know all the way across mine was you. Did I ever say on any other song? Maybe not, but it's okay. I appreciate you. Did I ever say in any other way? Maybe not, but it's okay. I appreciate you. If you
voice went hoarse. They told me don't speak no more. So my two-step tap until my feet get sore. I guess if nothing really mattered, start you crying after, and maybe you can come back home. But I'll still be here tomorrow. Pack my box and dig my grave. I miss the simple things, can't make it better. See the devil when they look at me. I'd close my eyes, apologize if I could take it back. I guess it's life, we learn that you can't really change the past. Yeah, I guess it's growing up. All the petals, thorns, and roses when it's only love. All the seconds writing poems, guess that I could just bide my time. Hope that everybody else is here by my side. What I've been waiting for. 5 years later, still ain't made it. Space don't feel the same, and I'm sick. I guess it's better when we talk. Petals turn to feathers when we fall short. High enough to take me through withdrawals. I'm tethered to your call. Pick up, you didn't care. And my voice went hoarse. They told me don't speak no more. So my two-step tap until my feet get sore. I guess that nothing really mattered. Start you crying after, and maybe you can come back home.
You wanna exercise your demons, well baby, come right here. You know that every time I see you, I'm gonna tell you something insincere. Yeah, you know that I'm a bad one, but you don't stay away. Red eyes like a demon, but you know every time that you see them, you'll go crazy. Always wanna get right down to business, say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm messed up from the inside out? Wear a leather with a skeleton's mouth. On the back riding mean, up to trouble I'm a fiend, cause the devil inside's got a hold on me. Yeah, you know that I'm a bad one, but you don't stay away. Got red eyes like a demon, but you know every time that you see him, you'll go crazy. Always wanna get right down to business, say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm bad to the bone? The demon in my soul only got one chance, so you better go. I'm crazy. Don't you know I'm crazy? Crazy. Always wanna get right down to business, say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm crazy? Always wanna get right down to business, say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm bad to the bone? The demon in my soul only got one chance, so you better go. I'm crazy. Don't you know I'm crazy?
We are so back. I'm so hungry. I can't wait to eat. Jump scare. So on today's menu we've got steak, green beans, they're under the steak, white rice, mac and cheese. The mac and cheese is a new addition. I've never cooked macaroni and cheese as a side. I decided to buy some Kraft mac and cheese. Super easy to make. So yeah, that's now a part of my sides. I don't think my microphone's on. Is my microphone on? Actually, it should be. Yeah, it's on. It's weird. Streamlabs is showing that I'm not talking, so I got a little nervous there. Alright, it's time to eat.
Hello, I'm Ryan9 and I'm making a video game.
Cool.
This is Pico Pals, and it's a creature collecting game and a battling game. And I have finished the music, and today I would like to share with you how I made the music. So as you see here from the overworld, it's supposed to be a retro style game, but it's also not pixelated. I didn't want to go for the pixelated style because I think it's kind of overused, even though I like pixel art, but it is very common, so I wanted to do something unique. So instead I'm using Adobe Illustrator to make clean vector graphics that still look like they would be retro, so it's sort of like hi-fi retro. And I wanted the music to also have that kind of feel. So a while back I made 2 EPs that were chiptunes, and I originally made them because I was planning on making video games. I was still new to programming and whatnot, but I was mainly a musician, so I wanted to dip my toe into making video game music. So I made 2 EPs. The first one was in FamiTracker, as you see here from this video, and the other one was in Reaper. So the first thing I did when making the Pico Pals soundtrack was I took some of these songs and I translated them into a new style that would match the vibe of Pico Pals. But overall, Pico Pals, the soundtrack is like 45 minutes long. I think it's 38 songs. So these 2 EPs weren't enough to like flesh out the whole thing, but it gave me the basis for what would become the soundtrack, and I could work off of these vibes and just figure out the style. So first I want to show you the first song I worked on. It's called Race to the End, and it's the first battle song in the game. So I want to show you the original, and then I'll show you what I did to it to make it fit for Pico Pals. So that's the original, and here's what I did to it to match Pico Pals. So I wanted all the songs to sound similar, or to fit the same cohesive theme, so I decided to use the same few instruments for every song, which is primarily a synthesizer. But because the synthesizer can be edited in all sorts of ways, you can create a unified sound while still having a lot of diversity in the texture of the particular sounds. So the first synth I used for the lead of most of the songs is Massive X, as you see here. So when I use this synth, I'm not going to go into all the details of setting up the synth because that would take forever. If you know synths, you know synths. But then I run it through an EQ, which this is what I would do for a guitar basically. And then I put a little bit of distortion on it to make it a little bit more guitar sounding. A little bit of chorus. There's a lot of chorus in this album, and a little bit of reverb. So because this is trying to simulate the NES but in a hi-fi way, the soundtrack almost exclusively uses monophonic instruments. Although I occasionally cheat because you have to be creative and you have to do so many songs, you have to vary it up a bit. But I tried to stick as close as I could to just using one note at a time for each instrument. But then I could layer instruments, not too many because then it wouldn't sound retro, but enough synthesizers to build up chords through monophonic tracks. So this track is doubled with another Massive X. Oh no, actually it's doubled with a Super 8, which is the other synthesizer that I used a lot. And so having two different synthesizers with different sounds is similar to using two different guitars or two different amps to double, even though it doesn't always come across quite as doubled as it would if you're using a real instrument rather than a digital one. But nonetheless, it gets the effect across. So you can see here that the double track comes in and out for emphasis. So this part is just the one, but then when it comes into the chorusy section, they both come in. And then it just sounds bigger. So those two synth tracks, the magenta ones, are basically one instrument, effectively. And then there's a second lead instrument because the NES has two lead tracks, two square wave tracks. So this one is also using a Massive X and another Massive X with different settings, so it sounds different. And you get these little sort of flourishing bits. You can also see there's some panning going on with the automation. And then we have the bass in yellow. I have my Reaper color coding set to Monica. I have the coding theme. And the bass, I pretty much always use Super 8 with a triangle sound. Pretty much always with a bit of chorus, which is available in the synth. And often, not in this case, but often I use the mix channel with an octave up to give it a little bit more. It also adds to the chorusy kind of sound. So the last element is the drums. And similar to the monophonic synthesizers, I used primarily linear drumming, which means that there's only one drum note at a time. So if you look closely, there's 3 drum tracks, but if you look at them, there's only one hit happening at a time, which is linear. And I experimented with different types of drums, and it was a little hard to figure out what I wanted to do with them. I tried out using more conventional samples and bit crushing them to make them sound more retro, but I wasn't really satisfied with that. So what I ended up doing was using Super Audio Cart. So Super Audio Cart is a sample library VST. It plays in the Contact player, and it has a bunch of instruments from retro consoles. And so I use primarily the SNES and the Genesis sounds, which are still, they're lo-fi, but they're still sample based and they're hi-fi enough to fit the vibe, even though I still think it's not quite perfect, but it does the job. So this is what that sounds like. And there's a bit of phaser. And then also, with every track, I added just a little bit of background noise using this retro color VST. Just add a little bit of the analog sound to it. Again, a retro. So another thing you may have noticed already is that the song is not in common time, or 4/4. That is partially deliberate in the sense that I try to avoid 4/4, but it's also unintentional in that pretty much everything I write is not in 4/4 because 4/4 doesn't feel natural to me, even though it's the commonest time. So in the case of this song, every one of these vertical lines is a time signature shift. And if you look closely, you'll see that it goes from 4/4 to 3/4 to 4/4, then 2 bars of 3/4, then back to 4/4, then 3/4, then 4/4, and some more 3/4. So it's really dynamic, and it's good for a battle song. It's good for like syncopation and rhythm. I just think it makes the song far more interesting. And I think across the entire album, there may only be like 1 or 2 songs that are actually in 4/4 all the way through, and I'm not even sure if any of them are. So here's another song that I translated from my original chiptune EPs, and I want you to pay attention to the drumming, in particular the kick drum. So this song uses linear drumming, however, there is also a triangle kick. So what I mean by that is that the drum tracks are playing the hi-hat and the snare, and they're linear, but there is overlapping drums in the sense that a synth is being used as the kick. So a Super 8, another bass with a triangle, is being used here, so I'll isolate it. And this is what it sounds like.
Man, I'm full already.
And that is a very, very bassy synth with some like pitch modulation and some LFO or whatever that makes it so that there's some layering to the drum. So with all the drums together, it sounds like this. And I use this technique a few times on the album, and I think it adds a lot of like pulse and drive. And the song altogether with the chorus sounds like this. And also, this song is in 15/8 time, with occasional mutes for 2/4. So when I'm making 38 songs, even though they're short songs, it's pretty hard to keep coming up with original ideas that sound catchy and original, to come up with new riffs. So I took inspiration from some of my old music from other sources as well. This is an album I made way back in high school when I was like 18, and this is what a song sounds like that I translated into Pico Bows. And the modified version that fits Pico Pals sounds like this. For this song, this main opening riff is in 4/4, and then the chorus section is in 5/4, and then there's an extra 1/4 for a transition, and then there's an interlude section with a solo that's in 4/4. And the interlude section has this like plucky sound like this, that then leads into a solo. This is what the MIDI looks like for the main riff of the song. And you can see here that I'm using, this is 3 instruments, the bass and then the 2 leads. And they're separated into fifths. So the bass and the lead are playing the 1, the root, and then there's a rhythm playing the 5th, which the rhythm ducks out when the main lead does a little flourishy section, and then comes back in for the power chords. And so in this way, it's very much a rock song, and a lot of the battle songs are like this, with a lot of fifths and power chords that are in the rock metal kind of style, but still filtered through the synthy NES vibe. So at some point I had to stop using the songs I had already written a long time ago and come up with some new stuff, but I still occasionally took inspiration from other songs. In particular with this song, I was listening to Still Dre, which famously has that plucky, arpeggiated piano sound. I wanted to do something like that, but of course I had to make it more angular and interesting and syncopated. So I took that idea and put it into 9/8 time. And it's very angular, and it's kind of off-kilter rhythm, and it has a doubling of the bass and the rhythm synths that create a sort of foreboding sound, which fits because the song plays when you're in a cave. So this is what that sounds like. So most of the time, I think producers tend to work off of a keyboard, but I'm no pianist by any stretch of the imagination. So usually I start with guitar or bass. Even though I do program them in with a keyboard, MIDI keyboard, usually I write or compose with a guitar or a bass. And in fact, I use the bass more often than not to start off the song, even though I think most people tend to use chords and stuff to start off a song, which is more of the guitar. But for me, the bass line is really like the backbone, and that's where I start. So here's a song where I started off fiddling with some slap, and it sounds like this. And then when that gets translated into the synthesizers, it sounds like this. So I start with the bass line, and then I sort of just fiddle around in the key or a little bit out of the key sometimes with the leads until I find something that works. So not very much playing the piano, a lot of just fiddling with the notes in the MIDI editor. And this song, is primarily in 4/4, so of course I had to shake it up by adding another section in 5/4, which sounds like this. So here's another song. This is called Tides of Tension, and this is a good example of how I approach rhythm and using the bass primarily as the foundational instrument. So it's in 13/8 time, and so when you're approaching a song that's in a rhythm like this, it's kind of hard to think of like, what am I even gonna do? How do I make it sound natural when it's in that kind of a weird rhythm? So what I do here is have a very repetitive bass, but with an off sync time. So it sounds like this, and it's just playing off of, it's like G, 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 da, 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 that kind of sound. And it's repetitive. So it sets a foundation of like a solid foundation of rhythm that anchors you, even though it's in an odd time. So it sounds like this. and then the rhythm guitar, this part, or the rhythm synth, is doubling the da-da part, but not the duh part, if that makes sense. So together, they add to each other, but they're still not the same. So there's a bit more dynamics to it. So it sounds like this. And that's another technique I use that I learned from doing chip tunes, is that if you want to have a slat bass kind of sound, one of the ways you can do that is to have a triangle synth playing the whole section, and then having a square wave, in this case the rhythm synth, playing just the high notes with a low release. So together it sounds like there's some plucking that adds a little bit of a slat bass kind of sound, a sort of a simulation of slat bass. And then another thing about the rhythm is that the kick drum starts off with four hits, so dun 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 dun, and it sounds like this. And so that 4 notes makes it seem like it's going to be in common time, but then the actual bar, as it progresses, subverts that expectation by not being in 4 time and not continuing that dun 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 pattern. And so I think that's a very dynamic and interesting way to go about rhythm, and it makes for a song that is natural but not common. So the song altogether in the chorus sounds like this, and it has a little bit of chords, which is cheating the monophonic thing, but a little bit of that is okay. So I also took inspiration from A Walk on the Wild Side by Lou Reed, which is one of my favorite songs. So I took the bass line and changed it up a bit and added a whole different arrangement. So the original bass line sounds like this. So I changed the key, changed the notes a little bit, and then added a whole different arrangement, and it sounds together like this. Also, this song is in 7/4. Here's another technique I like to use when composing. So this song is in a mix of 4/4 and 6/4, and instead of having the bass be the foundation is the rhythm synth that's in the middle of the pitch spectrum. So the rhythm synth looks like this. So it's hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all in the same note, and then 7 more of a different note, and then going back and forth between 2 chords or 2 notes with 7 notes each. And so that's sort of like what the bass would typically be doing, but in this song, the lead and the bass are doubling each other. So if you look at the MIDI, you see that the bass here and the lead look the same, but they're octaves apart. And so what this does is that it makes the bass feel like a lead instrument, and the support is left to the middle range of the pitch spectrum, which is an interesting and unconventional approach. And I really like the way it feels, because it puts the bass front and center, and it has a lot of subtle impact. So that together sounds like this. This song also does include some Jingle Bell samples because it plays in the snowy area. There's very little conventional samples on the soundtrack, but there's just a few songs that have a little bit of that. It feels a little bit like cheating, but it's a snowy song, so it just, by convention, you have to have some Jingle Bells. What can you do? Okay, so there's one more song I want to talk about, and this one's called Waning Journey, and it's the overworld theme that plays at the end of the game. So it's supposed to be winding things down, it's a little somber, but it also should be leading you into the final battle. So the song is in 3/4, but it does some interesting things with rhythm. So if we look at this section here, we have the bass and the rhythm, and you can see that the bass is playing two bars, so it's 6 beats, playing A, G, C, and then C an octave higher. But the chords are oscillating between C and G. So each note from the bass is overlapping with 2 different chords in the rhythm. And the chords in the bass don't match up exactly. So it sounds a little bit, it sounds a little off, but intentionally so, to add to the sort of ending of the game feel to it. So it sounds like this. And then you get a little bit more relief when the lead comes in and echoes the rhythm at a higher pitch, which sounds like this. So then it goes back to playing those oscillating CG chords, but the lead comes in playing the same thing it was playing when the 4 chords were playing. So it ends up sounding sort of like 2 different songs are playing at the same time, and it sounds off in a sort of unkiltered way. But after that happens, the rest of the instruments, the bass comes back in and the rhythm switches to the chorus, or the chorus section, and it sounds like relief comes over you as everything becomes one again, and it no longer sounds like 2 songs but 1. So that altogether sounds like this. I think the overall effect is very effective. So that covers everything I want to show you today. I didn't go into every song, of course, because that would take a long time, but I highlighted some things that I thought were interesting and maybe could give you a bit of inspiration for your own music, for your own game. And I want to thank you for watching, and wishlist the game on Steam. Thank you very much. This has been Ryan9.
Oh man.
Yeah, that picket fence and that door don't make it valid. Your happiness should evolve just like a pallet. I'm just saying, if that's all I'm working for, I'd rather be at home. Don't wanna work no more, I'm searching for. Yeah, something of higher substance, maybe even some love shit. Something that if you saw, you would have no choice but to covet. I don't mean nothing flashy, just something real, just ask me. Cause if you did, my answer would be high school with no acne. I know it's elementary, pent up anger from beginnings. I know I'm simple, grabbing happiness, erasing pimples. But if you think that's true, then happiness just ain't for you. We draw the smallest winnings from the largest losses, stick and move. It's not about the VVS who got the baddest whip. It's not about the Gucci slides who got the baddest bitch. I'm just saying, if you want it, then you dive ahead. Coming from the thoughts of a man that's always
All in my head, all in my head. I'd rather be stuck in my bed. Overhead again.
A little nervous. I tend to splurge on guilty pleasures when I don't deserve it. But I assume I hit the bell as much as any person. Ring it all day if you left me to my own excursions. Cause all I wanna do is do good, yeah. Be the reason why you feel even better. I'm a less so if I may say another time. All in my head, yeah. Rather be stuck in my bed, watching the clouds roll overhead, yeah. Rather be chilling instead. I feel like I'm flying, looking down at the sky. All in my head, yeah. All in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head, all in and all in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head, all in and all in my head, yeah. All in and all in my head, 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 all in my head, yeah. Rather be stuck in my bed, watching the clouds roll overhead, yeah. Rather be chilling instead. I feel like I'm flying, looking down at the sky. All in my head, yeah. All in my head,
I've been all in my thoughts, you're right. Can lie to your face and I'm fine. Pretending it's okay while I'm losing my head. Still trying to find the reason why. It's such a shame we all day. But you know how to see through me. You know me well, more than I know myself. And I guess I need to step over. I'll explain you my problems. Baby, come closer, closer now. Yes, I'm not got no logic. My emotions keep rolling. No, I can't keep on falling, falling down. I lost my mind, but I'm fine by your side. Let me ride you tonight, tonight, tonight. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. Give me all your games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way.
My way. My way. Actually, that made me want to listen to one of my songs that I made. Let me see if it's possible. heck? Why is it doing that? That makes me wanna make some music. Nah, let's go back to the other songs.
You're my addiction, baby, just want you to love me. You can call me wifey, you know everything about me. Moody, it's my name, but you love me anyway. Cause you know I'm worth it, baby, I can take it all the way. Yes, I lost
my mind
but I'm fine
by your side.
Let me ride you tonight, tonight, tonight. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. Give me all your games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way. Baby, please come over when I'm lonely. I know you can rock my body. Give me all your games without no rules to play. Let me show you how I do it my way. My way, my way, my way, my way, my way, my way, my way. I said it's my way, my way, my way. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need you by my side. Yeah, yeah. Let me do you right, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know how I do it right, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need you by my side.
I see.
By my side.
I don't even know if it's a good idea to do this. I have no idea. Either this is big brain or matter of fact, I think it needs to go up one more. Stop that. Now that was either a really smart thing to do or a really dumb thing. We'll find out. Let's just see what we've got right now.
Sweet dreams, bad as it seems, I can trip my mind to a new location. Heartbreak, made a mistake, we can fix this good as new.
Why does it look really good?
Now I don't know what to do. Loving you was easy till you got yourself thinking out loud. Now you got me with my head in the clouds.
to mountaintops, couldn't stop us thinking in bad decisions. God sent, he came and went, now we're out here on our own. Your skin, the perfect sin for a star-crossed lover with double vision. Lips shake, she made
The
a
heck, where is
mistake, but
it?
she won't leave me alone. Loving you was easy till you got yourself thinking out loud. Well, now you got me with my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds.
We could delete this since it's never going to be seen. Can't delete this. I think we can delete this. Not going to, of course.
You got me with my head in the clouds. With my head in the clouds. You got me with my head in the clouds.
Hey, what's up? I had this kind of problem and I want to show you this solution for it. I have the solution from another YouTuber. I will link him below because his YouTube video is really old, so you have this newer version of it. Yeah, so here's Blender and I add the Shift A tutorials like this, and I want to have a texture on it. So I'm going to the shading tab and I'm adding a new material, and with Control Shift and T I can select my textures, and you can do this with Control Shift and T if you have the node wrangler on, like this. And you can see right now that the texture is on it, but it's not how I want it. This is really ugly. So we have to go to the UV editing tab, and here you can see our UV. But I just wanted to have it a little bit clearer, so that's why I go with Alt, and I'm choosing this line here, and I'm pressing U, and to mark it as a C, like this, see? And now I'm pressing again U, and then unwrap. Now you can see that this changed, but it's again still not this kind of texture how I want it. So then we are going here to one face, and we're choosing here the UV selection mode for the edge, and I'm pressing this one, and then I'm scaling it up, S, Y, and 0, and this one I'm doing this also, and this one I'm doing the same, S, Y, and 0, and this one S, X, and 0, and here again X, S, X, and 0. And so here we have a nice quad. When you compare this to these other quads, this is really even. So what we are doing now, we are choosing the face mode, and I'm choosing this quad. So we are choosing this quad because this is even in comparison to the other quads. And then we are pressing U, and here we have follow active quads, and when you're pressing this you can choose even, length, length, average, but I just want to have it even, so we're pressing even and OK, and now we can see that all the quads are now like this quad. In here in our view we can see that the quads are like the same.
Right, well, all I needed really was this. Purge my existence out of this world. I can't wait. Purge my existence out of this world. Don't actually though. Do I actually care? One.
Voice went hoarse. They told me don't speak no more. So my two-step tap until my feet get sore. I guess that nothing really matters. Start you crying after, and maybe you can come back home. But I'll still be here tomorrow. Pack my box and dig my grave. I miss the simple things. Can't make it better. See the people when they look at
Excuse me.
I close my eyes, apologize if I could take it back. I guess it's life we learn that you can't really change the past. Yeah. I guess
Wait a minute. I think I'm dumb. I am dumb. Hold on, watch this. Watch this.
5 years later, still ain't made it. Space don't feel the same, and I'm sick. I guess it's better when we talk. Petals turn to feathers when we fall short. High enough to take me through withdrawals. When tethered to your call.
Watch this.
They told me don't speak no more. So my 2 steps.
Oh, never mind. I guess I can't do it like that, huh?
Guess it nothing really mattered. Start you crying after, and maybe you can come back home.
Ah, okay, it's fine. I was thinking I would just pull this up to the thing, but I can't do that. Unless, actually, wait, watch this. B selection. Alt Q.
From the inside out, we're a leather with a skeleton's mouth. On the back, riding mean up to trouble, I'm a fiend. Cause the devil inside's got a hold on me. Yeah, you know that I'm a bad one, but you don't stay away. Got red eyes like a demon, but you know every time that you see him, you'll go crazy. Always wanna get right down to business. Say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm bad to the bone? The demon in my soul only got one chance, so you better go. I'm crazy, don't you know I'm crazy? You'll go crazy. Always wanna get right down to business. Say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm crazy? Always wanna get right down to business. Say you wanna save me, but I promise God ain't that forgiving. Don't you know I'm bad to the bone? The demon in my soul only got one chance, so you better go. I'm crazy, don't you know I'm crazy?
I can be smart when I want to be. Alright, I BRB though.
I am so grateful, got a new job and a pay raise. I can't wait to work at this place. I'll meet so many people, hold my future in my briefcase. The start of a whole new phase. It felt so nice to be respected. I'm the one that you befriended. Little did I know of your intentions. No way. I bet your girl's alone in bed now. She don't know you wrote me letters. Might send them all to her. Cheers to whom it may concern. FYI, if you drop another pickup line, you gon' join the unemployment line. Gonna get a good ride. FYI, your position will not help this time. All the girls you hit on 9 to 5. Gonna get a good ride. I can be grateful, cause my mental health is wrecking from all of your thirsty looks. Photos in my DMs, oh my god, I can't see them. You never know what I'm going through. It felt so nice to be respected. I'm the one that you befriended. Little did I know of your intentions. No way. I bet your girl's alone in bed now. She don't know you wrote me letters. Might send them all to her. Cheers to whom it may concern. FYI, if you drop another pickup line, you gon' join the unemployment line. Gonna get a good ride. FYI, your position will not help this time. All the girls you hit on 9 to 5. Gonna get a good ride. Ask me for a favor, I go out of my way. All you ever do is just take. Hope this little message ruins your coffee break. FYI, if you drop another pickup line, you gon' join the unemployment line. Gonna get a good ride. FYI, your position will not help this time. All the girls you hit on 9 to 5. Gonna get a good ride. FYI, gonna get a good ride.
My heart is yours to keep. You're wired to be breaking. And while your soul's asleep, I'll be waiting, I'll be holding. You keep on running, you're running, you're running. I keep on chasing, I'm chasing, I'm chasing. You keep on lying, you're lying, you're lying. I keep on pushing, I'm pushing, I'm pushing. I keep on coming, coming, coming. You keep on touching, touching, touching. I keep on living, living, living. It feels like robot love.
Ugh. Depending on what songs I missed, I might be replaying some stuff. Robot Love is okay. Boy I don't know about that song.
So grateful, got a new job and a pay raise. I can't wait to work at this place.
This song ain't all that.
You paint a picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, we won't be alone.
오늘 처음 만났었고 우린 낯설었고
않고 언제 그랬냐는 듯 껴안은 채 아프단 말도 없이 난 처음이란 말로 어디로 가는지도 몰랐어. 숨이 헐떡거릴 만큼 너는 뜨거웠고 멈춰지질 않아. 참 곤란했었지. 괜찮단 말도 없이 난 어떻게든 될 거라고 난 그냥 믿었지. 기댈 수밖에 나 약간 나야 몸인걸. 언제부터 너 아니면 살 수가 없어. One, two, three. 괜찮다고 안될 거라는 걸 좀 말라만 해. 하지 말라면
Used to be so happy, but without you here, I feel so low. I watch you as you left, but I can never seem to let you go. Cause once upon a time, you were my everything. It's clear to see that time hasn't changed a thing. It's very deep inside me, but I feel there's something you should know. I will never forget you. You will always be by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. And I will never want much more. And in my heart, I will always be sure. I will never forget you. You will always be by my side till the day I die. Day I die, day I die, day I die, day I die, day I
by my side. From the day that I met you, I knew that I would love you till the day I die. 'Cause I won't ever wanna much more. And in my heart, I will always be sure that I will never forget you. And you will always be by my side till the day I die. Day I die, 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 day I day I day I day I day I day I day
Hope is just a fantasy, a near averted from you. Artifacts of the light is slowly growing on me. We could be the king and queen if you want to. We could find a getaway if you need to. I do it all for you. I do it all of you. The sun and the moon won't know what we'll be up to. God is strong if he won't let me love you. With all I have, with all my faith, hope is just a fantasy, a near averted from you. Artifacts of the light is slowly growing on me. We could be
minimal stretch. And again, I've probably reduced the size of these because they're not as crucial. Actually, I think I'll select the inside edges here. But again, probably just need these corners to be unwrapped as well, so we can get rid of some of that stretch. Might need these ones in here, possibly as well. I'm just going to see how that looks. Taking away a bit of that stretch. Okay, so that's almost all, except for the straps. The straps are slightly different because I've still got the solidify modifier on. And that means that when I go to unwrap, we've only got a plane to unwrap, so that's the whole plane. So if I select all and press U to unwrap, and unwrap, it should unwrap in a long strip like so. That does mean that when we texture, we'll just be texturing this bit and then it will stretch across to the other side. So we'll see a little bit of stretching in here. But because it's so small, we can probably get away with it, especially for these two straps on the boots. So I'll select this, new to unwrap. That's a circle, so we'll need to cut that off somewhere. I'll go to isolation view, and we can probably get rid of these faces, in fact, so I'll delete those faces. Just double check that that's cutting through okay, and then again unwrap, and they'll go in a long line like so. That's fine. So lastly then is things like the belt and this shoulder strap. Again, we will see a tiny bit of stretching across the joint here. And again, I think that will just about be okay. So into edit mode and select all, U to unwrap, and unwrap, it should go in a nice long line like so. Same with our belt down here, although that goes into the middle, doesn't it? So I need to just delete some of these faces, that's fine. Now this would be interesting because it's still got a mirror on, so we would see repetition of the material going across here. Again, that's something that we can do, so it'll be really useful to show you that process and what it looks like, and possibly how we can deal with that if we need to. So I'll select all those, unwrap and unwrap. And we're just about there. The last thing then is the eyes. They're actually a tiny bit awkward, you zoom in on those, because the main focus is on the front here. So if I go into edit mode, it's kind of helpful to cut it in half, perhaps somewhere around here, or perhaps one further forward, because if the eyeball looks down, we still won't see the very back there. So marking a seam at this point is useful. But we also need, if I select all and unwrap now, you can see there's a bit of stretching on the outside as it becomes light blue in here and darker on the outside here. A lot of the time people will come from here to here in the four corners to get rid of that stretch. I don't particularly need to do that, and I think this unwrap will work relatively well. So I believe we have everything unwrapped, and hopefully you got an okay with that. Now we want to put these all onto one UV map. So now I can select all these pieces at the same time, go into edit mode, make sure I've got everything selected with A, and once again unwrap. And what that does is...
Do I want to do that?
Unwraps I've got everything selected with A, and once again unwrap. And what that does, it unwraps everything onto one map, which is really useful. Although, go into edit mode, make sure I've got everything selected with A, and once again unwrap. And what that does, it unwraps everything onto one map, which is really useful. Although you can see there's a problem because some are really big and some are really small. And we haven't got that much difference between the armor pieces for that to happen. Now when you see this, it's because some of these items have the wrong scale attached. And I can see straight away what that is. It's the eyes. If I go into edit mode, you can see they're unwrapped there, and the teeth, which have this huge unwrap. So if I press N on my keyboard, go to item, into object mode, just move that across so you can see them. The scale is set, so it's 0.01. So it thinks its actual size at 1 is really, really big, and the same for the eyes. So as always, I need to select them, Control A, and apply the scale. Now when I select all, go to edit mode, select all, view, unwrap, you can see it's evened them out in a much better way. The next thing to think about is how we can scale our objects to optimize them. And I was saying about the loincloth, the backs of the loincloth, we don't need as much detail. So if I deselect all with Alt A and press L over those, I can then select them here, and with individual origins turned on, I can scale those both down. They don't need to be as big. The same with the top here. Perfect.
Oh, that's impossible. We can lose it all in the garden of our life. If we take it all, taste it forbidden fruit. Will it break us all? We'll know when we're touched. We'll know when we're touched. Take it all, taste it forbidden fruit. Will it break us
Alright, I wasn't planning on...
Let's press Alt A first and then L. I'll just select that, and I can press L in here to select those and scale that down. Some of the backs of the armor pieces, so Alt A, L to select those, and scale those down slightly. And possibly in here, the back of this armor piece, I can select that. Scale it down. The soles of the shoes probably don't need as much detail. In fact, have I unwrapped the very sole? I don't think I have. Oh, but the good thing about that is that it is a solidified object with a solidified modifier on it. So it is just unwrapping its plane. So if I select that, it is unwrapped quite nicely like so. We might actually see the sole of the shoe when the character's running and so forth, so we can keep that a sensible size. We'll just quickly double check, going into object mode, that the scale is set correctly. It's very slightly out, it won't make much difference. I'll press Ctrl A now and scale it, but that won't make too much difference to our UV unwrap. So once again, I'll select all, into edit mode, select all there, and now I want to select all and pack my islands once again. So pack islands. Make sure my margin's right, turn off the scale and pack. And for some reason it's squished them all into the corner. The helpful thing is my 3D cursor is down the bottom here. If it's not, press Shift S, cursor to origin, and it brings it down here, and I can use the 3D cursor, or the 2D cursor I should call it, and scale these up until they hit the corner there. Just going to give them a bit of a margin away from the edge, so I'm just going to press G to grab, bring them out from the edge, and we've got all our armor pieces tucked into this space here. There's a slightly useful thing here as well. We've got a little bit of space to play with, just in case one of these unwraps, like the belt for example, I wanted to apply the solidify modifier, I could fit the extra faces for the unwrap down the corner here perhaps. So giving yourself a little bit of room can be helpful if you want to make any edits later. Okay, so that is unwrapping all of the armor. So make sure you've caught up with me and that you've unwrapped everything together and you've saved your work ready for next time. Armor unwrapped here. I'm going to go into object mode and press Alt H to bring back In this lecture we'll be baking out the normal map, which is the bumpiness texture. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time. I'll press N to get rid of the side panel, and we've got our armor unwrapped here. I'm going to go into object mode and press Alt H to bring back the orc body. That's also actually brought back the original body as well. There's the original body and the retopo. I can select the original body and I can get rid of that. We've taken all the information we need and we put it onto our retopo body. So I can actually delete this. Sometimes I put that into a new collection and call it spares in case I want to go back to it at all. But we've got lots of previously saved versions where it's in, so I don't need to do that. One thing I am noticing is that it's changed a few objects. Down at the bottom here, our mirror we were using was the original body, so I'm going to have to go in and quickly update the mirror object here for these objects. So using picker and choosing retopo body. I'll do that for all the pieces that need it, and I'll speed the footage up. I think that's all of them. I think another slight issue is the belt, the shrink wrap. Let's just check the shrink wrap. Yes, that was the old target. Got to check that for each of these. Make sure the shrink wrap is the orc body, so that pops out above the surface. I think that's everything. It might be worth just checking that things aren't popping through the surface too much. Possibly down here is a bit of an issue where it pops through the surface of the boots, especially if you are wanting to go down to level 0, so this sort of level of detail. You do want to make sure that your objects haven't got the body poking through, maybe a little bit of adaptation on the shoulder armor there and on the belt just a tiny bit. So a few minor adjustments there. For me, with the body, I'm going to have level 1 as my base level. So I might just smarten these boots up a little bit, make sure that probably this line here, and in fact that means I probably need to do these other lines at the top here as well. Just check that I've got those. And scale Shift Z. Let's bring them out slightly. It's probably enough for the top. I don't want to go much further than that, so I'll bring this one and this one out slightly. And this one out slightly, so scale Shift Z. I could have probably done with another line in there. Let's just... oh, there is another line in there. So I'll select that one, scale Shift Z, and bring it out. It really does come out quite far there, so I'm going to get these scale a little bit further, scale Shift Z, bring those out, bring this one out slightly, and then this one, the shrink wrap, oh, it hasn't got a shrink wrap anymore, that's why it's not sticking to the surface. I should just be able to add that, so shrink, and then make sure it's on the boots, and change the offset, and I need to put that above everything else. It's interesting it's gone inside just there. Make sure I've got above surface. There we go, that makes more sense. And the offset looks like it's a bit too much there. I think we're there now with that, and that looks a bit better. Nothing's poking through. So a little bit of adjustment there needed to make sure these are all ready for the baking process. So it looks like we're there. I'm just going to have a quick look around. See.
to hold, someone to care, someone who's there. I try to find someone who's me and knows how I be. 'Cause take it from me, I don't wanna be lonely. I'm looking for someone to hold, someone to care, someone who's there. I try to find someone who's me and knows how I be. 'Cause take it from me, I don't wanna be lonely.
If anything else is poking through, but I think we're all good and ready for baking. So I'll start with the orc body. Just said, bring those out. And body poking through, maybe a little bit of adaptation on the shoulder armor there and on the belt, just a tiny bit. So a few minor adjustments there. For me, with the body, I'm going to have level 1 as my base level. So I might just smarten these boots up a little bit, make sure that probably this line here, and in fact that means I probably need to do these other lines at the top here as well. Just check that I've got those. And scale shift Z. Just bring them out slightly. It's probably enough for the top, I don't want to go much further than that, so I'll bring this one and this one out slightly. And this one out slightly, so scale shift Z. I could have probably done with another line in there. Let's just, oh, there is another line in there. So I'll select that one, scale shift Z, and bring that out. It really does come out quite far there, so I'm going to get these scale a little bit further, scale shift Z, bring those out, bring this one out slightly. And then this one, the shrink wrap, oh, it hasn't got a shrink wrap anymore, that's why it's not sticking to this surface. I should just be able to add that, so shrink, and then make sure it's on the boots, and change the offset, and I need to put that above everything else. It's interesting it's gone inside just there. Make sure I've got above surface. There we go, that makes more sense. And the offset looks like it's a bit too much there. I think we're there now with that, and that looks a bit better. Nothing's poking through, so a little bit of adjustment there needed to make sure these are all ready for the baking process. So it looks like we're there. I'm just going to have a quick look around, see if anything else is poking through, but I think we're all good and ready for baking. So I'll start with the orc body. I'll just bring my modifier up so you can see I've got my multi-resolution modifier, and I'm going to use this to bake from the high poly, the rendered version here, to the low poly. And you'll see what that looks like in just a moment. To see the effects of this and to set up our textures correctly, I'm going to bring down a new window at the top here. So I'm still in the UV editing workspace, but I'm bringing down a window for the shader editor. I'll press N to get rid of the side panel, and we'll create a new material, and I'll call this orc body. I'll press workspace, but I'm bringing down a window for the shader editor. I'll press N to get rid of the side panel, and we'll create a new material, and I'll call this orc body. So we've got the principled BSDF here.
By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull.
And I need a texture to bake onto. And there's three types of texture I want to bake. I want to bake a normal map for the bumpiness. I want to bake a cavity map for all the creases and detail, and an ambient occlusion map for the deep shadows. In order to do that, I'm going to need to create three textures.
I see, so I made a mistake when I applied the multi-res on these. Well, I mean, I had to because I wanted to join all of my items, so...
We'll start off with the normal map. We can create a new texture in the UV editor, so I'll create a new texture, or new image as it says. I want to call this orc normals. Textures. We'll start off with all the deep shadows, for creases and detail, and an ambient occlusion map for the deep shadows. In order to do that, I'm going to need to create three textures. We'll start off with the normal map. We can create a new texture in the UV editor, so I'll create a new texture, or new image as it says. I want to call this orc normals. The width and height I'm going to change to 2048 by 2048. In fact, you can click and select on both of them and change them both at the same time to 2048 like that. The higher the number, the more detailed and accurate your, but it will also take longer and has more chance of glitches the higher you go. We don't need the alpha channel, that's an extra channel for transparency, and we don't need any transparency. You can also change the color of this texture, but that will be wiped when we produce this new map. So I can press new image, and you can see that new black texture just here. And in order to bake onto this image, we need it in our shader editor. So in the shader editor, I want to press Shift A and bring in a texture, image texture. Bring that to the front here, in front of the normals there. And I'm opening up, so I'm going to this down arrow here, the orc normals. Now normal maps are always of the non-color data color space. So now normal maps are always of the non-color data color space. So we do need to change that to the non-color data. I don't actually think it makes a difference before you bake, but when we hook it up to the normal map, it does make a difference then. Now in order to bake, we go to the render property. So I'm going to this down arrow here, the orc normals. Now normal maps are always of the non-color data color space. So we do need to change that to the non-color data. I don't actually think it makes a difference before you bake, but when we hook it up to the normal map, it does make a difference then. Now in order to bake, we go to the render properties on the right hand side here. You need to be in cycles to bake, it only works in cycles. If you've got a faster GPU, then it's worth changing to the GPU. And then we scroll down to the bottom where it says bake just here. Now I'll open that up. I'll scroll a bit further so you can see that. There's two types of baking. There's normal baking, where you bake onto itself. So this object is only using itself to bake, or the multi-resolution modifier. And then there's this option of selected to active. That uses, in most cases, two objects, and you bake from one object to the other. We won't be using that at the moment, but unfortunately the bake from multi-res, which I'm going to tick here, sometimes causes a few glitches and you have to do the selected to active. But I'll talk about that a bit later. But for now, bake from multi-res just there. I'll bring that out so you can see the whole title. And the bake type is the normals that we can choose here. And you can see you can bake the displacement map as well, but that's something we don't really need. So normals it is. Under the output it says clear image. You can leave that tick for now and we'll come back to that a bit later. And also the margin, this is the size that it overlaps the islands, and you'll see that in a moment, but the default of 16 is absolutely fine there. Now the important thing is, before you press bake, just check that you have the texture Orc Normals selected here. And it's always a good idea, I think, to have it open in your UV image editor as well. So Orc Normals. So see Orc Normals here, we've got it selected in the shader editor. That's how Blender knows when we press the bake button that it's going to bake to this texture. It's the active texture. So with those textures selected, and of course your orc selected, but that should be obvious because we should see the orc body material that's associated with this object, we can now press bake. You'll see a progress at the bottom there, and it was extremely fast, so you only saw it for a moment. The bake from multi-res can be quite quick. Let's go and see what we've got. Okay, we've got some interesting anomalies, this sort of squared off look, but we can see it's sort of working. You can see these sort of bulbous bits here, which are those spotty bits at the top. The problem is we've got these rectangles all over the place. That is because, if we look at our object, it's shaded flat. So it's taken the flat shading and put it onto a normal map. We need to right click and shade smooth and then bake again, but just double check, you've got your orc normals there. We're looking at our orc normals here. I'll zoom out just a touch so we can see the results. And I'll press bake again. Okay, this time it's all looking fairly smooth. And we can go across our image and see that it's done a nice job. See a little bit of anomaly there. That's where it's overlapping the edge. So there's our seam just there. If I go into edit mode, we should be able to see our seams. I select all. There's the seam. And there's the overlap of the color. That's 16 pixels that it was talking about just here, the margin. I select all. There's see a little bit of anomaly there. That's where it's overlapping the edge. So there's our seam just there. If I go into edit mode, we should be able to see our seams. I select all. There's the seam. And there's the overlap of the color. That's 16 pixels that it was talking about just here, the margin. And you can probably see that that overlap is just about going to touch each other there. But that's fine because it's an overlap, and that's why we have a nice gap there. Okay, so come back into object mode. We can't see the results on our object yet. That's because the normal map isn't hooked up. But before we hook it up, let's just save that image. So image, save as, and I'm going to call it, let's hook it up, let's just save that image. So image, save as, and I'm going to call it Orc Normals. Notice I've got some test images in there already. You're probably all keen to see what this looks like, so let's actually hook it up. So the Orc Normals here, we need to hook up the color to the normal, but notice this is a yellow to a blue. That doesn't work. We need an extra node in here. So Shift A to add, and it's under vector. And we need to use the normal map kind of converter. So it goes into the color and into the normal map. Again, we still can't see it. That's because we're not in render view. We need to use the normal map kind of in here. So Shift A to add, and it's under vector. And we need
Since I've been walking solo, dreaming you were a black hole. I forget it down low, hide until tomorrow. Come back into the good light.
to use the normal map kind of converter. So it goes into the color and into the normal map. Again, we still can't see it. That's because we're not in render view. I scroll across. I can see this in material preview mode, and that's looking pretty good. Remember, this is not the full resolution. This is at, if I go to our multi-resolution modifier, this is at 1 level. If I change it down to 0, you can see what it looked like on our 0 non-subdivided mesh with 3,500 faces. And we're getting quite a nice lot of detail there, and it looks pretty good. So if we had this as our LOD, our level of detail in our game engine, and we zoomed in about this far, we could have only 3.5 detail in the divided mesh, not the full resolution. This is at, if I go to our multi-resolution modifier, this is at 1 level. If I change it down to 0, you can see what it looked like on our 0 non-subdivided mesh with 3,500 faces. And we're getting quite a nice lot of detail there, and it looks pretty good. So if we had this as our LOD, our level of detail in our game engine, and we were zoomed in about this far, we could have only 3,500 faces and our character still looks pretty good. So that's the power of the normal map and power of the baking. So I can actually hide my multi-resolution modifier now, so this is not affecting it, and I've still got this great looking orc. Okay, so do make sure you're caught up with me. You've baked out your normal map, and you've still got it. So I can actually hide my multi-resolution modifier now, so this is not affecting it, and you've still got this great looking orc. Okay, so do make sure you're caught up with me. You've baked out your normal map, and that you've saved that normal map texture as orc normals, and of course you've saved the scene, ready for next time.
Ready for next time.
In this lecture we'll be baking out the ambient occlusion and cavity maps or textures for our orc. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time, and we want to bake the cavity map and the ambient occlusion map. So we need to create a new texture. We'll start with the cavity map, and in order to do this we need to create a new texture. So I'll click on the new image, and I'll call this orc cavity. Make sure you've got 2048 by 2048, and we can create a new image. Okay, so we've got the orc cavity here, and it's this black texture. Remember, we need it in our shader editor as well, because we need to select it in here in order to bake onto it. So I'm going to duplicate this one, Shift D to duplicate, and with the drop down arrow, I'm going to select orc cavity. And in a moment, I need to make sure that's selected before baking. The problem is we've got nothing to bake as yet. If I go across to the render workspace, down to the baking, bake from multi-res, we've got normals and displacement, we've got no cavity. In order to create a cavity, we need to create a texture for our high poly, which creates all the shading details. So I'll zoom out just a touch so we can see the base color. We need to plug something into it. We need to plug into the base color this cavity detail. The nodes we need for this, if I press Shift A, it's under Input and then Geometry. So Input Geometry, I'll bring that over to here, and it's the pointiness that we need. If I hook this up now, we won't see, well, any real change. There is a tiny bit of change, but it's not working properly. There's two reasons for that. One, we're not in cycles, and it only works in cycles. If I change across the cycles, we still won't see any results. I'll just unplug the normal map, because that's making it look like we're seeing some results, but we're not seeing any results. Now, it's a little bit awkward to see because the lighting is all off. We've got this one light in here, and then a grey background lighting our scene, which is not really helping us a great deal. What I'm going to do is actually delete this light, so we've ended up with this, and I'm going to go across the shader editor into the world workspace, press home to zoom in on my nodes, and I'm going to, with the node wrangler installed, so that's edit, preferences, add-ons, type in node up here, and make sure the node wrangler is ticked. We can then close this down, and I can make sure background is selected and press Ctrl T. That will open up an environment texture here, and I can open up one of my HDRIs. Try and find a nice sort of grey one, a simple one like this dam bridge here, or this grey one to here, and I can open up one of my HDRIs. Try and find a nice sort of grey
You said you're really busy. Guess that means that today I'll stay inside. I lived all up so really. I can't wait till the next day when you're mine. You're my BFF, but lately you gotta BF. I'm craving all the time that used to be mine. We're just making memories daily. Yeah, I'm happy for you, really. Is he the one? I'll still be here when it's done. I wouldn't say that I'm jealous. Well, maybe a little bit. Not of being taken, cause I'm selfish, but because of you. I miss the feeling by your side. No peer compares to you and I. But then he passes by. I'm sorry.
One, a simple one like this down.
And you said you wait up for me. I said that space grows with time. And I said that you're on my mind. Love is to trust every time. To smile cause you're smiling even if I'm not the reason why. Do you miss the feeling by my side? No pair compares to you and I. Right by.
Okay, busy, my head is spinning, feel dizzy, like ring around. Ain't feeling rosy, wanna see the homies, but I'm leaving home and never stick around. Always on the move, bags packed, grab snacks, fast track, lift off. But I crash fast, gas tanks, ran past that last drip drop. Like, ooh, need a day to just catch my breath. Feeling drained, I wanna get some rest. Sleep too long on these futons, but each new dawn I miss my bed. Serious about commas, but a period's what I want. Really missing the comma, full freedom, missing all qualms, yeah. What?
And a ridge here, or this abandoned greenhouse here, for example. So something that's nice and grey and gives a nice even soft light like this. I'll go back to the object, make sure I've got my orc selected, and let's zoom in again, and we're going from the geometry node, the pointiness, to the base colour. What we also need to do is go across to our modifiers and in the viewport level change this to 6 levels so we can actually see the detail. Oh, and I need to actually turn it on as well. I was a bit confused there as to why nothing was happening. But now we've got our detail back. I'm just going to, under the render settings, turn on denoise. That should kind of speed up the rendering a little bit. So we've got all our...
Red light, green light, what my days all feel like, yeah.
Our detail settings turn on denoise. But now we've got our detail back. I'm just going to, under the render settings, turn on denoise. That should kind of speed up the render.
It's time for me to find some peace of mind and redefine my dreams in life. And I'll be just fine, just need some time to breathe and try to ease up. I'll be free and fly, frequent flyer. Racket of miles and I'll be so tired.
A little bit. So we've got all our detail back with that multi-rose modifier. If I unhook the geometry node now, can see it's made very little difference to our render. I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see that and hook it up again with pointing this to the base color. It's taking a few seconds each time, so you don't really have to follow along with this. Just notice the results. You can see that it just makes it a little bit darker. It's not really doing much else. Perhaps we're seeing a little bit of detail coming through in the face, perhaps. Just a little bit. So we need to somehow intensify the effect.
Take all my time with it, fall into a place where my mind isn't. I just wanna take all my time with it, fall into a place.
So if I press Shift A to add and go to converter and choose a color ramp, I can slot that in the middle here, and then I can bring up the blacks and see what happens to our image when I do this. About 0.4 or just over is kind of the magic number, and bring the whites down and see 0.4, bring up the blacks and see what happens to our image when I do this. About 0.4 or just over is kind of the magic number, and bring the whites down and see what happens when I do this. Now we're getting a few slight anomalies in the face, which is a bit frustrating. That's kind of the magic number, and do this. About 0.4 or just over is kind of the magic number, and bring the whites down and see what happens when I do this. Now we're getting a few slight anomalies in the face, which is a bit frustrating. I'll just quickly check whether bringing down the viewport levels will change that. And it has minimized some of them, but we are losing a little bit of detail around the place. These tiny glitches we can tidy up. They do take a little bit of time to tidy up, so that's a bit of a frustration. So it may be that you need to go down a level in the render and the viewport. The render's the key one, and that's where it's taking the information from. So if you go down in the render, you might see less of these glitches, but you will lose a little bit of detail around the place, so this nice detailing around here. But we'll come back to that in a moment. So what we're trying to do is look for a kind of magic number, really, a kind of sweet spot where we get all the creases really showing through nicely. I think maybe 0.59 by the looks of things. So I'm trying not to make it too light in these very edges here, and not too dark in the very crevices. So this very crevice here looks like we can bring that up maybe a tiny bit to something like 0.45, and it's almost completely black now. So that's what we're looking for. You want to be able to see a nice lot of creases in here, and 0.45 is a nice number in this scenario. I always find it's 0.4 minimum for black, so 0.4 and upwards to a maximum of 0.5, and then for the whites it's a maximum of 0.6 and a minimum of 0.5. So if I bring these right in, you can see it's gone a bit too far because we've got really black spots which have lost a bit of their detail, and the white spots are kind of overpowering areas now. So for the black I would suggest 0.45 or 0.46, maybe 0.47, and for the whites 0.55 I think is going to be a better option. I'll just play with that a little bit, maybe 0.56 in my case. I'll just check the black again. I think we're about 0.46 is the best spot here. And probably, but this is what we're looking for. We want to be able to see all these nice creases, and then we can bake these colours onto our low poly. So now's a good time to set up that cavity material. Pause the video and have a go at that. Okay, so now we've got those colours.
Excuse me.
Zoom out of it. And we want to bake that information onto this texture here. So I'll go across to the render properties, down to the bake, and we're not baking from multi-res this time, we're baking from this rendered color information. So in a sense we are still using the multi-res, but the information is just the color information we're trying to grab from it. So again, the multi-res render here is rendering at 6 levels, and we've got it turned on. So this color information is going to come across and it will bake to this texture. And then we can place this texture on our lower poly and this. So across the rendering, scroll down to the bake, and instead of combined, I'll turn this to diffuse. So diffuse is another word for color or base color. I need to turn the direct and indirect lighting off. We don't want the influence of the lighting. The output is the target image textures just here. And of course, we make sure we've got our orc cavity selected here, and it's a good idea to have it open in here as well, just so you can see the results really. Image textures just here. And of course, we make sure we've got our orc cavity selected here, and it's a good idea to have it open in here as well, just so you can see the results really. And then we can press bake. This might take a little bit longer than the normals, so I'll speed this footage up. Okay, so let's take a look at those results. I'll just zoom into our map here, and it seems to all be good except for a few minor areas such as this around the face. It's frustrating. And a few around the hands as well. These strange anomaly in Blender. These strange anomalies that we're getting, and that's just a glitch within Blender. It's a bit frustrating, but it's quite common with baking in Blender, unfortunately. That's why many people will use other programs to bake, such as Substance Painter or Xnormal is another one. The good thing is the principles of the
This video is a part of the series where
the same, so what you learn here you can use in those sort of programs. We can actually tidy those up a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So I'll press Control Spacebar to go back to previous. I'll save this image, call it Orc Cavity. That's why many here. Okay, so let's take a look at those results. I'll just zoom into our map here, and it seems to all be good except for a few minor areas such as this around the face. It's frustrating, and there are a few around the hands as well. These strange anomalies that we're getting, and that's just a glitch within Blender. It's a bit frustrating, but it's quite common with baking in Blender, unfortunately. That's why many people will use other programs to bake, such as Substance Painter or Xnormal is another one. The good thing is the principles are the same, so what you learn here you can use in those sort of programs. We can actually tidy those up a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So I'll press Control Spacebar to go back to previous. I'll save this image, call it Orc Cavity, and then I'll create a new image for the ambient occlusion. I'll call it Orc AO. And new image. So we've got our Orc AO just there. We need to do a similar thing, so I'm just going to copy the Orc Cavity, so Shift D, and open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient exclusion, and we've got it open here. We need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Exclusion. I can select that. To add, and this time for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking, so we're baking this color that we've created here. And we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected and it's open down here, and I can press. So we're baking this color that we've created here, and we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected and it's open down here, and I can press bake.
I feel the picture, don't tell the story of two sides. Just sat over my dead body, thinking about sleeping on the couch.
come with me. You just play your song and I'll accompany. Always know the greatest things in life are free, so I invested my money in your company. Like where you wanna go, girl, I'll take you there. Let me put another flower in your hair. When I'm with you, I can't even have a care. Take all of my soul, I'm not afraid to share. Woo, I love you so. Oh, I love you so. I love you so. I love you so. You're always perfectly perfect. Pick that like product and purchase. Love like the breeze in these verses. Put all the men in these hearses. I love just watching you work it. Splash on the beat and then surface. Bring it to life and then murk it. It has me losing my circus. The way you move it. Everybody stopping what they doing just to see the way that you be grooving. I made up my mind, there is no choosing. Woo, I love you so. Oh, I love you so. I love you so.
If you see any error messages like no image to bake to or something like that, it's usually because you haven't got your texture selected and it doesn't know where to bake to. Okay, so we've now baked out our cavity image, which you can see here. So the chest, for example, has this strap going across it, so we've got that cavity area there for the strap. It's important to note actually for the ambient occlusion that you do need the other objects visible when you bake this out, otherwise it won't know that there's shading areas that are needed. I'll go to image and save the image, Orc AO.
That's my jam. Hey.
Would you still believe in yourself if all you had never meant a thing? That you failed? Are you that frail? Don't you hear the bells call your name through fire and dust to and back from hell? Tell the world you're far from dead.
And save. So now's a good time to catch up with me and bake out the ambient occlusion map.
Good job.
Could you still believe if what you had God took from you when you prayed for years for the pain to subside? But don't you feel the wind flowing through the path you're on? Hold my hand and repeat. Tell the world you're far from done.
We're gonna pick a complex object from Amazon that everybody's afraid to model, and we're going to create this in Blender from scratch. Everything that you're gonna see me do in this video is in my Blender ebook. Go check that out, the link is below. First of all, we gotta put together some pictures that we can look at as modeling. Go to Google and type in pure ref, hit download, click on whatever you gotta click on, and hit the download button. And that's going to give you this little canvas that you can use for loading references. Right click, mode, check always on top, and now we're going to drag and drop some of these images from the Amazon page. The more pictures we can get, the better. Luckily, we got a bunch of pictures of this boot from many different angles, but we don't have a picture of the bottom of the shoe. So go to Google and type in the name of this boot, add sole. You're gonna get a bunch of pictures of the underside of this boot. Here's a good example. You can right click, save image as, and you're gonna save that shit into a new folder that you made just for this project. This is where we're gonna keep all the references that we're gonna need, and this is where we're gonna put all the textures. Now go to Blender and go to top view, shift A, image reference, load up your reference image, and lower this below the scene. Now go to top view, give me a new plane, in edit mode hit X, collapse edges and faces. Place this vertex over here, in the middle of the outer edge of one of these rubber things. Then control click on the middle of the next one, then the one after that, next one again, and just keep doing this until you get all the way around the fucking boot. Over here in the front we got this weird curvy shit, but don't worry about that. We're going to add more geometry and roundness to this later. For now, just keep it pointy, just keep one vertex. Just keep clicking, and when you get to the end, imagine if there's another one of these over here, and click on the approximate middle of that. Do the same thing over here on the other side. Then we're going to take this extrude right click, lower it down, select everything, press Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and you're going to bring everything inwards like this. You're definitely gonna have to make a couple of adjustments. You might have to scale everything down and try to make it so that these vertices on the inside are on the inner middle of each of these rubber buttons. I don't know why I call them buttons. I don't know what the fuck you call these things. It doesn't matter, you know what I'm talking about. So just go around the entire mesh and align all the vertices with the reference image. And once you get to the end, we're going to delete all this lower geometry. Then select everything. In edge select mode, we're going to use Shift Alt right click to deselect these edge loops. Deselect the ones on the end. Then in top view, press Ctrl B to bevel and try to focus on the outer edges first. Try to make them as wide as each of these rubber squares or shapes or whatever. We're not going to be able to do everything in one go. We're definitely going to have to make some adjustments like this. We're now using this geometry to create the holes and the gaps between each of these rubber shapes. Some of them are going to be crossing each other like this, so we gotta fix that on the inside. And I know this is a pain in the ass, but if you want to do it, then do it right. Once we got everything aligned, we're gonna take this edge from the bottom, bring it down here with Control left click. Do that a couple of times until you bring this all the way to the end here. Do the same thing over on the other side. Make sure you got the same number of edges and just leave it at this for now. We're gonna get back to this later. Then we're going to add a loop cut around all of this, although maybe it's better if we take care of this part first before we start adding more geometry. So fill this, select all of these W bridge edge loops, take this edge in the back and extrude it and lift it up, extrude it backwards, scale it up a little bit, and now try to do the same thing we did in the front using the geometry that we have down here. So just extrude these edges and align them with the shapes down here. We have some weird shit going on back here, but for now let's just treat it like we did everything else. Then bevel these edges again, correct the vertices on the outside, and then correct the vertices on the inside. And once we got this outline sorted out, give me a loop cut right here. Control B to bevel that loop cut and turn it into 3 edge loops. So that means we need 2 segments down here, because the segments refers to the number of face segments. Now select the inner edge loop, go to select, check or deselect, and make sure you got all the edges which are on the inside of these shapes, not the gaps. You can move this by changing the offset value here. Now we're going to deselect these which we don't want, deselect these, and only keep the ones which are on the middle of the rubber shapes, on the middle of these little dents that we have on the sides here. Go to individual origins and scale these down to create this little pointy shit. I know they're not all perfectly lined, but it doesn't matter, we don't have time for this shit, it's gonna look good anyway. Now we're going to find the little steps which are way too flat, which should be a little bit more curved, and we're going to make a loop cut across them like this so we can curve them a little bit better. We got a couple of those going on in the back, and we also have a few bad ones over here in the front. We might even have to add 2 loop cuts to this one here, and correct the surrounding geometry so the curve stays smooth. Now select all the rubber bits which are supposed to stick out, and just extrude them upwards like this. You can take the inner edge loop, extrude right click and scale it down a bit, then just fill it with an n-gon, who gives a fuck? I sure don't. Do the same thing over here in the front, place the 3D cursor down here and select this outline, deselect everything in the front, use your 3D cursor to extrude right click and scale down to 0, while the 3D cursor is a pivot point. And we might have to scale this up a little bit on the x-axis, and we'll use the 3D cursor over here to snap these vertices to connect them properly. And once you connected everything, take the outline again, extrude right click and lower it down a bit. Now you can roll with this, but I want this to look nicer, so I'm going to select everything, deselect this, and deselect this, deselect some of this, deselect these edge loops over here, but maybe it would be wise to keep the ones on the outside. And once you got the edges selected which you want to be sharp, Control B to bevel them. I only want 1 segment on this. Now you can add a subdivision surface modifier, and this is going to look a lot more realistic and detailed. You don't gotta do this, this is gonna crank up your polygon count, but I'm not doing this shit for a video game, I'm doing this to make a good render. And now let's add a couple more details to this sole here. Alright, first of all, let's get the easy stuff out of the way, which are going to be these little shapes in the middle of the fucking boot. Go to top view, click right here and give me a plane. Scale that down, place it right here in the middle, subdivide, take the edges from the top and the bottom, extrude right click, scale up by 2. Same shit with these edges over here. But then take the vertices from the corner, scale them down by 0.6 on the x-axis, take these and scale them down by 0.6 on the y-axis. Extrude this up, inset the top surface, slide this in, merge by distance, adjust the height. You can add some subdivision surface here if you wanna. Delete the faces at the bottom and bevel all the other edges. Duplicate this and place it down here. Then duplicate it again and place it over there. Over here you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 copies of this object. Take all of these, then select the rest of the sole, Control J, and now they're all part of the same object. Then we're gonna have to do something about this. So go to Google and find me the logo of this company. Copy image, paste that into PaintNet, add a new layer, and I want a white background behind this. We should probably invert the colors. If this is a bump map, then black means low and white means high. So give me the shape tool and set that to circle. I want white color and give me a circle around the logo like this. Give me a rectangle tool and give me a rectangle around this. I want another rectangle outside of that. Now take the bucket tool and paint everything around this white. We're going to turn this into a normal map, then save this normal map. We're gonna put that in our boot folder and name that Sole Logo Normal. Now go back to Blender, duplicate this somewhere in case we fuck something up and hide it. Apply the subdivision surface modifier, add a new material for the sole. We're going to give that this orange brown kind of color. Drag and drop the normal map into this material. Give me non-color, give me a normal map node, plug color into color and normal into normal. Select a surface around the area where we're supposed to have this logo thing going on. Press U, unwrap, and in your UV editor you're going to adjust this UV map. In this case we got to rotate by 90 degrees. And what do you know, we got an imprint down here at the bottom of the boot. You can make this more intense if you want to, but overall this is good to go. Let's start moving to an upper part of this shoe. I just realized that this whole thing is supposed to be at the same level as this. So give me my proportional editing, select this entire part in the front, and lift it up on the Z-axis until it's at the same height as this part back here. Now let's move on to the next part. Now listen to me very carefully because I'm about to tell you something very important. I'm going to show you how you can make stitches like this and how you can place them anywhere on this fucking boot. And you don't have to do anything high poly for this. Now first we have to create the area onto which we're going to apply the stitches. So let's just fill this with an N-gon. Then press I to inset, and we need about this much of a gap here. Then lift this up a little bit like this, and you can separate this top face to a new object because we're going to use that later to create the top part of the shoe. But you can also just delete it for now. Also bevel this just to make it a little bit sharper. And now here's how you're going to create these stitches. Get rid of this shit and throw this over to the side. Give me a plane, scale it up by 3, give it 2 loop cuts, and subdivide everything a couple of times. This is now the equivalent of 3 planes placed next to each other. Select faces like this exactly in between these planes, inset with I, loop tool circle, scale them further if you want to with individual origins. And these are going to be the holes for the stitches. If they're approximately this far, then they have to be approximately this large. You can extrude this down, delete the face at the bottom, and maybe bevel this a little bit. Now take these 4 edges from over here, lift them up, extrude them to the side to give this a bit of thickness. And this is going to be a stitch which connects these 2 holes. We're going to place this at a bit of an angle like this, and just make sure that this doesn't cross the halfway line. Now subdivide this, lower this down a bit, Alt-E, extrude faces along normals, give it a little bit of thickness, give it a loop cut like this. We can get rid of these faces at the bottom. And when you fuck with this shape a little bit, you're going to get a nice stitch connecting these 2 holes. Now apply the subdivision surface modifier that we have here. Remember that this was the one plane in the middle. Select all that part in the middle section, Control I to invert the selection, delete all the other faces. Now we just have one segment of the stitch, and if we duplicate this can be tiled as many times as we want. So instead of duplicating this, which will be extremely high poly, we're going to add a new plane. This has to be a separate object. Place that above this little section. Make sure that your normals are corrected by checking this face orientation thing. Everything's blue, so we're good. Go to shading, add a new material to the plane above, call that stitch normal, add a new image texture node, generate a new image. This can be very low resolution. You can do something like 64 by 64, or maybe 128 by 128, just so we don't keep in Minecraft. Name this stitch, check 32-bit float, make sure it's blank, color space, non-color, select this node, go to cycles, go down here to bake type normal, check selected to active, set the margin to something very low like 2, maybe even 1 in this case, reduce the number of samples you got, select the stitch, then select the plane, hit bake, and think about whether you're really doing what you should be doing in life. In a couple seconds, you're going to get this normal map right here. So save this to your computer. Name that stitch normal. Now we can generate a new image which we're going to call stitch mask. Same shit, except this time we're going to add a new material to the stitch, and we're going to make that black, and the surface below is going to be white. Select the stitch, select the plane, select the node here, go to bake again, set the type to diffuse, uncheck direct and indirect, check selected to active. You can crank the samples a little bit for this one because we might need them here, but I'm not sure about that. This gotta be RGB, right click, hit bake, and go take a look in the fucking mirror. We kind of fucked up because the holes here should be black. Let's fill this with an N-gon, and also this here. These faces need to have the black material, and then the stitch should probably be some type of light brown, while the surface is a lighter brown. Maybe even some type of yellow would work better for this particular surface. Now bake the colors again. We're going to save this image as stitch color 1. I was trying to do something else with this stitch mask shit, but that's probably not gonna work very well, so let's do the color instead. Now here's how you're going to apply the stitches to the boot. You're going to select an edge loop around which you want the stitches to flow. I want the stitches to be right on this edge loop here. So with Control Plus, I'm going to expand my selection. And I've got an area here on which I want a different color of rubber. So give me a new material, assign that here, name that stitch rubber, and we're gonna make that shit some type of light yellow, light brown, whatever you want to call this color. Then into this material, we're going to drag and drop the stitch normal map and also the stitch color map. Plug the color in the base color and run the normal map through a normal map node. Plug it right here into normal. Now select this edge loop where you want the stitches. Mark a seam right here at some point and select the first face on that face loop. Press U to unwrap it. Then select all the other faces on this face loop and press U, follow active quads, and set the edge length mode to length. Now click OK, and you're going to notice in your UV map that everything is straight down here, but as you move upwards it becomes more and more twisted. So we're going to place the 2D cursor down here on this vertex where everything's straight, select this edge loop on the side. With the 2D cursor as a pivot point, we're going to move up here to the top and scale everything down on the y-axis until it's perfectly aligned like this. Now you're going to see your stitches around this face loop, and they're going to be perfectly mapped the way you want them to be. You can adjust the scale of your UV map. If you make the UV map half the size, the stitches are going to be twice as large. If you make the UV map twice the size, the stitches are going to be half the size. And be careful to try to make sure that everything connects perfectly around the seam which you marked. And before you know it, you got perfect stitches around your boot. Now you have to admit that this is one of the most intelligent things that you've ever seen in the Blender tutorial. In fact, it's probably the most intelligent thing that you've ever seen in your entire life in general. So hit the fucking like button. We can change this shitty surrounding color using a hue saturation value node between the color map and the principled node. Now you can just adjust the hue value. For example, I think a value of 0.47 makes it look a little bit nicer, but you can do whatever you want here. Next, we gotta make the leather on the top part of this boot. To make the body of this shoe, we have to use the geometry from the outside of this hole here. So take this edge loop, Peter separated, but we can't possibly work with this many vertices here. So go select, check or deselect, dissolve vertices, and do this a couple of times to reduce the number of
Okay, now you'll probably want to see the results of this, so I'm going to go across to the modifiers and bring the viewport level down to 1. And then start hooking up my textures. So the normal map to the normal map. I can take off this ambient occlusion and delete it. And to hook the colors up, I'll do them ambient occlusion, then cavity. It doesn't actually matter what order you have them in, but you do need your color to start with. We'll create a new texture for the color and we'll paint on this. In just a moment, and this is the texture we'll use to paint on. So I'll create a new image, call it orc color, and this time I'm actually going to change the color to a sort of greeny color, so maybe a dark green somewhere.
Sometimes I feel like I'm nobody, but I don't mind it. Some lose they soul just trying to find this kind of high. I ride it, don't got no diamonds. Some break they bank just trying to shine this bright. Like some shining, shining. Like some shining, shining. Like some shining, shining.
Around about here. Depends how stylized you want. You can go very saturated or slightly less. I'll go in the middle somewhere, probably around here, and new image. So we've got this green color here, and then I'll, in my shader editor, just duplicate this one and open up that orc color. Now I want to mix these together in a certain way. To mix two together, You can press Shift A, and under color we've got mix color. So I'll bring that up here, and the top one is kind of the main one. So that's the color we're using. That's going into the A slot. And if I Control Shift left click on that, we'll see the color coming through there. Now it looks a bit strange. That's because it's got some mix on at the moment. If I turn this all the way to 0, that means none of this bottom one is coming through, and we're seeing that green. So whenever we've got an extra texture like this ambient occlusion, we can plug that into slot B. So let's plug that in there, and you can see if I choose the factor of 1, it's using B, factor of 0, it's using A. So there's B, our ambient occlusion. I'll just bring that back down to 0 and change the mix method up here. I'll zoom in a touch for that. Let's bring these up so you can see them. Under the mix, I'll change it to multiply. What multiply will do, if I bring this up, it will just bring up the dark values, not the white values. So if I bring that up, we've got the ambient occlusion coming through like shading, but the green's still there. If I change this back to mix, it will be completely white, but the multiply takes out all the white. So that's how we use the ambient occlusion. We use a multiply mix node. To bring in the next one, we use another mix node. So I'll Shift D to duplicate that, bring it into
Oh, we did something wrong.
Here. Again, this is the top one, so this is our main one. And at the moment, we're seeing the results of this. I'll just turn it back to mix. So we're seeing just white here. If I bring the factor down to 0, we're seeing this top one that's coming through here. So we want the AUK cavity to affect this one. So I'll plug this in. So again, turn it up to 1, we'll see the AUK cavity. We've got those slight anomalies in there. And down to 0, we've got this ambient occlusion mixed with our AUK green. So for the cavity, if we take a look at that, we want the light spots to be lighter and the dark spots to be darker. The method if we take a look at that, we want the light spots to be lighter, our AUK green. So for the cavity, if we take a look at that, we want the light spots to be lighter and the dark spots to be darker. The method we use for that is called the overlay. And it's done exactly that. We've got all that nice information of these crevices coming through as dark, and the light spots of these spotty bits here coming out nicely as white. And that's having a good effect there. Let's combine this with the normal map. So I'll plug this into the base color. And it's here, coming through as dark, and the light spots of these spotty bits here coming out nicely as white. And that's having a good effect there. Let's combine this with the normal map. So I'll plug this into the base color and Control Shift left click to view the principal BSDF into the base color, and Control Shift left click to view the principal BSDF, and we've got the normal map there as well, and that's looking really nice, I would say. A little bit shiny, we can bring down the roughness to something like otherwise it won't know that there's X normal, there's another one. The good thing is the principles are the same, ambient occlusion. I call it AUK AO and new image. So we've got our AUK AO just there. We need to do a similar thing, so I'm just going to copy the AUK cavity, so Shift D and open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient occlusion, and we've got it open here. We need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking. So we're baking this color that we've created here. And we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected and it's open down here, and I can press bake. If you see any error messages like no,
To make the body of this shoe, we have to use the geometry from the outside of this hole here. So take this edge loop, pita separated, but we can't possibly work with this many vertices here. So go select, check or deselect, dissolve vertices, and do this a couple of times to reduce the number of vertices that you have here. The more you can reduce this, the better, because it's going to be much easier to work with this mesh. Bring back your subdivision surface modifier and try to fit this curve with the hole that you have below. Eventually you're going to be able to extrude this and lift it up a little bit. And this is when we got to go to side view, shift A, image reference, and load up a side view image of the fucking boot. And let's try to lift this up, and we're gonna have to fill something up here on top so that we can make this shape up here. Try to fill everything as much as you can. You might have to remove some geometry somewhere or add some new geometry on somewhere else. Imagine if shoes looked like this. Wouldn't that be fucking crazy? Maybe we can just make a hole right here and we're good to go. It doesn't even look that bad. We just gotta lift this up a bit, and frankly this looks like a perfectly wearable fucking shoe. I want some more geometry over here, but I don't want to have these loop cuts in the front. So give me this and tear it twice. Scale it down. 2 loop cuts right here. Fill this, fill this, fill this. And now you got some more geometry that you can use to get some more control over the shape. Yes, I know that we're gonna have to bend this right here. So select something from the front, or maybe even give me a vertex that I can place over here. Then place the 3D cursor around a point here where this curving begins. Proportional editing, sharp. Let's duplicate this because we're probably about to fuck something up again. And now you can move this in a way that's going to curve the lower part. It looks like linear fall off is going to work better here. So let's just rotate this. It's supposed to be something like that. Let's also move this so it fits the new shape. Now we just gotta lift this up a little bit. I don't care about whether this perfectly matches the reference. I just want this to look cool when I render it. And then somewhere around this point, this boot is going to be split. As you can see, this surface continues to the side here, and then there's a cut here, and there's a tongue going up here behind this. So we're going to take these surfaces here, inset them with I, but press B to uncheck boundary. You can delete this, and now we have a perfect face loop here, which is going to allow us to perfectly map these stitches. So move this out here, bring this out close to the side. Let's try to align this part with the reference. It's supposed to start somewhere around here. Bring this a bit further back. Lower this down as well, and just keep following the back here. Move this forwards a little bit, and on the other side it's probably more or less the same thing. We have to bring this out as well, and we should probably use our 3D cursor to straighten this out a little bit better. Extrude this, fill this, and then we gotta start taking this up here. We're gonna have to kind of eyeball it. Extrude it up a little bit further and bring it up here to the top. Move this apart to make it a bit thicker and wider. We gotta make all this a bit wider like this. And again, I don't really give a shit if this is super accurate or not, and something like this should do. Give me another loop cut down here so I can make this look a little bit more round back here. We're gonna slide this edge here forwards and slide this one backwards, because that's going to allow me to create the back part of this boot where there's this separate piece of leather. So duplicate this and separate it to a new object. Extrude this a little further up, all the way up to this black leather shit. And then we can just add a solidify modifier to this. You gotta make some minor adjustments most likely once you add some thickness here. But now you got this back piece of leather. Let's also add some thickness to this one here. And then we gotta make this last piece over here, which we're going to create out of this edge and the one on the other side here. So separate those to new object, extrude this up, and we're going to try to extrude these edges and bring them over this side here so that they're covering the sides of this tongue. So just keep extruding this along the side here. Extrude some more edges in the back, fill this to connect it here, and then we get to a point where we have to extrude this little cheek here. Take this edge, extrude it up to around here somewhere. Maybe we can take this edge loop and extrude it inwards a little bit like this, and then with Alt S make this a bit smoother. Slide this backwards. We just gotta fuck with this geometry a little bit until we get a decent result. You're gonna do the same thing on the other side that you did on this side, but you can't just mirror it because the shape is completely different. So just do this again carefully, and once you got this taken care of roughly, we're gonna add the final big piece, which is going to be this black piece of leather here. So to do that, we're going to use this edge loop here, separate the new object, place the cursor up here, take all of this, extrude it up to that point, and just create some geometry here which you can connect with this front part. Then just fill everything until you close all the gaps. Now you can get rid of your solidify modifier, extrude this, right click, and use Alt S to inflate it, and that's how you can get this cushion shape. You gotta slide something inwards, bring this part inwards, give me a loop cut up here, and bring this further inwards. Take this in, slide this shit down a little bit, adjust this shape from the back, bring this down, bring some loop cuts over here to the front. And once you manage to fit this reasonably well with the gap that you created here before, hit it with object, shade smooth, and you should be alright. Maybe make a couple more minor adjustments like I'm about to do off camera. Next, let me show you how to make these holes for the laces. Now
Horses.
to make these eyelets, we first have to make some holes in this surface over here.
Oh,
and
not
to do that,
Taurus?
we're going to have to apply the subdivision surface modifier, which means we gotta duplicate this in case we fuck up. Then let's try 2 levels, apply this, and we need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these eyelets. And do 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something's not right, so let's try to place them closer together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Something like this should do. Let's inset with eye. We can delete faces, and these don't really have to be so big. As long as there's a hole in the middle, we're going to be okay. We're going to turn all these into circles with the circle loop tools, and once we got the holes placed more or less right, we just gotta place the eyelets. So here's what the eyelets look like. Shift A, give me a circle with 6 vertices. Subdivide this and set the number of cuts to 2. Extrude this down, scale it out, loop tool circle, then extrude this inner part up, flatten it out, extrude it inwards, then do loop tool circle, extrude that down, extrude this down, and put these 2 on the same height. Now with your 3D cursor, you can mirror this across, select all the sharp edges, Control B to bevel, object shade smooth. Maybe we can even subdivide this. But now we got a ready eyelet and we can place that somewhere over here. To do that, we're going to select all the outlines of these holes like this, duplicate them and separate them to new object, fill the holes with F, then place the 3D cursor on one of the circles, snap this shit over there with the 3D cursor, use this magnet thing, set it to face project, check these 2 boxes, and now you can align that with the surface below. Make sure the entire eyelet is bigger than the hole, but make sure that the hole in the eyelet is not bigger than the hole below. So something like this will do. We're going to do the same thing down here and just repeat the same for every single hole until you get all the way down to the bottom of the shoe. Now we can take all of these eyelets, snap them back here, and you can push them all along the local y-axis to make sure that they're not inside the hole. You might gotta rotate some of them a little bit, and it looks like these are still too small, so let's make them a little bit bigger. Now we got the eyelets over here on this side, and we still gotta do the same thing over on the other side. And once we got the eyelets out of the way, let's take care of the laces. Making the laces is gonna be pretty simple. We're going to start by placing the 3D cursor on this eyelet down here. Give me Shift A, plane, collapse edges and faces. Add a subdivision surface modifier to this. Now just extrude this out, bring it over here, extrude it over to the other side, and just push that through here and make sure you got no clipping here. Then bring it to the other side, extrude it again, bring it over here, and try to bring it over to the next eyelet. And on the next eyelet, you're going to come from the inside, and you're going to bring this out here. Then again, bring it over to the next eyelet here, and just keep going until you get through all the eyelets. Once we get to the top here, then this is supposed to go somewhere in the back, and it's supposed to get lost on the inside of this shoe. So it doesn't really matter what the fuck we do with it at this point, as long as it's not visible anymore. And once you got this under control, we're gonna duplicate this and throw it on the side, apply the subdivision surface modifier, object, convert, it over here, push the modifier to this here. Give me Shift A, plane, pretty simple. We're going to start by placing the 3D cursor on this eyelet down here. Give me Shift A, and we still gotta do the same thing. Making the laces is gonna be pretty simple. We're going to start by placing the 3D cursor on this eyelet down here. Give me Shift A, plane, collapse edges and faces. Add a subdivision surface modifier to this. Now just extrude this out, bring it over here, extrude it over to the other side, and just push that through here and make sure you got no clipping here. Then bring it to the other side, extrude it again, bring it over here, and try to bring it over to the next eyelet. And on the next eyelet, you're going to come from the inside, and you're going to bring this out here. Then again, bring it over to the next eyelet here, and just keep going until you get through all the eyelets. Once we get to the top here, then this is supposed to go somewhere in the back, and it's supposed to get lost on the inside of this shoe. So it doesn't really matter what the fuck we do with it at this point, as long as it's not visible anymore. And once you got this under control, we're gonna duplicate this and throw it on the side, apply the subdivision surface modifier, object, convert, curve, and go to curve properties, geometry, bevel, increase the depth, object shade smooth, and now we got shoelaces. Now I want a chrome material for this eyelet, so make that metallic, reduce the roughness, select all the other eyelets, then select this one, Control L, link materials, and now they all got the same material. Over here I want the black leather, so give me a new material here which is gonna be black, and in a second we're going to add a bump map to make this look like leather. You know what? I've been sitting here for 4 hours making this goddamn boot. I showed you how to make the stitches. I showed you how to make decals down here at the bottom of the fucking shoe. I showed you how to make shoelaces. I don't gotta show you how I textured everything else like I show you in every other damn video. I've given you enough enough information now that you can figure out how to do the rest yourself. The rest is pretty simple. It's just basic materials which you gotta assign, and then you gotta place the stitches right here, and you're gonna be good to go. If you can't figure it out, then go to Discord and ask this in the Discord community, and I'm going to post more content there from stuff which is missing in these videos. And if you need some help on your personal project, then check out my Patreon page. If you're a patron, you can message me at any time, send me your projects, I'll make a whole separate video. And in the meantime, I'm going to show you the final result that I accomplished with a few more minutes of work off screen. Right now, I'm gonna go drink milk, so like the damn video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, let me know what you want to see next, and I'll see you in the next one.
Why is it like that?
No image to bake to or something like that. It's usually in Blender, unfortunately. That's why many people will use other programs to bake, such as Substance Painter or Xnormal is another one. The good thing is the principles are the same, so what you learn here you can use in those sort of programs. We can actually tidy those up a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So I'll press Ctrl Spacebar to go back to previous. I'll save this image, call it Orc Cavity, and then I'll create a new image for the ambient occlusion. I'll call it Orc AO and new. New image. ambient occlusion. I call it orc AO. And new image. So we've got our orc AO just there. And we need to do a similar thing. So I'm just going to copy the orc cavity, so Shift D, and open up the AO. So we've got the orc AO selected there, the ambient occlusion, and we've got it open here. I need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that. And plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking. So we're baking this color that we've created here, and we've got
I see.
our orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected, and it's open down here, and I can press bake.
Hopefully that's it. Ouch.
Last year, I had $100 in my bank account, no previous game development or programming experience, and today I'm somehow a full-time game developer. I know that's an absolutely ridiculous opening sentence, and don't get me wrong, I genuinely never thought I'd be saying that myself. I kinda cringe making this the title of the video because it makes me sound like I'm some sort of genius or know everything, but the reality is I'm incredibly fortunate and lucky to be in this position. I wanted to make this video to share my entire journey and to essentially document everything from how I got started game development to publishing my first commercial game on Steam, which reached number 2 in the mini golf category with the help of some massive YouTubers. This video is definitely catered more towards game devs or inspiring ones, so I hope you'll find some things interesting. I plan to talk a lot about my creative process, personal struggles, and some of the things I've learned developing and self-publishing 2 games on Steam. I'm also going to be sharing a lot of analytics and stats for them as well, but first I want to apologize because this is a long story and basically just a PowerPoint presentation with little editing. Before we get started, let me introduce myself for those who don't know me, tell you a bit about my background and why I chose game development out of all things. My name is Max Anderson, but I typically go by Anderson, Andy, Andrew, Ander, Amperty, Anderson, GPT, or Ampersand. Honestly, I have so many nicknames at this point, I can't even keep track of all of them, so just call me whatever the hell you want, I guess. Now, for context about my background and where I'm from, I'm Canadian and went to university for architecture with a full ride athletic scholarship. After 2 years, I ended up deciding to go to college instead and graduated as an architectural technician. Now, I've had many different jobs throughout my life, but nothing's ever felt creatively fulfilling enough to see myself doing long term. But about 2 years ago now, I decided to download Unity with zero coding experience and started making small scale projects for fun. At this point, I had no idea I wanted to start my own studio or publish games on Steam. But after about a year messing around, making random things, I gained enough confidence to officially create my own Canadian business to publish games and called it Bean Juice Studios. This is a sole proprietorship, and for those who might not be familiar, that essentially means it's an unincorporated business run by a single individual. From doing my research, it seemed like this was going to be the best way for me to publish my own games, and after doing a bunch of boring legal shit like getting a business number and GST, HST numbers, submitted all my information and applied to become a Steamworks partner. I was accepted the following week, but man, I could just remember that feeling of excitement just seeing the notification thinking this is just the beginning. I started binge watching all these different videos about new developers sharing their experiences, watched basically every single GDC video in existence, and pretty much consumed every ounce of knowledge I could find about game development. I still obsessively try to learn new things every day, but a lot of that has shifted more into understanding game design and player psychology. After doing a bunch of research, I came to the conclusion that if there's any chance I wanted to make a game that's successful for the scale of my studio, it needed to be 2 things: small and unique. I can't produce something even close to what a studio of 100 employees can. This means if I wanted to make a multiplayer game inspired by Rocket League but in space, yes, this was my first game idea by the way, that would take so much money and years of development that I'd throw in the towel before I even had the chance to publish it. Because of this, I knew I needed to start small, and maybe as my studio keeps growing, I'll be able to fully pursue that idea someday, but right now, I have to be realistic even if it means soaking up my ego and making a very small but niche game. My long-term business strategy was, and still is, incredibly simple. Make low-risk games, and a lot of them. One of the things I learned is that the majority of studios and publishers typically rely on their back catalog in terms of revenue, not new releases. So I wanted to make sure I didn't invest too much time on a single project or make something live service which can hinder my progress long-term. I figured if I did this over a couple years, I can build up a back catalog, which is incredibly important for any video game studio because I knew I shouldn't expect my first or even second game to succeed financially. I went into this hoping I could learn as much as possible from the experience of publishing a game and use that knowledge to improve on the next one I make. I'm sure there'll be a time when I'll be ready to take that plunge into larger scale games, but when I do, I'll hopefully have enough cushioning from my previous titles to stay in business if it ends up failing miserably. I mentioned earlier that I played sports in university and college, and some people might roast me for this, but that sport I played was volleyball. Now don't get me wrong, I loved a lot of sports, but something about the adrenaline of trying to keep something up while relying heavily on hand-eye coordination and reaction time gave me the idea to make an arcade keep-up game with musical elements and abilities. Based on the beats per minute or tempo of the music, a ball spawns from the sky, and if that ball falls below your screen, you lose a life. To keep them up, you use this much larger ball, which follows your cursor to hit them upwards. Players also have these two musical abilities to either apply bass, which slows down the falling balls, or treble, which freezes them in place for a split second. There's 20 levels increasing in difficulty, a free played mode, custom mode where players can create their own levels to train or mess around, and an arcade mode with global leaderboard. Jinko took roughly 3 months to develop with the help of my friend Cooper, who volunteered to contribute when he could in his spare time to gain experience. He's still around to this day, so shout out to him. Leading up to launch on August 8th, I hosted a closed beta test with a handful of people, posted daily videos promoting the game for a couple weeks, but after getting only 127 wishlists, realized it wasn't worth the time or energy to keep posting content for. In the first month, it sold 69 copies and made a total of $215. Now, I knew game development was going to be hard, but this was a wake-up call I desperately needed. Pardon my language, but I couldn't fuck around anymore, and if I didn't pick the concept for my next game wisely, that might just be life or death for my brand new video game studio. There's a reason why the majority of developers on Steam only release one game, and that's simply because their game didn't reach a level of success they needed to keep going. Making games, particularly solo, requires such a wide set of knowledge in so many different departments, and since there's absolutely no way for one single person to master all of those aspects, I decided to lean into my strength, which I feel like is design. I've always been relatively good at designing complex things and solving problems, and because of that, I felt the need to try to make something more fulfilling to develop and play. I have a huge appreciation for sandbox-style games, but in particular, I really enjoy games like Polybridge. At the root, it's a puzzle game, but as the player, you're given a set of tools to complete a task and never forced to beat a level in a certain way. Now, there's a lot of things I really enjoy about it, but the one thing I liked the most was how you create something, press the play button, and then watch your solution either fail or succeed. There's hardly any games that take advantage of this concept, so I decided to try to make something with my own twist. Originally, I had no idea how I was going to apply this concept to my own game, but while prototyping, I found placing different shapes to sink the golf ball in a hole felt incredibly satisfying. Also, around this time, I noticed it had a very close similarity to mini golf, so I decided to fully lean into it, adding a bunch of wacky and unique obstacles like portals and black holes to either avoid or use to solve the puzzles. Usually in golf games, you have different clubs to hit the golf ball and then wait for it to stop moving before taking another stroke. But this game is completely different. I wanted to find a way to mesh these golf elements seamlessly into the game, which is when I came up with the idea to make each piece you place count as a stroke. If a level was par 3, that would mean the expected solution would take roughly 3 pieces. Now, after putting all these systems together, the progression was the only thing left. I could have just made it one simple level selection screen where you need to beat a level in order to unlock the next one, but that alone would be boring. So I decided to make a full campaign with characters and lore, various courses in different regions across the globe, and a shop for players to spend their tournament winnings to purchase more pieces to upgrade their golf bag. As the levels get more difficult, picking and choosing which pieces you bring to solve a course can really end up impacting your overall score. This ended up being a perfect complement to the game mechanics and thankfully wasn't too complex to implement. So after making it testing over 200 levels, Puddler ended up taking around 8 months to develop. March 28th was the release date, but this time I knew I couldn't just half-ass the marketing like I did with Jinko, so I really focused on short-form content and sticking to daily uploads. I gave myself more than a few weeks this time and ended up posting daily for 2 months in a row leading up to launch. I didn't miss a single day, which I'm very proud of, and sometimes even ended up posting 2 videos a day. I had the mentality that even if I don't get many views, there's still a chance someone could see it and be interested, so spending a couple hours a day to promote the game for the hundreds of hours it took to develop seemed like a no-brainer. I ended up averaging roughly 50k to 200k views a day between YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok throughout this period, and on launch day, the game had accumulated just over 1,500 wishlists. Now, this wasn't the only marketing I did. I also sent out around 40 to 50 emails to influencers who I thought might play and enjoy the game. I know this is a lot less than what experts recommend, as they say you should send out hundreds, but I wanted to make sure I didn't just copy and paste the same message. I actually took the time to write a personal email for each of them, explaining how I was a new and inspiring game developer releasing releasing my first commercial game on Steam. I sent them pre-release keys and never asked for any of them to make a video or stream the game, but after getting emails back from 2 YouTubers with both over 2 million subscribers, I felt like I was living in a dream. These two were Boom Gonza and The Real Civil Engineer. I know how insane this is hearing because I literally felt the exact same way at the time. I always saw these famous people playing new and popular games coming out, but I genuinely never thought that could be my game someday. Both of their videos performed very well and had some of the nicest comments I've ever seen on a video. Without both of these guys, I genuinely don't think Puttler would be anywhere near the level of success it is today. So huge thank you to them. I'm sure some of you are wondering how these influencers impacted the game's sales and wishlist, so let's dive into all those analytics. The first day of release, Puttler sold 247 copies, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me. This was the same day that Boom Gonza posted his video, which got around 100k views at the time. It's also important to note that the YouTube algorithm gods blew up my channel a few days leading up to launch. My channel spiked at around 650k views a day, which ended up being incredible timing. With this exposure, it sold even slightly more copies the next day at 250. After about a week, it was still selling consistently, maintaining around 40 to 60 sales a day, but there was something coming that I wasn't looking forward to, and that was the launch sale ending. The game retails for $7.99 USD and had a launch discount of 20% off for the first 2 weeks, so I was terrified to see what would happen when it went back up to full price. Instead of completely dying off like I thought it would, it was still pulling in around 20 to 30 copies a day, and then something absolutely amazing happened. Someone sent me a message on Discord telling me that The Real Civil Engineer just uploaded an entire 16-minute video to his channel playing my game Puttler. As you can imagine, this ended up boosting sales quite a bit, pushing the game back up to around 50 sales a day, but this time at full price. In the first month, it sold just over 2,200 copies and generated $15,000. Earlier, I mentioned that the game launched with 1,500 wishlists, but a month after release, that number skyrocketed to over 5,000. I learned a lot from developing and publishing these two games, so I wanted to take a second to talk about some of the struggles and what I learned. With Jinko, I found out that I'm not ready to develop competitive games. There's so much I never considered when first coming up with the idea, like needing a basic anti-cheat, encrypting player stats since it's client-sided, and even things like making sure the leaderboard had enough players to fill up. Even though there's a lot of little things, one of the biggest mistakes I made was simply making a game for a really small niche of people. It didn't have the best execution, but arcade games are typically incredibly hard to make successful and are pretty much a dime a dozen. For some reason, I thought making a small game meant it needed to be niche, but I learned quickly those things are completely unrelated, and that it's actually possible to make something smaller scoped while also interesting a much larger group of players. When it comes to Puttler though, I had a completely different experience. If you know anything about Unity, it's not necessarily meant for deterministic physics, and games like Puttler, which need to rely heavily on making sure the same outcome occurs every time you press play, was a complete nightmare to get working. Besides all that though, Puttler really helped me learn the importance of building a community. After the game launch, I continued marketing it, but switched from sharing my progress developing the game to making videos featuring solutions from real players in the community. I'm not at all ashamed to say I farmed the absolute shit out of this because boy did it work. If you made it this far in the video, much love for listening along, and now that I've pretty much shared my entire journey with you, that basically leads us to where we are today. The studio has grown to over 14,000 on YouTube and Instagram, and we just reached 1,500 members in our Discord. The community is amazing, incredibly supportive, and I can't express this enough, but if you're a game dev and you don't have one already, please make yourself a server immediately. I try my best to make myself available to literally anyone that needs help or has questions for me, and I really think that's made a big difference so far. Without having Discord as the main hub for my studio and place where I can communicate with players on a personal level or get suggestions and feedback, I genuinely don't think I'd be where I am today. Speaking of Discord though, I host giveaways in there for free copies of my games, so make sure to join up if you're interested. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you want to follow my journey or get updates on our games, don't forget to subscribe, and see you beans in the next video.
Anywho. super duper sidetracked. I think it's still messed up and I don't get it.
If you see any error messages like thing, we're using the diffuse type baking, so we're baking this color that we've created here, and we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected, and it's open down here, and I can press bake. If you see any error message, it doesn't go. So the chest, for example, has this strap going across it. So we've got that cavity area there for the strap. It's important to note actually for the ambient occlusion that you do need the other objects visible when you bake this out. Otherwise it won't know that there's shading areas that are needed. I'll go to image and
I think I know what I need to do.
Orc AO and save. So now's a good time to catch up with me and bake out the ambient occlusion map. Okay, now you'll probably want to see the results of this, so I'm going to go across to the modifiers and bring the viewport level down to 1 and then start hooking up my textures. So the normal map to the normal map. I can take off this ambient occlusion and delete. It. And to hook the colors up, I'll do them ambient occlusion, then cavity. It doesn't actually matter what order you have them in, but you do need your color to start with. We'll create a new texture for the color and we'll paint on this in just a moment. And this is the texture we'll use to paint on. So I'll create a new image, call it Orc color. And this time I'm actually going to change the color to a sort of greeny color. So maybe a dark green somewhere around about here. Depends how stylized you want. You can go very saturated or slightly less. I'll go in the middle somewhere, probably around here, and new image. So we've got this green color here, and then I'll, in my shader editor, just duplicate this one and open up that Orc color. Now I want to mix these together in a
I think the problem might be maybe if I turn off the close and then rebake it, maybe that will fix it. Okay, so
copy the Orc cavity, so Shift D, and open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient occlusion, and we've got it open here. You need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking, so we're baking this color that we created here, and we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected, and it's open down here, and I can press bake.
And
if you
this
see
is
any
gonna
error
take a
messages,
second
like,
again.
Last year, I had 100.
Hey, yeah, what's up? I've been working on this multiplayer game, and I was wondering if you could give me some feedback on it.
Oh, is this a Friends Club game?
What this?
Hey, yeah, what's up?
I've been working on this multiplayer game, and I was wondering if you could give me some feedback on it.
Oh, is this a Friends Club game?
What the Sigma is a friend slop game? In case you've been living under a rock, indie co-op games are all the rage right now. And of course, I need to get a piece of that juicy pie. So to do that, I decided to make a co-op game that aims to maximize the thing I love most, chaos.
Are you colorblind? Where's the colorblind mode? Because this guy can't see.
And what other place do you find more chaos than at a fast food restaurant?
He said the drive-thru was open!
So as Game Dev YouTube's resident American, it's my privilege to present to you my newest game, Burger Rot. Okay, it's actually Burger Riot, but testers have been calling it Burger Rot, and I've started doing it too. The character is one of the most important things in any game, so I've added 4 character options to a wheel. Model a new character from scratch, find something on the asset store, use this goofy looking potato character I modeled years ago and never used, and, well, we won't talk about this one. It's time for fate to decide, baby. Looks like it's time to go shopping. Ooh, no. Tempting. Definitely not. This is the one. Cute, but still a little edgy.
What?
To get this up and running quickly, I copied over the movement and lobby system from my game Water Wasted. Then I spent 3 hours painstakingly drawing a logo. It looks like absolute, but it's got that I'm terrible, but for some reason it kind of works vibe. I put burgers into these spherical containers so they can easily be passed around. This allows players to quickly see what every order needs. Each one is guaranteed to have one patty and a top and bottom bun. Everything else is random.
Oh my meat lovers. What is that? Dude, that's a heart attack on a bun.
To keep things simple, I implemented a selection system that handles basically everything. Pulling levers, pressing buttons, picking up items, and throwing items are all done with the same button. I've been obsessed with fancy crosshairs, so I made the design change based on what the player is currently doing. Default is a dot, but when something is selected, it animates to this circle. A bar shows when charging a throw or interacting with an object that has a wait time. Instead of putting stuff in players' hands, I decided to do the repo thing and just levitate stuff in front of the player. I literally just yoinked the code from the levitate spell in my game Mana Valley, and despite working really well, it does have a bug or two.
This one's floating. Okay, that's a goner. We're gonna have to let them know that Harry Potter came in.
I expected lag to be my biggest hurdle, so I modeled a map with 3 rooms. I know that seems disconnected and it's a bit technical, but I basically wanted to designate a room to each player where the items would be owned by each one. From a networking sense, my thought was that this would reduce input lag and create a buttery experience for each player, but more on that a little later. For multiplayer, I'm going to be using EdgeGap, the sponsor of this video. EdgeGap does game server orchestration on their regionless network. I'm using a relay, which means one of the players stands in as the server. It's kind of like a peer-to-peer connection, but instead of connecting directly, players connect with each other, which can get you more messed up than drinking Pop Rocks and Diet Coke.
Ouch.
EdgeGap provides an intermediate location called a relay to keep everyone's connections safe on their network. To get things hooked up, I basically just had to swap out the transport to display a session code, and then everything was up and running. Relays currently work with Unity, including netcode for game objects, which I used in this project, alongside mirror networking and fish networking. Their site says get your game online in minutes, and I took it as a personal challenge to see how fast I could do it. Success! It took me just under 30 minutes, but I barely know what I'm doing, so I'm sure it's faster for most people. On their website, they have a beautiful dashboard that displays all of the active connections. There's a handy button to shut down a specific server, so if you happen to create a multiplayer game with your friends and start losing, it's easy to just shut the whole thing down. On a serious note though, the thing that I love most about EdgeGap is that it's run by real people who care about what they're building and are focused on creating a quality product. I pointed out a few minor things that I thought would improve their docs, and get this, they listened and implemented changes. If you're making or considering a multiplayer game, you can get started with a free account on edgegap.com. This is Frank. He's in charge of incoming and outgoing orders and maintaining the stock of ingredients. When a new order comes in, Frank shoots it into this tube. Sorry. I said Frank shoots it into this tube. Frank, how many tries is this going to take you? You've been here all day. This is my favorite employee, Beans. He manages the flow of ingredients. How? With the advanced tactic of dropping the food directly onto the floor into a pile. Listen, I'm sure he washes everything before he adds it to an order. Bob for sure has everything together. Bob is the cook. He chops up larger ingredients into smaller ones, puts oil into the fryers. This is oil, right, Bob? And cooks raw orders into slightly warmer raw orders. Or if you leave him alone long enough, nuclear charcoal. Bob can pre-sort the orders by matching up their corresponding delivery service, or just yeet them around the corner for Frank to figure out. I wouldn't recommend letting Frank figure out anything, but it's an option. Frank then needs to send the orders to the right spot so they can be delivered and the crew can get paid. Get more fryers, buy some trash cans, and keep your rating above 0 to keep your doors open. Sounds simple, right?
I can't see. Oh
my God, it's on me too.
How do I get out of the menu?
As time goes on, the difficulty increases. You'll have to fulfill orders quicker, and because you're using it so much, random stuff keeps breaking. I reuse these aperture things from a game I made a few years ago as a mechanism that opens and closes in the tubes. Ooh. Of course, as with most fancy needless things, they break and need to be repaired. But to repair, they require a specific tool. A hammer, a wrench, or a screwdriver. Each of the 3 rooms starts with one tool, so you'll have to hope when a critical tube breaks, your teammates have kept track of their own tools. Frank, I know you're going to misplace your tools, so just give yours to Bob. So as soon as you feel like you're in a groove, something will break.
It's fine. Where'd my knife go? Oh, something broke.
It ends up feeling a little bit like this.
You said Curry has to chop it?
Yep, just throw the whole head through.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I dropped the knife.
What are you playing? Fruit Ninja
Oh, it's
over
on my
there.
head.
What do I hear?
Ching, 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 ching. Need Earl refill if you can.
Splash. No way.
I need patties,
money
need
do we
patties,
have?
need patties, need patties. Un.
780.
Oh,
Gotta
this
go
one
out in
might
20.
not cook in time.
Setting lettuce over.
Undercook
setting
it.
lettuce
Hey,
over.
salmonella, medium rare. Come on.
Earl ordered.
Yellow. Yep. Oh my God, they got sick and puked.
Triple
Oh,
decker.
purple over. Or sorry, no, that's a red. Do not put it in.
Get there,
yellow.
get there.
No, I missed.
Hand deliver. Get there. Yes. Patty, they wanted a triple, they got a double.
Yellow.
Coming.
Coming. Oh, both of them gotta be fast. Oh.
Yellow, what's this one? Purple, I'm trusting you.
Yep.
Get there. Oh, yes. What is this turd doing?
Come on, buddy. Get the fuck on your side.
No, you're a turd.
There's a lid over the thing.
Here, give me that. Flash. Oh, splash.
Yellow coming through, Bandy. Oh, I'm gonna
Please, no more meat. No more meat. I have too much meat.
More meat. I heard you.
Burger in.
Okay, can you go fry? Get over there, SpongeBob.
I'm ready.
17
Come
seconds
on,
on 117.
117.
Yeah.
Oh, hold the John.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say hold the Master Chief. Stat. Get there.
What color?
Yellow. Nope,
No.
expired. We were literally a second away. Oh, hey, you want to see this? Check this out.
Oh.
Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't be buying you more meat, huh?
No, no, no. More meat, please.
The core game is pretty much done, and we've had a lot of fun playing it. It just needs a little bit more polish and chaos. Earlier, I mentioned that I designed the map around minimizing item interactions between players, but that ended up not being an issue anyway. So I'm in the process of reconfiguring the map to provide more visuals to other players and promote collaboration while still giving each player a distinct role. You can wishlist the game on Steam, and big thank you to everyone who helped give feedback and playtest, with a special extra thanks to Zach, who helped with the idea and early development. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention what friend slop is.
Is there no link to the Steam page? I might just be blind. Let's see. There's Edge Gap, Patreon, YouTube, Discord, Twitter. What was it?
Who helped give feedback and oh, with a you can player list the game on Steam and
I don't care that much. That's fine. All right, let's see. It's gonna give me the same issue. I didn't have this problem before. I got no idea what's going on. Okay, hold on.
We've got it turned on. So this color information is going to come across and it will bake to this texture. And then we can place this texture on our lower poly and this, so across the rendering, scroll down to the bake. And instead of combined, I'll turn this to diffuse. So diffuse is another word for color or base color. I need to turn the direct and indirect lighting off. Here you can use in those, copy the AUK cavity, so Shift D, do the same thing. We're using the image which you can see here. So the chest, for example, has this strap going across it. So we've got that cavity area there for the strap. It's important to note actually for the ambient occlusion that you do need the other objects visible when you bake this out. Otherwise it won't know that there's shading areas that are needed. I'll go to image and save the image, AUK AO and save. So now's a good time to catch up with me and bake out the ambient occlusion map. Okay, now you'll probably want to see the results of this, so I'm going to go across to the modifiers and bring the viewport level down to 1 and then start hooking up my textures. So the normal map to the normal map. I can take off this ambient occlusion and delete it. And to hook the colors up, I'll do them ambient occlusion, then cavity. It doesn't actually matter what order you have them in, but you do need your color to start with. We'll create a new texture for the color and we'll paint on this in just a moment. And this is the texture we'll use to paint on. So I'll create a new image, call it orc color. And this time I'm actually going to change the color to a sort of greeny color. So maybe a dark green somewhere around about here. Depends how stylized you want. You can go very saturated or slightly less. I'll go in the middle.
Why is it doing that?
Time, and we want to bake the cavity map and the ambient occlusion map. So we need to create a new texture. We'll start with the cavity map, and in order to do this we need to create a new texture. So I'll click on the new image and I'll call this orc cavity. Make sure you've got 2048 by 2048 and we can create a new image. Okay, so we've got the orc cavity here, and it's this black texture. Remember, we need it in our shader editor as well, because we need to select it in here in order to bake onto it. So I'm going to duplicate this one, Shift D to duplicate, and with the drop down arrow, I'm going to select orc cavity. And in a moment, I need to make sure that's selected before baking. The problem is we've got nothing to bake as yet. If I go across to the render workspace, down to the baking, bake from multi-res, we've got normals and displacement, we've got no cavity. in order to create a cavity, we need to create a texture for our high poly, which creates all the shading details. So I'll zoom out just a touch so we can see the base color. We need to plug something into it. We need to plug into the base color this cavity detail. The nodes we need for this, if I press Shift A, it's under Input and then Geometry. So Input Geometry, I'll bring that over to here, and it's the pointiness that we need. If I hook this up now, we won't see, well, any real change. There is a tiny bit of change, but it's not working properly. There's two reasons for that. One, we're not in cycles and it only works in cycles. So if I change across the cycles, we still won't see any results. I'll just unplug the normal map because that's making it look like we're seeing some results, but we're not seeing any results. Now it's a little bit awkward to see because the lighting is all off. We've got this one light in here and then a grey background lighting our scene, which is not really helping us a great deal. What I'm going to do is actually delete this light. So we've ended up with this. And I'm going to go across the shader editor into the world workspace, press home to zoom in on my nodes, and I'm going to, with the node wrangler installed, so that's edit, preferences, add-ons, type in node up here, and make sure the node wrangler is ticked. We can then close this down, and I can make sure background is selected and press Ctrl T. That will open up an environment texture here, and I can open up one of my HDRIs. Try and find a nice sort of grey one, a simple one like this dam bridge here, or this abandoned greenhouse here, for example. So something that's nice and grey and gives a nice even soft light like this. I'll go back to the object, make sure I've got my orc selected, and let's zoom in again, and we're going from the geometry node, the pointiness, to the base color. What we also need to do is go across to our modifiers and in the viewport level change this to 6 levels so we can actually see the detail. Oh, and I need to actually turn it on as well. I was a bit confused there as to why nothing was happening. But now we've got our detail back. I'm just going to, under the render settings, turn on denoise. That should kind of speed up the rendering a little bit. So we've got all our detail back with that multi-res modifier. If I unhook the geometry node now, you can see it's made very little difference to our render. I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see that and hook it up again, the pointiness to the base color. It's taking a few seconds each time, so you don't really have to follow along with this. Just notice the results. You can see that it just makes it a little bit darker. It's not really doing much else. Perhaps we're seeing a little bit of detail coming through in the face, perhaps, just a little bit. So we need to somehow intensify the effects of this. So if I press Shift A to add and go to converter and choose a color ramp, I can slot that in the middle here, and then I can bring up the blacks and see what happens to our image when I do this. About 0.4 or just over is kind of the magic number, and bring the whites down and see what happens when I do this. Now we're getting a few slight anomalies in the face, which is a bit frustrating. I'll just quickly check whether bringing down the viewport levels would change that.
You know, I might as well start over. So let me... I'm gonna delete. I'm just gonna start over.
Because that's making it look like I'll zoom out just a touch so we can see the moment I need to make sure that's selected in order to bake onto it. So I'm going to duplicate this one, create little textures for our orc. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time.
Oh, I forgot we did that last time, so that's fine. So we keep the normals.
and we want to bake the cavity map and the ambient occlusion map. So we need to create a new texture. We'll start with the cavity map, and in order to do this we need to create a new texture. So I'll click on the new image and I'll call this orc cavity. Make sure you've got 2048 by 2048 and we can create a new image. Okay, so we've got the orc cavity by 2048.
I thought I deleted that. And we can create a new image. Okay, so we've got the orc cavity here, and it's this black texture. Remember, we need it in our shader editor as well, because we need to select it in here in order to bake onto it. So I'm going to duplicate this one, Shift D to duplicate, and with the drop down arrow, I'm going to select orc cavity. And in a moment, I need to make sure that's selected before baking. The problem is we've got nothing to bake as yet. If I go across to the render workspace, down to the baking, bake from multi-res, we've got normals and displacement, we've got no cavity. In order to create a cavity, we need to create a texture for our high poly, which creates all the shading details. So I'll zoom out just a touch so we can see the base color. We need to plug something into it. We need to plug into the base color this cavity detail. The nodes we need for this, if I press Shift A, it's under input and then geometry. So input geometry, I'll bring that over to here, and it's the pointiness that we need. If I hook this up now, we won't see, well, any real change. There is a tiny bit of change, but it's not working properly. There's two reasons for that. One, we're not in cycles and it only works in cycles. So if I change across the cycles, we still won't see any results. I'll just unplug the normal map because that's making it look like we're seeing some results, but we're not seeing any results. Now it's a little bit awkward to see because the lighting is all off. We've got this one light in here and then a grey background lighting our scene, which is not really helping us a great deal. What I'm going to do is actually delete this light. So we've ended up with this. And I'm going to go across the shader editor into the world workspace. Press home to zoom in on my nodes, and I'm going to, with the node wrangler installed, so that's edit, preferences, add-ons, type in node up here, and make sure the node wrangler is ticked. We can then close this down, and I can make sure background is selected and press Ctrl T. That will open up an environment texture here, and I can open up one of my HDRIs. Try and find a nice sort of grey one, a simple one like this dam bridge here.
or this abandoned greenhouse here, for example. So something that's nice and grey and gives a nice even soft light like this. I'll go back to the...
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot there's FAQ, a possible solution for normal cavity map errors. I feel like I did have this issue. Yeah, I remember. It's fine, we're restarting anyways, it's fine, it's fine.
Object. Make sure I've got my orc.
Alright, so go back to object.
And let's zoom in again, and we're going from the geometry node, the pointiness, to the base color. What we also need to do is go across to our modifiers, and in the viewport level change this to 6 levels.
Ever since I started this section, it started lagging.
So we can
I did something wrong, I think.
Oh, and I need to actually turn it on as well. I was a bit confused there as to why nothing was happening. But now we've got our detail back. I'm just going to, under the render settings, turn on denoise. That should kind of speed up the rendering a little bit. So we've got all our detail back with that multi-res modifier. If I unhook the geometry node now, you can see it's made very little difference to our render. I'll just zoom in a bit so you can see that and hook it up again, the pointiness to the base color. It's taking a few seconds each time, so you don't really have to follow along with this. Just notice the results. You can see that it just makes it a little bit darker. It's not really doing much else. Perhaps we're seeing a little bit of detail coming through in the face, perhaps, just a little bit. So we need to somehow intensify the effects of this. So if I press Shift-A to add and go to Converter and choose a color ramp, I can slot that in the middle here, and then I can bring up the blacks and see what happens to our image when I do this. About 0.4 or just over is kind of the magic number, and bring the whites down and see what happens when I do this. Now we're getting a few slight anomalies in the face, which is a bit frustrating. I'll just quickly check whether bringing down the viewport levels will change that. And it has minimized some of them, but we are losing a little bit of detail around the place. These tiny glitches we can tidy up. They do take a little bit of time to tidy up, so that's a bit of a frustration. So it may be that you need to go down a level in the render and the viewport. The render's the key one, and that's where it's taking the information from. So if you go down in the render, you might see less of these glitches, but you will lose a little bit of detail around the place, all this nice detailing around here. But we'll come back to that in a moment. So what we're trying to do is look for a kind of magic number, really, a kind of sweet spot where we get all the creases really showing through nicely. I think maybe 0.59 by the looks of things. So I'm trying not to make it too light in these very edges here, and not too dark in the very crevices. So this very crevice here, looks like we can bring that up maybe a tiny bit to something like 0.45, and it's almost completely black now. So that's what we're looking for. We want to be able to see a nice lot of creases in here, and 0.45 is a nice number in this scenario. I always find it's 0.4 minimum for black, so 0.4 and upwards to a maximum of 0.5, and then for the whites it's a maximum of 0.6 and a minimum of 0.5. So if I bring these right in, you can see it's gone a bit too far because we've got really black spots which have lost a bit of their detail, and the white spots are kind of overpowering areas now. So for the black I would suggest 0.45 or 0.46, maybe 0.47, and for the whites 0.55 I think is going to be a better option. I'll just play with that a little bit, maybe 0.56 in my case. I'll just check the black again. I think we're about 0.46 is the best spot here. And probably, but this is what we're looking for. We want to be able to see all these nice creases, and then we can bake these colors onto our low poly. So now's a good time to set up that cavity material. Pause the video and have a like that. Okay, so now I've got those colors. I'll zoom out a bit. and we want to bake that information onto this texture here. So I'll go across to the render properties, down to the bake, and we're not baking from multi-res this time, we're baking from this rendered color information. So in a sense we are still using the multi-res, but the information is just the color information we're trying to grab from it. So again, the multi-res render here is rendering at 6 levels, and we've got it turned on. So this color information is going to come across and it will bake to this texture, and then we can place this texture on our lower poly, and this, so across the rendering, scroll down to the bake, and instead of combined, I'll turn this to diffuse. So diffuse is another word for color or base color. I need to turn the direct and indirect lighting off. We don't want the influence of the lighting. The output is the target image textures just here. And of course we make sure we've got our orc cavity selected here, and it's a good idea to have it open in here as well, just so you can see the results really. And then we can press bake. This might take a little bit longer than the normals, so I'll speed this footage up. Okay, so let's take a look at those results.
Every day for no other reason. Cook my steak for cost effect. First attempt, I think the pan was actually way too hot, and you can see it's butter in. Second attempt, I let it cool off just a little bit.
I'll just zoom into our map here, and it seems to all be good except for a few minor areas such as this around the face. It's frustrating, and there are a few around the hands as well. these strange anomalies that we're getting. And that's just a glitch within Blender. It's a bit frustrating, but it's quite common with baking in Blender, unfortunately. That's why many people will use other programs to bake, such as Substance Painter or XNormal is another one. The good thing is the principles are the same, so what you learn here you can use in those sort of programs. We can actually tidy those up a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So I'll press Control Spacebar to go back to Previous. I'll save this image, call it Orc Cavity, and then I'll create a new image for the ambient occlusion. I'll call it Orc AO and new image. So we've got our Orc AO just there. We need to do a similar thing, so I'm just going to copy the Orc Cavity. So
Kenny brought the chalk and he's shaking the spray. Bobby blows bubble gum, ready to play. Sarah sticks her tongue out, she's got thumbs on her face. We never understood why Daddy loves television. La, 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 la.
What the heck is this song?
Play on the sidewalk with my friends. Got the jump rope up between thread. Tripped up, he could have lost his hair. But Sarah don't quite like the sight of bloodshed. But everybody knows it's alright. We don't need kisses on little cuts. 'Cause I count the bells of the ice cream truck.
Shift D and open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient occlusion, and we've got it open here. Need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in.
Sidewalk with my friends. Just as cold as any ATM machine. And I don't get the jokes in all the teenage magazines. I know now that I'll never see the end. And I just wanna play on the sidewalk with my friends.
And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, the shadows appearing. Now it's a texture though, the ambient occlusion, and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking. So we're baking this color that we created here, and we've got our orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected. And let's open down here and I can press bake. If you see any error messages like no image to bake to or something like that, it's usually because you haven't got your texture selected and it doesn't know where to bake to. Okay, so we've now baked out our cavity image, which you can see here.
I got my eye on the ceiling, you throw my pants on the floor. I was just thinking about leaving, we shouldn't speak anymore. I'm crawling into your collarbones where love is impossible, but I can be your boy for the weekend. And I know I'm supposed to let you go, but I'm weak. You call my phone and come on over just to dirty the sheets. Well, you float like a butterfly, sting like a bullet, and your pretty face is making me do things that I shouldn't. I just wanna feel alive tonight, light me up like I'm a firefly, in the shadows where the spiders hide, getting high on your desire. Then you tell me we should lay down, sweat is dripping from my
I released my first Steam Game Trivia Award in February, and now that it's been a few months, I think it's time that we discuss how much money it's made. Roll intro.
Talk to me, Tez Frazier. Or Frazer.
Now, I'm not going to hold hold you hostage or make you hunt through the video to find the number. As of recording this video, the gross amount I made on Trivia War is $1,214.
Nice.
And now that that's out of the way, I'm gonna get into some more specific numbers, what they mean, and of course, what do I think I could have done better or differently. So, if you didn't already know, my name is Tez Fraser. I'm a game dev and content creator. And on this channel, we talk about everything game dev, tech, and even art. You should like to subscribe because I didn't make you hunt through the video to figure out what you actually want to know. Also, if you're interested in making that number go up, you could always buy Trivia War on Steam. I appreciate every sale, and all of it goes to supporting me, this channel, and of course my transparency. Links in the description. Anyways, back to business. Let's take a look at the raw numbers. I released Trivia War for $9.99. As of recording this video, I have sold 135 copies, which honestly, I think is a great number. You know, that's well outside of the range of family and friends. People that I don't know played and enjoyed my game, which I think is really cool. And it doesn't hurt to actually make some money from games too. First time in years that I could say that confidently. Now, if we look closer, we can see that I have about 20% returns, which is kind of high. And I have a few reasons that I think that happened. I think the first being that Trivia War is not a very long game. You can play around the Trivia War incredibly fast, which is why you see an average time of around 16 minutes. Shorter games will always have a higher return rate, somewhere in the 12 to 15% range. So that wasn't insane to me. Eventually though, when my return rate started to creep into the 20s, it started to become alarming. And honestly, at first it kind of hurt to see the returns. I spent months of my life creating this game the best that I could. And I think my description and trailer are a very accurate representation of the game, but I started to notice something. Many of the days I'd get a return, I'd see 2 downloads from the same region. I think reading comprehension is to blame. Despite me telling people that it is a local multiplayer game, and that the only way to do online multiplayer is with Steam Remote Play, I think these people went ahead and bought the game anyways, realized they couldn't play online together, and promptly returned it. Now, I have no direct evidence of this, but I think that my hunch not only makes sense, but is marginally supported by the fact that there were several times I had multiple buys in a region, and then saw the same number of returns within a few hours. Honestly, I'm not sure if there was much more I could really do to stop this, other than maybe make an extra bold disclaimer similar to what Boomerang Fu does. That being said, I think an 80% acceptance rate is not bad for my first Steam game ever. You live and you learn. I mentioned earlier that the average game time is 16 minutes. That's pretty low, but once again, that's the nature of the game. I really didn't do any testing to see how long the game would last. But for my next game, I'm hoping for it to be a lot longer than that, and in turn, hopefully that discourages returns. We could also see that of 135 downloads, there were only 121 unique players, and 29 people returned it. Meaning, there are people that potentially returned the game that never even played it, and that there are people that own the game that have never played it. The latter, I can't complain. Money is money, and I'm perfectly happy to be in the back of someone's Steam catalog. It's kind of an honor. The most important number is probably the $870, which represents gross revenue, minus taxes, returns, chargebacks, etc. This is the number closest to what I'll actually get, which I still don't think is a completely accurate number. But honestly, I'm not sure. Math is hard. So I'm recording this in July post-summer sale. Also, Steam payments are about a month off, so I actually haven't received any of the money from that sale yet. I can tell you what I've actually been paid out and into my bank account, and that's $541.19. Which is a far less exciting number than that $1,200 from the beginning, but you know, that's several $100s that I didn't have before. And I think I have $50 to $100 coming my way next month, which for the record, Steam only pays you once you've reached a minimum threshold of $100. Since I released in February, I've had 3 payouts, but one of those months I did not actually meet the threshold. So that is something to note. Your money will be in Steam purgatory until you make enough. Here's something that's cool about a Steam release. Once you release your game on Steam, your wishlist will climb significantly. That 440 was somewhere between 60 and 90 when I released the game. So releasing it actually gave it much more exposure. If you're paying attention at home, you're probably wondering why my $10 game with 135 copies doesn't have a gross revenue of $1,350. There's 2 reasons for this. The first being that I have Steam managed by price to be market appropriate. $10 for a game in the United States is cheap. Whereas somewhere with a lower cost of living, India for example, that could be very expensive. Perhaps the equivalent of a $20 game here. So Steam adjusts the price to be appropriate for the market that the game was bought in. The second answer is sales. I'll be real with you. Trivia War literally goes on sale every single month and participates in all the Steam sponsored sales as well. My game mostly only sells during sales. And that might be the case for your indie game too. Some money will always be better than no money. Put your game on sale as often as you can to maximize your revenue. Now, as far as profit to work, we can break it down like this. I worked on version 1 of Trivia War for 2 months, with version 2 coming out about a month later. My net is $870. It cost me $100 to put the game on Steam and $0 to produce it, not including my labor. So if I paid myself directly proportional to the amount of months that I worked on the game, then I would have had a monthly salary of about $256. Now, you might not think that's a lot of money, but for a lot of people, that number is zero. So I'm happy. It's also basically now become a form of passive income for me. Now, will I update the game anyways, despite the revenue not being worth it to do so? Absolutely. I'm an indie dev, and if I was in this to make tons of money, I wouldn't be here. Do I want to make a game one day that's really popular and cool and does make a ton of money? Of course I do. But I make games because I love to do it. Now it's time to reflect on what I think I did wrong and what I think I could do better. We touched on it a bit earlier, but I think I should have been even more explicit about it being a local multiplayer game. And to take it a step further, I'm not sure if I would produce another local multiplayer game. It was difficult to test and it's a pretty niche market. There's a barrier of entry for many gamers, many of whom who play solo or online. I'd probably also do a better job of advertising. I say this every time, but I've got to be better about getting my games in front of faces weeks, if not months before I release a game. That way, on release day, I had tons of people anticipating, waiting, ready to buy and review. I'd also say maybe the price point was a bit of concern for some folks. I based it off the common price of similar games like Jackbox. But Trivia War was not nearly as polished, so I can see why maybe some folks didn't think it'd be worth as much. I think the last thing for me is I wish I'd given myself more time to do things like graphics. I am not a professional artist, and I basically did all the art I could from the game. But if I had more time, I think I'd have tried harder or even done a better job of trying to find someone that could make the game even better. Now, here's what I think I did right. Getting the game out in 2 months. Making smaller, faster games seems to be the latest path to success. It's so much easier to recover from just a few months of work rather than spending 3 years making a game that doesn't make any money. Devlogs. I probably should have started them earlier, but my devlogs definitely helped to spread the word and in turn exposure for my game, which of course then converts to sales. Scope. I scoped down this game in a way that was manageable but still fun. And that's a skill that's hard to do that I'm actively still learning about. And finally, I think the best thing that I could have done was actually release my game on Steam. I'm going to do a full video about this, but let's just say not all app stores are built the same. Anyways, I've drone on about this for far too long at this point. If you made it this far in the video, please like and subscribe. It encourages me to continue to be transparent online. And that in turn helps you all to know what you're in for as an indie dev. Let me know in the comments how your Steam game did, or if you have any questions that I didn't answer here. I'd be happy to do a follow-up. Once again, my name is Tez Fraser. Thank you for watching, and I will catch you in the next one.
such a pretty little liar. I got my eye on the ceiling, you throw my pants on the floor. I was just thinking about leaving, we shouldn't speak anymore. I'm crawling into your car.
So the chest, for example, has this strap going across it. So we've got that cavity area there for the strap. It's important to note actually for the ambient occlusion that you do need the other objects visible when you bake this out. Otherwise it won't know that there's shading areas that are needed. I'll go to image and save the image, orc AO, and save. So now
I've been wasting time with you. I've been losing focus. I've been feeling hopeless, hoping you don't know.
it's a good time to catch up with me and bake out the ambient occlusion map.
I got my eye on the ceiling, you throw my pants on.
Okay, now you'll probably want to see the results of this, so I'm going to go across to the modifiers and bring the viewport level down to 1, and then start hooking up my textures. So the normal map to the normal map. I can take off this ambient occlusion into the normal map to the normal map. I can take off this ambient occlusion and delete it. And to hook the colors up, I'll do them ambient occlusion, then cavity. It doesn't actually matter what order you have them in, but you do need your color to start with. We'll create a new texture for the color and we'll paint on this in just a moment. And this is the texture we'll use to paint on. So I'll create a new image, call it orc color. And this time I'm actually going to change the color to a sort of greeny color. So maybe a dark green somewhere around about here. Depends how stylized you want. You can go very saturated or slightly less. I'll go in the middle somewhere, probably around here, and new image. So we've got this green color here, and then I'll, in my shader editor, just duplicate this one and open up that orc color. Now I want to mix these together in a certain way. To mix two together, we can press Shift A, and under color, we've got mix color. So I'll bring that up here. And the top one is kind of the main one. So that's the color we're using. It's going into the A slot. And if I Control Shift left click on that, we'll see the color coming through there. Now it looks a bit strange, that's because it's got some mix on at the moment. If I turn this all the way to 0, that means none of this bottom one is coming through and we're seeing that green. So whenever we've got an extra texture like this ambient occlusion, we can plug that into slot B. So I'll plug that in there. And you can see if I choose the factor of 1, it's using B, factor of 0, it's using A. So there's B, our ambient occlusion. I'll just bring that back down to 0 and change the mix method up here. I'll zoom in a touch for that. I'll just bring these up so you can see them. Under the mix, I'll change it to multiply. What multiply will do, if I bring this up, it will just bring up the dark values, not the white values. So if I bring that up, we've got the ambient occlusion coming through like shading, but the green's still there. If I change this back to mix, it would be completely white, but the multiply takes out all the white. So that's how we use the ambient occlusion. We use a multiply mix node. To bring in the next one, we use another mix node. So I'll Shift D to duplicate that, bring it into here. Again, this is the top one, so this is our main one. And at the moment, we're seeing the results of this. Use another mix node. So I'll Shift D to duplicate that, bring it into here. Again, this is the top one, so this is our main one. And at the moment, we're seeing the results of this. I'll just turn it back to mix. So we're seeing just white here. If I bring the factor down to 0, we're seeing this top one that's coming through here. So we want the orc cavity to affect this one. So I'll plug this in. So again, turn it up to 1, we'll see the orc cavity. We've got those slight anomalies in there. And down to 0, we've got this ambient occlusion mixed with our orc green. So for the cavity, if we take a look at that, we want the light spots to be lighter and the dark spots to be darker. The method we use for that is called the overlay. And it's done exactly that. We've got all that nice information of these crevices coming through as dark, and the light spots of these spotty bits here coming out.
Alright, so don't worry, we're going to fix this. So I think it's okay to have it like that because clothes are going to be covering his body anyways, so I think that's okay. But I think I might want to fix it. I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, like many other posts here, I was having issues with the normal and cavity maps having errors like so. That's the error that I'm having. Oh, well, you can't see what I'm looking at. So, I'm stupid because I did run into this problem and this is how I fixed it last time, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I forgot it was a thing. So, this guy helped us, and it had to do something with selected to active or whatever. So selected to active, that means I have to go here to AO, which is giving me this error. So if I go to render and bake selected to active, now his is 0.01. I think I might have to play around with this in order to actually get the right values. But basically what I think is happening is the path tracing for baking is starting from the inside of our high poly model and traces it down onto the low poly model. These glitches seem to happen when the high poly model is already inside the low poly model. When it tries to trace from those points, it doesn't find anything to trace onto, and it fills that with black. But there's an easy solution. So you turn that up. In the bake options, you should see the extrusion option. What this does is it expands the high poly mesh, then does the path tracing. Setting it to 0.1 was plenty for me, as seen here. Okay, so that is all we have to do. So then that means that I would just have to rebake it. So human AO. Alright, so we got all these nasty black spots on here. AO. I think I will reload it. Not reload. Okay, so I can't. Nah, that's fine. Because I already saved it, but it's fine. Kinda want to delete it again and start fresh. Let me see if I can just bake over it without any issues. Okay, so human AO and moment of truth would be to bake it. So bake. No valid option. Let's see. Ah, that's right. So I did all this, so that means that I have to. Matter of fact, this isn't even hooked up right. Anyways, so I gotta take this out. I gotta shift A, color. No, it's input ambient occlusion. And I believe color's going into here. We'll take this out. And let me just make sure that's what he does in the video.
This time it's under input and ambient occlusion. I can select that and plug it in.
Yep, goes into base color.
The ambient occlusion there, the shadow.
Wait. There we go. So it's gonna be like this. Then we want to click on ambient occlusion. We're gonna plug this.
Is appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using.
Okay. So this time we have this one activated. I don't know if I need cage on, but we'll see. So fingers crossed. Oh wait, no selected object. Oh, that's right. Well, that's probably gonna fix it. Oh, it's because I didn't have them actually selected. Okay, so For top body, human ambient occlusion. That was fast. Oh, it still says no valid object. Okay, I see. This... Hold on, this is kind of confusing. It's supposed to be a high poly model and a low poly model. And I think this one is technically the high poly model. This one up here. But did I do detailed sculpting on this one? I don't think I did. Actually, you know what? So I think it's this one selected to active, so I think I click on this one first. Now this one's the active one. No, it's like this. Yes, it's like this. And then fake. But this fix is for the old course, and the way they did things in the 2 point whatever course for Blender is way different than what they're doing in the 4.0 course. So I don't even know if this will apply. A possible solution for normal cavity map errors. Let's see.
In the and you can when rendering over the CPU.
He's doing it way differently than in the 4.0 course.
So see if you can remember where that is, or see if you can remember how to find
Is it the cavity that? No, it's the ambient occlusion that's giving me issues.
it. Moment, so take time. It's trying to calculate all those light bounces around the place as well. But that's not important to us now, that was just an aside. The important thing is that we are getting this cavity information. So in these gaps here, we're seeing this black. First, low poly last, orc norms, I can press bake. High poly selected at the moment, low poly second, everything should be the same. Just make sure that orc norms is selecting again.
Oh boy, oh boy.
This could be the way to the real thing. It's something you can buy with your credit, 'cause it feels so natural.
In this lecture, we'll be baking out. We're using the diffuse type baking.
Wait a
So
minute, he
baking-
might fix it in this next one.
Work our way up. First of all, I need to add in a new material. So new material, I'll call this orc armor. And
anyways, let's see.
We could go out and take on the night, or take it easy, whatever feels right. And I'll take you the places that you wanna go. Do you believe me now when I say
Dang, my stuff is going so slow. Okay.
it's something you can buy with your credit, 'cause it feels so natural. But who could have known that this could be the way to the real thing?
It didn't fix it.
I think I really feel down in my soul that this could be the way to the real thing.
in this lecture, we'll be using a different technique of baking, where we take two objects and bake from one object to the other. Okay, so here's where we got up to last.
So if that's not what the issue is, then what is the issue?
When I'm furthest from myself, feeling closer to the stars. I've been invaded by the dark, trying to recognize myself when I feel I've been replaced. When I'm furthest from myself, feeling closer to the stars. I've been invaded by the dark, trying to recognize myself when I feel I've been replaced. But I can feel it kick down in my soul, and it's pulling me back to earth. Let me know I am not a slave, can't be contained. So pick me from the dark and pull me from the grave, 'cause I still feel alive. It is hopeless, I start to notice that I still feel alive. Falling forward, back into orbit, So when I lose my gravity in this sleepy wound, drifting as I
So we're baking this color that we've created here, and we've got our orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected.
and it's pulling me back to earth. Let me know I am not a slave, can't be contained. So pick me from the dark and pull me from the grave, 'cause
Linear, flat. Repeat.
Selected, and it's open down here, and I can press.
This says generated. Mine says straight. Ambient occlusion principle. Ambient occlusion principle.
Floating in outer space, have I misplaced a part of my soul? Lost in the in-between, or so it seems I'm out of control. Floating in outer space, have I misplaced a part of my soul? Lost in the in-between, but it can't keep me asleep all along, 'cause I still feel alive. It is hopeless, I start to notice I still feel alive. Moving forward, back into orbit. I still feel alive. It is hopeless, I start to notice I still feel
Okay, we're moving again.
I released my first Steam Game Trivia Award.
I need to exit out of Blender and reopen it. I don't know if that's actually gonna fix it or not. Oh, let's put on another video.
Alright, I wasn't planning on making a video today. Today is Saturday. It is kind of my day off. I also wasn't really planning on working all that much, but I just released the demo for my upcoming game, a game about feeding a black hole. And so far, the reception has been pretty good, and I wanted to share some of that excitement with you. I also went ahead and added in dark mode, so if you have not checked out dark mode yet, you can go over and play the demo right now. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes. It's super fun. I really enjoy it. The people I've seen play test it, spoiler, Orbital Potato here played it, and I watched his video here, have really enjoyed it, and they're left just wanting more. So the demo ends perfectly, and then it'll get you to go click that add to wishlist button as well, because speaking of wishlists, the wishlists have gone up kind of like a little hockey stick here. This is over the last 3 months. You can kind of see here these little spikes are videos where I talk about the game or mention it on stream or something like that. But all of a sudden on Thursday, because it's Thursday afternoon my time, 62 wishlist added, but then it spiked up to 283 yesterday. And I think today we're somewhere around 200 as well, to be a total of just shy of 1,000, which is really, really exciting. I have had other demos published. I did Hexagod, I did Chess Survivors, and the wishlist spikes of those games at the beginning was maybe 90 to 100 when you publish the demo, because one of the nice things about these pages is finally publishing the demo actually lets someone have that, like, more than just like go see the page. It's like go play the game. And I feel like for me as a player, that's the good moment for when I'm like, oh, I can actually go ahead and play this game. And so having that be a big marketing push is really exciting. So the wish lists are high. I'm expecting today to be even higher, to at least go past 1,000 today. So if you have not wish listed it yet, how many more times do I need to say it? Go check out the game. Go wish list it. It is very fun. And the other thing that I think is really interesting about this is we're starting to get some actual playtime data. So this is delayed a day, so I don't have today's data. But looking at these numbers, again, the target for the demo is to be playing it for about 20 to 30 minutes. And so we can't really see this 1 to 2 hour mark, which is the whole game. But what I can see is that 84% of the players are reaching 10 minutes. And the median and average is really basically what we want the finished demo to be. So a lot of players are at least getting to the end point of the demo and getting past that initial like 5 to 10 minute hump of a game. And so there's some validation that's happening for Thornity and I, that the balance of that early game and how we introduce mechanics has been done in a way that does hit that kind of early, getting them past that initial, really that hard part of every game where you play it and you're like, I don't know if I like this. Like, we get you to play the fun, and we have that really tight gameplay loop going on. And so if you've been playing the game and you're like, I don't like the the aspects where the tight little, this is also dark mode, by the way. You don't like how short that timer is. That's intentional. The short timer is intentional so we can get you to play this little bit of a game here, play a little bit of break a couple asteroids, get your dopamine from the numbers going up, and then be able to come to the session timer and get breaker AoE, and then dive back in and like get you getting upgrades, get you breaking more asteroids, get you feeling those dopamine rushes of things feeling better, feeling stronger, and doing that really quickly so that we can get you over that hurdle and start showing you the fun of the game really quickly. It's something we spent probably a lot of time on, was literally just this first branch, to make sure the pacing of this first little branch was perfect, and the ordering is not random. We really thought carefully and experimented with what feels best. Where do we put some of these early nodes so that they feel good? It might not make mathematical sense, but we're humans. Our brains really suck at mathematics. We're really, really bad at it. And so one of the things that Thornity kept saying was like, we just need to make it feel good. It doesn't really matter what the balance is or X, Y, and Z, as long as it feels good. And that's something that I think has been shown time and time again now after we've done, and watched people play. I watched a buddy play last night, and like I timed him, and he just quickly through the end, he kept saying, and now I'm scaling. Oh, I'm going to be so much stronger. Even though Thornity and I very specifically laid out the tree so you do feel powerful. The gameplay is simple. The gameplay is easy and it just feels good. But watching somebody play this game for the first time, they feel like they're doing something good. And it seems so weird to say that because I also feel that way. I built this game, I built this tree, and it scratches my monkey brain in such a good way to play this game. Like, it's really cool. And watching Orbital Potato play it over on his YouTube channel, I might make a video reacting.
Why did that randomly start playing?
Because he brings up some good points, and there's some really interesting moments that I really want to nail home with you, that I'm like, we intentionally did stuff like this to make him feel a certain way as he's playing the game. And you can hear him talk about it and ask questions, and like there's this visceral feeling you get. And there's this really cool moment at the end where he's just like, I just want to play more. And so the demo ends at about 30 minutes in, and it kind of just nails it home in a good way. The final thing that we did that actually I think is helping some wish lists here is I had this other demo page that I was basically updating to get feedback from you or feedback from people on Twitch. I went ahead and delisted that one and listed a new one to basically re-engage the itch audience. And so far, it's net about like 3,000 views and a whole new audience of people to play it. And it's just getting pushed people over to the Steam page. We've even gotten a bunch of reviews on the Steam page. I've never done a separate demo Steam page, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. We do have a negative review, and one of the fun things that I want to point out about this negative review is they played it for about 0.4 hours. If I pull up a calculator and I do 0.4 times 60, that is 24 minutes. So even though this person mentioned some things and kind of pointed that it's bland and they maybe want it, maybe this player does want a more engaging incremental game, which is perfectly fine. This is a more simple incremental game meant to not really challenge you and just give you that power fantasy of growing big numbers. There will be gameplay modes added in to at least give you the ability to speed run and have a different sort of tree that is more skill based as far as pathing and planning out your routes. That will be added in the full game. This demo is just this really highly curated thing. But the cool thing about this is they probably finished the demo. Even though they said thumbs down, they probably finished the demo. And that's something that's come through in all the different pieces of feedback I've gotten, is most people have small little nitpicky things, some of which I am growing. I'm growing as a developer. I have enough thick skin to see some of this feedback and say, no, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to change it because there's a reason we did this. And working with Thornity, we have made a lot of decisions in this game very purposefully and very specifically. And so a lot of the feedback I can see, the person says, I beat the demo, I had fun, X, Y, and Z, and here's my feedback. And I can also then look at that and say, and you beat the demo. And so it's been very helpful for me to look at some of those numbers and like have that thicker skin, because we are trying to hit a specific vibe with this game. And it seems like so far that's successful. I'm excited to see if we can keep this hockey stick going, because one of the other things is that I am on, let me open up a, oh geez, this is live in the video here, missing your, oh no, what do I want to do? I want to do a private
He's
browser
panicking.
and go to Steam. All right, let's go to Steam. And if I go over to the store page, browse, demos, this is really bad content. I'm so sorry. I should have had this prepared. And we go down to the new and trending here. You can see A Game About a Black Hole is indeed on the new and trending demo page, which is really cool to see. So I'm hoping that we keep getting more and more wish lists over time. If you have not checked out the demo for A Game About Feeding a Black Hole, go check it out now. I guarantee it's at least worth your 30 minutes to just feel powerful. I myself am going through rough stuff in my life. This game is kind of birthed out of the fact that some days at the end of my day, I'm exhausted, I'm mentally exhausted, I'm emotionally exhausted, whatever it is. Sometimes I don't want to play League of Legends. Sometimes I don't want to play Path of Exile. Sometimes I don't want a game that's going to challenge me. Sometimes I just want a game that I can sit down and enjoy myself. It always stuck with me. There's this person, I don't know who said it, but they said it sometimes at the end of the day, a player just wants to shoot a fireball and feel powerful. I would say A Game About a Black Hole is all about that power fantasy. Give you that dopamine of big number go up, make you feel good, give you a moment of relaxing from your difficult life, because life is hard. Game development sometimes is harder, and this game is just simply fun. I hope you go check it out. I cannot tell you how proud I am of this game right now. Thornity and I are looking at each other and like, did we do something cool? I think we did. I do think we did. I'm incredibly proud of it. Thanks for watching. I've been Aramis. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I saw a devlog about this one. It was really cool. There it is. And what was that other one that I watched earlier? It was called like Burger Riot. It's not here. Maybe you changed it to Burger Rot. I thought it was on Steam. I thought he said it was on Steam. Anyways, this game though, it looks like a game that I wouldn't play, but a game that I would have played in school on my free time. Like Cookie Clicker. It'd be fun. So let's see, retop body. What did I change and what did I do different? Right, so I changed this to generated because before it was on, I think it was on single image. I was hoping that fixed it, but it didn't. He's so punk rock. I need to take a break, but I don't want to take a break. I can't take a break. He's got linear, flat, repeat, generated, sRGB.
It's quite common with baking in Blender, unfortunately. That's why many people will use other programs to bake, such as Substance Painter or Xnormal is another one. The good thing is the principles are the same, so what you learn here you can use in those sort of programs. We can actually tidy those up a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So I'll press Ctrl Spacebar to go back to previous. I'll save this image, call it Orc Cavity, and then I'll create a new image for the ambient occlusion. I'll call it Orc AO and new image. So we've got our Orc AO just there. We need to do a similar thing, so I'm just going to copy the Orc Cavity, so Shift D, and open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient occlusion, and we've got it open here. Need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and ambient occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking. So we're baking this color that we've created here.
Room 101, corner of my mind, cold, dark and lonely. can't bear to find. I've tried burning the heat, but it's standing bright and proud among the ashes. I tried blocking the sound, but fear shouts much louder in the silence. If it screams, let it out, let it ring, and let it call your name. If it burns through your skin, to your bones, you can let it in, 'cause you won't feel a thing. Old broken bandage overhealed the wounds, rusted and worn away, hiding the truth. I've lost all symmetry. The guiding light above my head has faded. The stark reality is every drawer on every wall is shaking. If it screams, let it out, let it ring, and let it call your name. If it burns through your skin, to your bones, you can let it in, 'cause you won't feel a thing. You won't feel a thing. If it screams, let it out, let it ring, and let it call your name. If it burns through your skin, to your bones, you can let it in.
And we've got our, so we're baking this color that we created over this. Now we're getting a few
You know what? It's probably because of the eyes, right? And then the ears are all kinds of messed up, so let's see, how do I fix this?
Drive me crazy, please. I wanna be the one you think about when the sun goes down and the stars come out. I wanna be the one you dream about when I'm not around. I wanna live in your head, I wanna live in your body. I wanna go with you, I wanna stay with you, don't feel this often. What did you say when you were speaking softly? I wanna go with you, I wanna stay with you, don't leave me broken hearted. I wanna be the one you think about when the sun goes down and the stars come out. I wanna be the one you dream about.
Alright, this definitely fixes the ear, right? And then I turned off the eyeballs. Ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion, and the color, no normal. Render. These are at 5. Render. And eyeballs, ears fixed. Alright, fingers crossed. Things are gonna go slow here. Still frozen. Can't do anything right now. Alright, we're moving now. Nope, I lied. Alright, now we're moving. Alright, we're gonna watch another video while we wait for this to do its thing. Am I smart but not successful? I don't know.
Okay, this is Flameland, my short, cute, colorful 2D platformer, and we're finally here. I have been working on this game since, like, 7th grade, truthfully, but this iteration since 2019. This was my COVID project. And I finally got it on Steam, and a while back, I had promised a devlog going over the numbers.
User
I think my
reviews,
exact words
nice.
were something like, don't get your hopes up, we're only at like 130 wish lists, but maybe if we're lucky, we'll have a review or two. So when I tell you that I have over 50 sales and nearly 300 wish lists, that's a huge success for me. That's winning. And now that you have the numbers, you might be tempted to leave. But don't go, because there's so much more video, and I have so much more to say. I'm going to talk about the post-release more generally, and to do that, I'm going to divide this video into 3 parts. We're going to talk marketing, we're going to talk player experience and feedback, and then we're going to end with the updates I've been doing to maintain the game post-launch. Marketing first. Frankly, I did a bad job. I mean, I made a press kit, which I really like and is in the description, but that's only useful if someone looks at it. And before launch, I had made a list of YouTubers and ranked them on various criteria who might cover our game, but I didn't get to send them the game before launch because we were really working right up until our deadline. And also, I only contacted 8 of them. I also tried using Steam System to send the game to curators, but again, minimally and to no effect. The absolute best thing I did was post it on the Click Team subreddit and Discord, where it gained a bit of traction and even caught the attention of the Click Team team. The Click Team team? It caught the attention of Click Team. They reached out and very generously they reposted the trailer, they posted the gameplay footage, and they even interviewed me on the Reactor, which was really cool. Look at me being interviewed. I feel like a proper developer. But the other marketing thing I did is I actually made my own videos about the game. I mean, obviously this devlog is video and also the trailer, but in addition to that, I made a guide on how to get high scores, and then I started 100% speedrunning the game. I posted a commentated version of my best run to this channel and to the speedrunning subreddit. Now, I don't know that those videos made any difference, but they were fun to make, especially the speedrun, because I finally got to stop making the game and just play it. Well, I say that, but actually it was a really good opportunity to glitch hunt, and there were some things that were bad for the play experience, things that would kill you, that I patched out of the game. But save that talk for part 3, because we're on to part 2, which is player experience and player feedback. Here, my news is a little more mixed. Now, first off, of those who bought or received the game, only 42 played, which is fair. We all have crazy long backlogs. I didn't expect everyone who got the game to play it. Where I started to get a little more nervous is only 60%, or 26 of those 42 players, unlocked the cafe. Some background, I always thought of the cafe as kind of the hook, the thing you unlock pretty much for free, because you unlock it just by playing a single round of the game. But let's be more precise. You have to play through the tutorial, start a round, realistically you'll lose that round, end up at the game over screen, and then you have to decide to return to the start. So of those 16 players, maybe some of them couldn't figure out the tutorial. I think more likely they got to the game over screen, thought that's too hard, and closed the game from here. None of these people left negative reviews, but I think you and I know that they had a negative play experience. And the median playtime sits at 19 minutes, which suggests to me that over half of players had a pretty negative experience. And I could internalize this as I made a bad game, but I'm not going to, because I still love this game. My friend Jake loves this game. This random stranger on the internet really loves this game, and thank you, by the way, for the fan art. It was so cool. So I choose to believe I made a really great game for a small subset of people. But viewed from that lens, it becomes a problem of marketing. I sold this game to people who did not like it. This is probably in part because I compared it to Kirby, and the aesthetics are very Kirby, but the game way
Doesn't
harder
play
than
anything
Kirby.
like Kirby.
Very grateful to this Redditor for their candid feedback on that matter, and for taking the time to try to understand what the game was trying to be. But I also shouldn't act surprised by this. I had other feedback that could have indicated people were going to bounce off. Most obvious, during the Next Fest, there was a YouTuber who quit halfway through the demo because they just didn't like how it felt when you couldn't jump on enemies, which this for me was a clear-cut case of when to ignore player feedback. The game he wanted was just not the game I was interested in making. I wanted to explore the fire breath mechanic. But a less clear-cut case came much earlier in the process, where two testers told me they felt overwhelmed at the start of the game. One wanted fewer
It
dragons,
does look like a
so
lot.
they could get their head better around the abilities. The other wanted more linear early levels. Neither of these were good solutions for the game I was making, but they still were pointing to a problem. And I thought about them. I thought about simplifying the roster by making you start with all fire dragons, or maybe start with all dragons who don't have abilities. And I thought about making one of the first level options be more linear and easier and worth fewer points, but labeled specifically for beginners. Or alternatively, I could have done the new Pokemon Snap approach, have levels that are simple on a first playthrough that become complex on repeat playthroughs. I could have done these things, and they might have increased player retention, but in the end, I didn't want to. I know that makes me a worse game designer, but I was always making this game primarily for myself, so I made the choice that made me happiest. Funland could have been that beginner-friendly first level. It was the last level I made, and I had that feedback in mind, but once I started making it, I just wanted it to be sprawling, like the other first levels, and so I made it sprawling. Now look, I said mixed earlier because there is positive stuff here too. Like, I can look at the achievements and try to figure out how many people 100%ed the game. It looks like 4, which one of them's me, so okay, 3, and then if you compare the leaderboard to certain other things, it gets confusing. Maybe it's just 2, but it's at least 2. One of them is my friend Aaron, who, in addition to 100%ing the game, also created a classic mode speedrun, which was awesome. And the other, I genuinely don't know, is a total stranger from the internet. I think the person who left this review. And in terms of metrics of success, this might be the biggest one for me. Someone else saw the secret ending. You have to understand, I spent a lot of time programming and making that, and I just genuinely was not sure anyone would see it. But yeah, first a friend and then a stranger enjoyed the game enough to search every nook and cranny to find every collectible, and then to grind out a high score so that they could get every medal in the windmill, and that feels incredible. And another positive thing, the reviews. I said if we were lucky we might have a review or two to read. Well, in addition to that, we also have this video review, which I don't think had anything to do with my marketing. I don't think I reached out to this person, but they left a very nice review. But the review I want to share in this video is over here. It's on Steam, and it goes, "This game quickly became one of my favorites, and a little obsession of mine. There's something really beautiful and calming about just walking around in this world. The levels are filled with secrets and beautiful areas, all with their own unique visuals and mechanics that you will only find on certain runs. And each character feels like it could be one person's favorite, all tucked away in little corners of the level for you to find. This game just feels so alive and charming." The review goes on, but the gist of what I want to say about it is, even if 50% of players bounced off this game, I'm just really grateful that this game could have been that special to someone who isn't me. But we're not ending on that sappy note. We're going on to part 3 because I gotta talk about post-release updates. The Redditor, who pointed out that this game is way harder than Kirby and harder than it looks, he was also talking about how the bubble shield was not working the way he expected it to, which was a very fair criticism. This bubble shield is more than an extra health, it's kind of an encumbrance, because the hitbox is the whole bubble shield, so it will pop even if you don't take damage, just if the bubble shield is hit by an enemy. And because its hitbox is so big, it also prevents you from using Fire Breath to kill enemies while you're in it. This is all by design, and this is covered a little bit in my high score tips video, but this was a design decision I was less sure about. So I talked to Jake, who does the music, and he really likes how the bubble shield works now, so I came up with a compromise. I added difficulty settings, which is actually something else the Redditor had been asking for, where you could change how the bubble shield worked, and you could even let your whole roster start with bubble shields. And the difficulty settings gave me a great place to put in other features that I thought would hinder the game, but had been requested by some players. And because I like to be a little extra, I made the theming into a menu that you look at the cafe. Now, embarrassingly, there were some issues with the difficulty settings that I didn't catch till a month later because I just had a lot going on this summer, but I also fixed the issues with the bubble shield that cropped up as a result of this. And along the way, I found a lot of weird glitches. Aaron also was super helpful in finding some weird glitches and giving suggestions on how the snow globe could work better. I fixed some interactions with Ouroboros' ability. I let Croc swallow saw blades because I just thought that was more interesting. And just in general, there's been a lot of stuff that I've been tweaking. But the biggest change was definitely the difficulty settings menu, and I'm just really happy with how that came out. Now, will it improve retention rates? I mean, probably not, because you don't unlock it until you get to the cafe, and we all know players aren't even getting to the cafe. Except for you, dear viewer. You know how to unlock the cafe now, and if you've watched this far, maybe you'd be interested in this weird $2 game. I keep comparing it to Kirby and Sonic, and the reviews all say it's unique and not like Kirby and Sonic at all, so I don't really know what to compare it to. It's a 2D platformer, and I love it, and I hope you will give it a try. But maybe $2 is still steep for you. Well, great news. In just a little bit, something might be happening to that price? I don't know. I'm not allowed to share details. I'm just noticing this countdown here and thinking that maybe something will happen.
Words are hard. Okay, so fixing the faces didn't do anything. I forgot to fix the other side.
して分かった？この場所にはあなたと私の影しかない。これは夢？ここはきっと星空と夜明けの間なのね。
Praise God, I'm sorry, but there's no can do. My you, they tackled up in bad decisions. Boy, you thought you could dictate the rules. Boo.
From the scene, you about to see another side of me.
Yeah.
You ain't seen, I'm under pressure, yeah. I love the pressure, yeah. Under all this weight, we were bound to break. They could call it fate, but I knew it from the second I saw you. I've analyzed all this in my mind, and now we're alone. Don't act so surprised. You showed me signs, I picked up the vibes, and now we're alone. I'm alive. Finally, we got a little bit of privacy. From the scene, you about to see another side of me. You ain't seen, I'm under pressure, yeah. I love the pressure, yeah. All the things that I said, now go and prove it. The moment right here, got my liquor, got my music under pressure, babe. Saying, oh, I love the pressure when I'm with you.
Oh, I need the higher stakes. I like the friction, need the tension of the sex tonight. I love the sweaty bones, butterflies I can't escape. It's the explosion from the pressure that we can't contain, like when we pop champagne. I visualized all this in my mind, and now we're alone. Don't act so surprised. You show me signs, I picked up the vibes, and now we're alone.
Finally, we got a little bit of privacy. From the scene, you about to see another side of me. You ain't seen, I'm under pressure, yeah. I love the pressure, yeah. All the things that I said, now go and prove it. The moment right here, got my liquor, got my music under pressure, yeah. Oh, I love the pressure, yeah. When I'm with you, yeah.
Don't look at the light. It's gonna be alright. It's getting iffy. Someone save me. Will I make it out alive? Don't look at the Don't look at the light. It's gonna be alright.
There, the ambient exclusion, and we've got it open here. Need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Exclusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking, so we're baking this color that we've created here. Shadows appearing. Input and I'll select open up the AO. So we've got the Orc AO selected there, the ambient exclusion, and we've got it open here. Need to do something slightly different for the texture though. So I'll select these and delete them. I'll press Shift A to add, and this time it's under Input and Ambient Occlusion. I can select that and plug it in. And you can see instantly the ambient occlusion there, these shadows appearing around the place. So once again, we do exactly the same thing. We're using the diffuse type baking, so we're baking this color that we've created here, and we've got our Orc AO selected. Make sure you've got that selected, and it's open down here, and I can press bake.
Believe again, I would. I would take back all the things I said. I would. Would you want it? How do I say it? How do I let you know that I'm sorry? How would you want it? How do I say it? How do I let you know? Lately I've been tossing, turning every night, thinking about if I should call you up over the night. Remember that you told me that you needed time. With every day that passes, so I realize how much I need you now. Baby, you were right. Come around, let me change your mind. Oh, I can't believe it. Don't leave me hanging. Can you hear what I'm saying? If I could go back in time again, I would. Be better and gentle and different. I would. If I could make you believe again, I would. I would take back all the things I said. I would. How would you want it? How do I say it? How do I let you know that I'm sorry? How would you want it? How do I say it? How do I let you know? Here it is, this is it. I just wanna make it right, yeah. Here it is, this is it. Whatever it takes is fine, yeah. I know it better than giving up. You and I both know that we're not done. We got that something that everyone wants, so I'll keep telling you that if I could go back in time
the maps for
Like your mind, like your smile, like your eyes, I could buy airplane, you are so fly, singing songs like party time, hop inside, we're so high, roller coaster ride, diamond bright, kiss me right, yeah, that's alright. Summertime, make you sigh, slip and slide up my thighs, juicy just like clementine. Sorry if I make you cry. Party time, hop inside, we're so high, roller coaster ride, Gemini, switching sides, yeah, that's so nice. I think everything is
Summer nights, they fade away, and this lonely life begins to sway. You say you know how to fight, how to dance, how to swing, how to rise through the dark, but you can only do so much on your own, all alone, before it eats out your heart.
I be messed up, you wanna fess up. I'm tired of this back and forth and lie. No, I can't write this. I be messed up, please get the F. You try, wanna make amends, but I see your fake love is clear to me. Copy pasting all your history. I just wanna take my time back, maybe fly back to my real city. Come with me, I'm playing. Cause my bags, my rays, my voice. Be my
my head might make some noise. On my breath, I say what's next, won't make a fool of me. Don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me down. If I mess up, then I might just be done with it. Pull the cord when I say so. Spin around and then lay low. Take it or leave it or whoa. Sorry, but I'm not taking those. I'm taking your hand off my throat. I shouldn't be even to breathe on the going is free, and I know what I know. Bye. You wonder why everyone leaves, fall in tandem. It's funny how you never see what'll happen. I'm sorry for you, cause I know how it all is. I just wish I could be there for her, cause I know what you'll say. Don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. 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 Don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me, don't let me down.
special for you last. Nobody tells you how to accept what we never had. I got it bad, I got it bad. 'Cause no one tells you tonight has someone to stay until you find something.
Yeah, I've been in this bedroom for a day or two. Coming down, laying right in next to you. No sleep for days, being pretty harsh to me. After weekend of debauchery, as you fall, grab my hand, ask if I'm terrified. All these drugs in my system make me feel bona fide. I say yeah, but I think we're gonna be cool. Yeah, 'cause I'm falling too. I'm falling too. I'm falling too. I'm falling too. Been down a lot, please pick me up. Popping some rocks before we drop. After chemicals and booze. Been down a lot, please pick me up. Popping some rocks before we drop. This is our midweek blues. You're my Friday night bad decisions. And my drunken kisses. Next morning make you burn toast. Dancing down the hallway, fucked it up, my neighbors know. I know I promised in about a lie. A million different things to keep you satisfied. Maybe next weekend I'ma follow through. For right now, I'm falling with you. I'm falling too. I'm falling too. I'm falling too. Been down a lot, please pick me up. Popping some rocks before we drop. After chemicals and booze. Been down a lot, please pick me up. Popping some rocks before we drop. This is our midweek blues. Falling, falling,
Okay, so we've now baked out our cavity image, which you can see here. So the chest, for example, has this strap going across it. So we've got that cavity area there for the strap. It's important to note, actually, for the ambient occlusion, that you do need the other objects visible when
He poured a glass of water like he wanted me to stay. Guess I should have mentioned that this never was a date. Yeah, he's nice, really nice, not my type. He asked where this was going and I said it's getting late. Here comes 20 questions like, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine, totally fine, this was nice. I swear it feels like last week I was happy, wasting all my energy on someone who's not dead to me. Guess that's what I get for letting fuck boys let me down. That's why I don't fuck with feelings anymore. Every time they get deep, I just get bored. So I'm breaking boys in pieces for the sport. Used to lose my mind, now I just say bye. I don't fuck with feelings anymore. When I say I want less, they just want more. And it feels like I've just felt it all before. So I don't fuck with feelings anymore. Sorry that I didn't send a text when I got home. Think that I forgot to save your number in my phone. Called me like several times. That's a no from me. I swear
Any questions?
That's where this was going. Everything okay? Here comes 20 questions. This never was a day. Poured a glass of water. Said it's getting late. Here comes 20 questions. This never was a day.
Hey, I'm Nerdchomp, and I've been secretly working on a new game. This video is sponsored by Blue Ocean Games. If you have a cool game idea, or a game that's currently in development, Blue Ocean Games is holding a game trailer competition that could result in up to $300,000 in funding for your game. Stick around till the end of the video to learn more. Now I know you've all been waiting eagerly for more updates on Imago, but I've been secretly working on a new game called Break the Maze. Break the Maze is a top-down shooter with no enemies. The only enemy is the maze itself. Race against the clock to break the maze, reach the end, earn money, and strengthen your arsenal to break more mazes. While working on Imago for my level generator, I ended up using maze algorithms to generate levels that were always completable. I made a whole devlog about the topic, and even included a secret screenshot of this game. And after diving deep down into a maze rabbit hole, an idea sparked in my head. What if instead of navigating through mazes, you just smash through the walls? This idea kept popping up in my head while I worked on Imago, and eventually I decided it was worth exploring. I really want to keep this game small, so I opted for a simplistic art style and top-down gameplay to restrict my scope. I mocked up a short proof of concept and showed it to a couple friends. It was just a guy going through a short maze, dropping an explosive, and the walls exploding. They all thought the exploding walls were visually cool, and that the core mechanic was a great hook. This positive feedback told me this idea was worth expanding on. So how can I make this idea more interesting? There are a few ways. The first is what I'm calling maze modifiers. Some levels will assign a modifier to the maze itself, making it harder and more dynamic. Things like rotating maze walls, or turning off the lights, or the walls regrowing after you destroy them. There are lots of fun ways to mix up a standard run through a maze, and I've only scratched the surface. Another way to spice things up is to add a variety of weapons. Currently I have 4 types of guns, 2 types of explosives, a melee weapon, and 1 special category weapon. I plan on adding many more weapons to this growing list. They will all have different rarities based on their strength, and each weapon will have its own unique properties that the player can upgrade. Destroying maze walls will earn you money, and then you can use that money to, say, improve bullet penetration on the sniper, or increase the explosion radius on a grenade. I want the player to feel a sense of progression, building their arsenal and growing stronger so that they can face larger and larger mazes. This gameplay loop, paired with randomly generated mazes and upgrading weapons, fits perfectly into the roguelike genre. So Break the Maze will be a roguelike. For the level selection screen, I thought about using a similar branching path template that I've been using for Imago, but so many different roguelikes use the same formula, the branching paths, and I wanted to do something different. Since this is a game about mazes, I thought, why not make the level select also a maze? There is an optimal path to reach the end of the maze, but there are cool, shiny, more powerful weapons and bonuses if you stray from that optimal path. Deviating from the path also allows you to play more levels, which results in you earning more money, which allows you to buy more things. So while it's tempting to just go straight for the end, there are incentives to not do that. Of course, now the optimal way of playing is to always choose the wrong path to gain as much money as possible and to become more powerful. So I need a way to balance that. I have an idea for how to fix this, but it hasn't been fully implemented yet. I plan on having a side meter that tracks how many levels you've played. As you play more levels, the meter goes up. At certain thresholds, the meter activates an event that makes all future levels more difficult. This creates a risk-reward dynamic. You want to build up money and collect shiny things off the beaten path, but you don't want to meander too long, as it will cause the game to get more difficult. I'm sure this will require a lot of balancing and tweaking, but in theory, it could work well. For the art style, like I said before, I want to keep things simple. I'm not a great artist, I can't draw well, my modeling skills are okay, but they could be better and I take a really long time to model anything. By keeping the style simple, I can focus more on gameplay and design, but I do still want it to look nice. With the style I'm choosing, I'm trying to evoke that classic maze like one you'd find on a cereal box or in a newspaper. While it looks 2D, I'm actually rendering everything in 3D and using a top-down orthographic camera. Having things in 3D lets me use certain lighting tricks. I added a directional light that shines down and at an angle, casting a subtle shadow from the walls and from the player. And for certain maze modifiers, I can leverage even more lighting tricks and add cool visual flair. One issue I ran into with my 3D approach for the walls was overlapping walls. I'm spawning walls on a grid, and some of them overlap. The overlap is necessary for some of the modifiers to work. With a fully black wall, the overlap isn't noticeable. But certain weapons will damage walls without actually fully breaking them, and when this happens, the color of the wall changes. And when two differently colored walls are overlapping, the issue becomes more apparent. Something called Z-fighting happens. Z-fighting is when two planes end up in the exact same position, and the engine can't decide which one to render. So they fight against each other and it results in a flickering effect. My initial solution to this was to add random height variation to the walls. That way the tops of the walls would be offset. The problem with randomizing things is that sometimes the height would still land in the same spot. It was unpredictable, and it would still happen every once in a while. There would also sometimes be a large jump in height between the walls, which isn't noticeable in an orthographic camera from the top-down view, but where it was noticeable was with the wall shadows. I needed to make the height differences reliably small enough so that it wasn't noticeable in the shadows. So my final solution was to vary the height of the walls based on the grid coordinate. As you move further to the right and up through the maze, the walls very subtly climb higher and higher. It's subtle enough that it doesn't affect the shadows, and it successfully eliminates the Z-fighting problem. For the broken wall particles, I initially made them just the same color as the wall, but when there were a lot of particles, it was very visually busy and a little difficult to identify open paths. So now I make the particles a washed out version of the wall color, so it blends a little more into the background. This works with not just black walls, but any other colored walls, because I plan on adding variation. For the music, I teamed up again with Madison James Smith, the same composer I worked with for Nectar, but the direction I gave him was much different than Nectar. For Break the Maze, I'm going for a high-energy John Wick in a nightclub vibe. He's already composed 2 tracks for me, including the one that's playing in the background right now, and they're both bangers. I'm excited to show off more of his music in a future devlog. Again, the plan is to keep the scope of this game small. I'm being pretty strict with that, because I have a goal to finish and release a game on Steam by the end of 2026. That won't happen with Nectar or Imago, but it could potentially happen with Break the Maze, so that's my goal for now. Goals sometimes shift, so we'll see how that goes, but that is the current plan. And don't worry, I'm not abandoning Imago. This new idea has been a blast to develop, and I'm excited to see where I can take it. If you have your own cool idea for a game that you want to make or that you're currently making, you might be interested in the Rising Tide Challenge run by Blue Ocean Games. Blue Ocean Games is an organization that believes in passionate developers. They're dedicated to helping indie developers get funding to fuel their projects and ideas. If you have an innovative game idea but you don't have the proper funding to work on it, Blue Ocean Games might be able to help you. They are currently hosting the Rising Tide Challenge. The Rising Tide Challenge is a competition where developers can submit a concept trailer for the games they're working on. Winners are chosen from both a public vote and from a panel of judges. If you're one of the winners, you'll have a chance to pitch for up to $300,000 in funding, which you'll be able to use to develop your game. Go to blueoceangames.com to submit your game trailer and to join the event Discord server. The deadline for submissions is September 22nd, 2025. But if you're watching this video after the deadline, make sure to also check into the website for future competitions. This is already the second one they've run, and they have more planned for the future. Thanks again to Blue Ocean Games for sponsoring this video.
That's it. I'm tired. Gotta clear my head, come back at it with a clear mind. Although I didn't want to work on anything tomorrow. Let me think. I'll figure it out tomorrow. I was hoping I'd get farther. If I wasn't stuck here, I would have been to the texture painting by now, but I gotta figure out why these black areas are showing up here. They shouldn't be. I know the fix is probably super easy, but come back to it. Okay, let's see, where am I? Alright. That's going to do it for today's stream. Again, these sessions are mostly just me working on the game, live, day by day, and keeping track of progress. For milestone updates, I'll be posting edited devlogs here, and eventually trailers and showcases. Those will go up on my Well Dressed Game Studios channel. But for now, thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you next time.